Butage Deiin Janai. Butage Deiin Janai translates roughly to, isn't it okay with pig game? I'm not really sure what the question being asked here is exactly, but anyways, this game was developed by a Japanese developer called Shangri-La in 1998. Not to be confused with a current UK-based game company going by Shangri-La Game Studios. Originally, they went by Copia System until they changed the name to Shangri-La in 1996. Notable games they developed are Paladin's Quest, aka Lennis, and Lennis 2 on the SNES. They did Air Diver and Cutie Suzuki no Ringside Angel on the Sega Genesis, as well as Lock On, aka Super Air Diver, and Popeye 2 on the SNES and Game Boy respectively. Apparently they also did Panzerfront on the Dreamcast and PlayStation, but I'm finding conflicting information that mentions a developer known as Enterbrain, so feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on that. Either way, Shangri-La called it quits in 2000, so they no longer make games like the one that today's video is about. Butage Deiin Janai is a strange pig, to say the least. To sum it up in the most simple form, it's a silly, cartoonish pig raising and racing simulator. The main goal is to feed and train your pig to become the ultimate pig racing champion. You can bet on other pigs too, which will help you earn more money to feed your pig friend. I guess technically you're playing as this poorly drawn anime girl who is the resident pig farmer. I don't speak or read Japanese, so I had to learn to navigate these menus, which is going to be a recurring issue on this channel. It definitely was a bit intimidating at first, but you get used to it fast. One of the bigger disappointments was that I couldn't read the consumable items list, which, given the quirky nature of this game, would probably be pretty entertaining to do. Also, I wish I could see the pig names. Speaking of which, there's a motley crew to choose from. At first, I picked a regular-looking pig in dead center, just to keep the initial experience well-rounded. You know, in case varying stats were a thing. But when my pig died, yes, that happens, and I'll get into it in a bit, I went with the cool cigarette-smoking oinker in shades. I didn't put two and two together until well after playing the game, but I guess this is the pig on the cover. The main hub of the game is your pig's stall. The pig just kind of hangs out while you decide what to do with it. One thing you can do is feed it from your inventory, which raises individual stats. I like that if you try to feed it too much, the farmer will speak up against the idea, and the number is clearly shown in red, so you can simply readjust the amounts before confirming what the pig will actually be fed. I feel like most pet raising simulators don't do this, and just kind of expect you to guess where the threshold is, penalizing you for getting it wrong by making your pet sick or even die. To restock your inventory, you can visit this food truck run by an old man in what looks like military garb. He has a poster of what I can only assume is his granddaughter. The menu is pretty damn expansive, which brings back my point from earlier about wishing I could read this. Meanwhile, this pig just rudely pounds on the table with sticks. Though odd, it's a nice touch that you can have the pig sit and play video games or listen to the radio, but neither of these things have any real impact on the game. The radio segments go on for a while and usually seem to showcase some kind of goofy interaction between people.
第1回
どうしたんだ突然帰ってきて東京で何かあったのか
別にまああったといえばあったんだけどさ
またどうせ騒ぎを起こしたんだろう
I can only imagine that this is the Japanese pig farming equivalent of Grand Theft Auto radio stations, whatever that entails. Or maybe I'm wrong and the announcer is giving the player clues to better train their pig. Who knows? In the upper left corner is a calendar, which you can select to fast forward several days. When you do eventually put your pig in a race, this will also move the calendar forward by a few days. My playthrough wasn't to completion on this game, so I can't really say whether or not there is a deadline overall. My whole experience in this game happened during the winter, and that has me wondering if stats are affected by this. For training, you can send your pig into this closet and choose from a fairly large number of options. Piggy comes out donning some new swag and will engage in whatever kanji you randomly selected, like furious swine swimming and hot ham hurdling. There are a bunch of other options like weightlifting and boxing. Afterward, a series of stat changes are shown, and I'm not sure if this is all positive, as it shows some going up and others going down. Perhaps there's an RPG element to this game and you have to choose actions wisely pertaining to your pig's build, maybe. Or it could be that negative stats are what we see going down, such as weight or energy consumption rate. But I don't really know. You can only have your pig do this once a day, which, along with the limited daily food intake, helps to explain why you can fast forward with a calendar if you want. This screen caused me the most confusion because, while I can tell that it seems to be the area where you save your game, there's also this option to take photos. But the movement is super limited and you only have this tiny bit of sky to shoot. Maybe eventually your winning pigs will be here, allowing you to document them. Or maybe you can design your own pig. I'm really not sure, but I did find some information online about sharing your pigs with friends via memory cards. So maybe this has something to do with that. Apparently you can compete against each other, which is pretty cool. It could be fun. Alright, so on to the races. This is the big part of the game where you make money and turn your pig into a star. Basically, you just watch it run with other pigs for a few seconds. That's it. There's an energy bar at the top that slowly decreases. So yeah, I will say though, it's kind of cool how you can control the camera on a full 360-degree axis, and I do like watching the 2D sprites on the 3D background. You can bet on different pigs to strengthen your chances of winnings, but this is a portion of the game that I will admit is greatly affected by the language barrier. It is pretty hard to tell what direction to take with all of this. For the race itself, I'm not sure if you actually have any control over the pig, as I tried pressing all the buttons but nothing seemed to work. One time I kept mashing the circle button and then my pig just suddenly died and the game did a hard restart to the title screen. Speaking of pig death, it's pretty messed up to watch the pig in last place crying as it gets pulled off screen to be slaughtered. At least that's what I assume is happening. I mean, this is a pig farm after all. And on that downer, I'll end this video. Overall, this is a neat little piece of history, and I'm glad to have checked it out. It's quirky, it's full of character, and it offers a unique experience. So, thanks for watching the first video in my entire PlayStation library series. I can only assume that this is going to take several years to do to completion, but I enjoyed it and consider it a new hobby. Please subscribe and all that stuff. Be nice to people. Bye. Iru, a title that begins with an ellipsis and roughly translates to several different things. Some say, behind you, others say, we're here, they're here, it's here, or something's here. And yet others even say that it's a fermented African locust bean. In any event, Iru is a fantastic little first-person Japanese high school horror game developed by Soft Machine in 1998. Soft Machine, not to be confused with the 60s British rock band of the same name, was founded in 1989 and created games until the year 2000. They developed Crisis Beat and Lucifer Ring on the PlayStation. They worked on the WonderSwan ports of Pocket Fighter and Final Lap 2000, as well as Championship Bowling, aka Boogie Woogie Bowling, and Top Pro Golf on the Sega Genesis/Mega Drive. Soft Machine also developed the first entry in the Quiz Avenue series on the PC Engine CD, in addition to Astro Fang Super Machine and Super Pinball on the original Famicom. Iru was published by Takara and had a second release in the Japanese Best of PlayStation series, which is akin to the American Greatest Hits series. Though I'm basing this off of two images that have circulated online, because the actual wiki for the Best of series doesn't list the game here for some reason. Before we jump into the game, I have to mention the fan-made English patch that was put together in July of 2021. Without this, I wouldn't have been able to fully experience this game. It's pretty obvious that liberties were taken with the localization, but that's almost always necessary in situations like this. Ultimately, a lot of hard work was put into doing this, so I think it's important that we thank Esper Knight, Snowy Aria, Mr. Nobody, Cargoden, Blue Sky Runner, and Turn Up the Beat. I'll put the link for the patch in the video description, but that's enough of all that. Let's get on to this neat little slice of history here. Iru takes place at a high school on a small island in Japan. It's the night before an annual festival held at the school, and the moon is full. You're playing as Inaba, a young student that is helping to set up decorations for the event with his classmates. Things quickly go south as the students realize they are trapped in the building. Some of the kids begin to lose their minds and murder each other. References to the occult make increasing appearances as monsters straight out of the Cthulhu mythos enter the school from another realm and kill some of the students and faculty. There are at least a dozen direct references to the likes of H.P. Lovecraft and Robert W. Chambers, which is really cool. The cast is made up of an assortment of personalities, some memorable and others cliché. Hikawa is a campy, two-dimensional bully, and Hoju is a sultry art teacher who is clearly keeping a big secret. There's a fat guy that only talks about food, and two love interests named Yuma and Ri. Mochizuki is a student that is looking for his long-lost brother, who is previously in attendance of this high school and may or may not have had an affair with the aforementioned art teacher, Hoju. He seems to be torn into split personalities as he suffers through the search for his brother. The overall story will take you through the past of your high school and the island it inhabits. Cultish rituals will happen, blood will spill, and you'll be left under the aura of the full moon, wishing you could turn back time. At times, the whole thing can feel like a giallo film by Dario Argento or Mario Bava, which helps to explain why some people have compared this to the game Clock Tower. I'll pretty much leave the narrative here as I don't want to ruin anything for you, though I will say that there are several branching paths and multiple endings, all of which I experienced and am honestly glad that I did. The game is played in first-person view, and unfortunately it suffers from PlayStation 1 era first-person controls, though you do get used to them. The D-pad moves you forward and backward while also turning you left and right. L1 and R1 are for strafing, and L2 and R2 are for looking up and down. Thankfully, you can run with X, so the tedium of traveling back and forth between classrooms is lessened somewhat. Speaking of which, yeah, you'll be doing that a lot. Honestly, it's my biggest criticism of this game. Things get more monotonous when you realize that you have to just run back and forth between the same several dozen rooms in hopes of triggering the next event. Oftentimes, there are dialogue clues about which room to check next, but mostly it's vague, and you'll be second guessing yourself because you will have already visited that room like 8 million times, along with the others. There are actually very few item-based puzzles in the game, now that I think about it. There's a significant moment when you have to mix chemicals, there are keys, tools, hidden levers, all of the survival horror stuff that you would expect. But again, I feel like this was kept to a minimum. There are no combat or action segments whatsoever. Instead, there are a small handful of these situations where you have to hide before the monster or crazy student comes in the room and murders you. The time is displayed by this thing up at the top, and these parts are always super easy. Just select the box or the podium or whatever and you're good. My favorite part of this game has to be the music. There are only like 5 tracks tops, but they're all so great. The tone is set so well as you creep through the hallways of this high school sitting on a small patch of land surrounded by miles of water. You never even see the ocean outside, but somehow I can feel it there. Considering the limited draw distance in this game, I could see how someone might argue against it, but I stand by it when I say that the liminal space is truly felt here. Something is off and something is eerie. Little things like this item menu get me. Just the way it sounds and looks, it puts me in a mood I can't quite describe. And I'm such a sucker for items you can move around and examine from this era. Rudimentary 3D models like this are so cool. The rooms in the high school are detailed well, making them feel like an actual school with actual students. The art room has art supplies, the science room has chemistry sets, and the career room has... Did you see that? Out the window. Right there. Actually I kind of want to derail here for just a minute. This is something I've been thinking about since I was a kid. This weird feeling you get when you look through low detail windows in older games. It always intrigued me in a way like no other. I don't know. Maybe I needed to get out more or something, but the odd sensation of wondering what is out there usually stopped me in my tracks as a kid. I used to obsess over this kind of thing. It happened with Ocarina of Time. That window everyone knows about with the Mario portraits. I always wanted to know what was around the corner from that, or what was around the corner from the window on the other side of the courtyard. Furthermore, I wanted to know what was in the window high up on the wall. There weren't any other windows like that there. There's this window in Mixed Up Mother Goose that held my adolescent mind captive. and this one with this kid in a nightgown. Or here it happened in Pepper's Adventures in Time in a way that was perceivably color and upbeat, but just came off as being eerie to me. What was to be found just past those round hills? I was a weird kid and I liked imagining that these worlds went well beyond what we were seeing on screen. It doesn't even necessarily have to be a window. Many of you remember this area in the first level of GoldenEye. It's heavily covered online now and considered a popular piece of childhood wonder, which makes me feel less isolated about these things. Hell, Kirko a popular N64 ROM hacker and game designer, put out the fantastic Banjo-Kazooie mod, Stay at Home, which let you actually reach this area in a GoldenEye crossover level. Anyways, this was a huge source of mystery for me, back before I could go online and talk to people about it. One of my first feelings with all of this was in a game called Dare to Dream. This alley leading to this boat dock has occupied my dreams for years since playing this game as a kid. The moon and the night sky, made with such a small color palette, it mystified me. Because I'm tired of leaving this feeling up in the air, I want to attempt to define it with a title. We're going to call it Minimal Detail Mystery. MDM. Nah, actually, I don't like that at all. How about Low Detail Lore? Like LDL. I like that more. I don't really want to keep it as an acronym though, so let's combine it. I don't care how stupid this sounds. We're going to go with Low Delore. From now on, I'm using Low Delore for this kind of thing. Or Lodelor. Lodelor? Yeah. You're going to see it pop up a lot on this channel because I like to talk about the strange sensation that comes with these types of games. Lodelor. The feeling of intense wonder brought on by graphical limitation. Well, sorry for going way off topic there, but I felt it was necessary. Overall, Iru is a creepy little experience that is well worth your time. I beat it in about 4 hours, so if you're looking to just pick up and play a short horror game, this is perfect. Thanks for watching, please subscribe, and be nice to people. Bye. 98 Koshien Koko Yaku Simulation was released on the PlayStation in Japan in June of 1998 and translates to 98 Koshien High School Baseball Simulation. To really understand what we're getting into today, we're going to have to take a quick dive into the world of Koshien. High school baseball in Japan is a very serious thing. It's known to be on par in terms of popularity with Japan's professional baseball league, Nippon Professional Baseball, or NPB, receiving wide television coverage on NHK and various local channels. Ambitious young players endure rigorous training to compete in an invitation tournament and a championship known as Spring Koshien and Summer Koshien, respectively. Within each of the 47 prefectures of Japan exists individual high school baseball federations that combine to make up the Japan High School Baseball Federation. Along with 2 major newspapers, this organization governs both main Koshien events comprised of 49 high schools narrowed down from over 4,000. It's a widely respected tradition that began back in 1915 and continues to draw huge, rambunctious crowds to this day. It's fairly common to see young players pitching their shoulders out of their sockets or entire teams crying profusely, as this cultural institution is far beyond being just a pastime. It's held as sacred and oftentimes is the absolute highlight of these ball players' lives. The Summer Championship culminates in August as a 2-week-long final tournament stage taking place at the famous Hanshin Koshien Stadium, also simply known as Koshien Stadium, near Kobe in Nishinomiya, Hyogo Prefecture. This titular stadium makes frequent appearances in different mediums across Japanese pop culture. Wait, what is this person doing? This is King of Fighters 97, by the way. What? Why? Why are they reading?
Hey, what you reading for?
Anyways, it's a landmark that is firmly cemented in the history of Japan and is quite the household name. Here's Babe Ruth hanging out at Koshien Stadium with some young kids during his 1934 tour of Japan. You can actually visit the stadium to see the plaque that was put up in commemoration of his visit.
もうちょっと人が札が脱げた姿見せてくれると思ってるんで期待しています。
The culture of Koshien should really be noted here, as there seems to be more of a militaristic focus on the team rather than the individual player. In fact, their names aren't even printed on their jerseys for this very reason. According to ESPN senior writer Chris Jones, these boys never wear names. And from a distance, as they practice their drills with alarming precision, looking less like ball players and more like a marching band, like toy soldiers, any single one of them disappears into the lockstep crowd. I don't know anything about baseball stats, but it doesn't take much to realize upon quick glance that a lot of these games are noted for high pitch counts and players pushing themselves to the absolute physical limit. This type of genuine desperation on display, I think, is what really appeals to people. It's fascinating to watch. The year is 1985, and Hanshin Koshien Stadium's home NPB team, the Hanshin Tigers, formerly known as the Osaka Tigers, have just won the Central League Championship, which was quite a big deal. Just around the corner from Koshien Stadium, in the very same prefecture, a game development and publishing company by the name of Home Data is incorporated. Over a period of 3 years, Home Data would release several noteworthy titles on the Nintendo Famicom. Their very first game was Penguin-kun Wars, which was actually ported to other regions on the Game Boy. This was followed by Sky Destroyer, Squoon, and Tetsuon Atom, aka Mighty Atom, which is part of the series known elsewhere as Astro Boy. Between 1988 and 1989, they made 2 arcade games. Reikai Doshi, Chinese Exorcist, translates to Spiritual Guardian, Chinese Exorcist, and I guess the cabinet was distributed to other regions as Last Apostle Puppet Show. This game is credited as being the first to use digitized sprites and motion capture animation, as well as being the first fighting game with a claymation aesthetic. Home Data would then go on to make more Famicom games, such as Tetris Star the Fighter and Cosmic Epsilon. Can we just stop and admire this cover for a minute? It is beautiful. They did World Super Tennis, known in North America as Chris Evert and Ivan Lendl in Top Players Tennis, and in PAL regions as 4 Players Tennis. Now, some sources online claim that Home Data created Little League Baseball Championship Series, which was based on the same engine as Baseball Stars, but I have yet to find proof or proper citation on that. If it's true, it would help to fit certain puzzle pieces in a very roundabout way. You see, this game, which was only released in North America in June of 1990, and as far as we know for certain was developed and published by SNK, seems to share certain assets with Koshien on NES. Actually, like, a lot of assets. To a T, like, they are definitely the same things being used, but the games are not the same. This is relevant because it's the first entry in the Koshien series, which the game we intend to focus on today is a part of. Though, this entry, which was released in October of the previous year, 1989, was made by another company by the name of K Amusement Leasing. I looked everywhere for a solid answer, but I just couldn't find one, and these things always end up tearing open big ugly rabbit holes, so let's just move on. In 1993, Home Data changed their name to Magical Company, or Maho. According to the representative for the company, Takayuki Minosaku, this very unusual company name was named from the desire to impress its... Wait. This very unusual company name was named from the desire to impress users. I'm sure that's a translation thing. That's stupid of me to laugh at that, but it's pretty funny on its own, though. This very unusual company name was named from the desire to impress users. Oh man, it's like it's as straightforward as the Liberty Mutual theme song. Liberty, 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 liberty. Somebody got paid to write that. Oh man. Okay, I'm sorry. Both previously as Home Data and currently within this timeline as Magical Company, the group developed and published a large number of Mahjong, Shogi, and Ego games, 2 of which we all know how to play now, don't we? They also developed and ported a myriad of games to the Sharp X 68000, including 3 games in the Gado Densetsu, or Legend of the Hungry Wolf series, which is known many places as Fatal Fury. Oh, whoops, I'm sorry. Is this image too small? Here, let me make it bigger for you. Looks pretty gross, doesn't it? Yup. That is the best representation of this game that I could find. And this leads me to a quick issue I want to bring up about the major lack of image scans for box art and manuals on the internet. Sega fans are lucky to have SegaRetro.org, but we need that kind of thorough commitment and dedication for everything else too. There are so many games out there that haven't been properly documented, and as time moves on, these cardboard boxes and paper manuals are only going to deteriorate. I don't know much about what I can do personally at the moment, but I will take this opportunity to mention that I'll be starting a Blue Butage Game Discord in hopes of bringing the community together to talk about these kind of things and perhaps work towards proper scans and photos from personal collections. For example, I'd like to carefully upload scans of PS2 manuals from my collection that aren't currently available online. It's a work in progress right now, and I'll update everyone as things move on. Now back to Magical Company. Moving into the future, Magic would go on to release plenty of games on Game Boy Color, Super Famicom/Super Nintendo, and PlayStation. Omiai Commando Bakapuru ni Tsukomi-o, or Matchmaking Commando Putting on Bakouple, is a futuristic game about arranged marriages. They also released a number of PlayStation 2 games like Hard Hitter Tennis, aka Magical Sports Hard Hitter 2, aka Hard Hitter 2. 1994's Koshien 3 on the Super Famicom was the first Koshien title made by Magical. The initial two entries, on Famicom and Super Famicom, were made by the aforementioned K Amusement Leasing.
熱く燃える青春のドラマがゲームになった。熱湯高校野球甲子園。ファミコンソフト甲子園。
Under the guidance of Magical, the series quickly became a success and was noted for featuring actual high school players and teams. For the game that today's video is about, Magical pulled data from 4,129 different Japanese high schools, which in 1998 was nearly all of them. The Koshien license quickly became the poster child for Magical Company, which is why they re-released 98 Koshien in December of 2000 as a part of their budget series called Magical 1500. These titles were sold at the lowered price of 1,500 yen, which is about $13 US. Today, Magical Company has transitioned to... Wait, you guys all want to take a wild guess? Yep, you already know. Mobile apps. Ugh, what bleak future is in store for all of us. They also do pachinko machines, which is a thing. I guess the last Koshien game they made was in the form of a mobile game in 2016, and at that point the series had transitioned to the mobile platform over a decade earlier. Okay, let's finally get into this game. Let's get this out of the way right now. I love this game. I love it. I was never really into sports games, but if more baseball games like this were released in the US, I would have been much more likely to play them. Aside from the obligatory mention of the opening scene intro graphics that are somewhat impressive for the system, my immediate favorite thing in this game is the music. It bounces all over the place with a slight hint of synthesized cheese, but it's great. Check out this electric drum solo. Of course, my first thing to do is laugh at the silliness of it all, but I mean it when I say that the music in this game is really good. It gets moody at times, which is my favorite thing, but also, you have stuff like this conceptual piece. It uses the sound of a photograph being taken on a camera as percussion. The song ramps up to a frantic cacophony of sounds as we feel the weight of fame and celebrity at such an early age. These are the dizzying sounds you hear as a teenage Koshien star when your whole country is watching you. You can either choose to do a full season or a quick game. Let's at least take a look at the initial portions of the season, and then we'll jump into a quick game. Remember earlier when I mentioned the thousands of high schools that data was pulled from to make this game possible? Well, here they all are. You can play as every single one of them. By region and prefecture, you can choose a real high school from 1998 to play as. Could you imagine being like 16 years old and getting to play as your high school in a video game? Or geez, could you imagine getting to play as yourself? Crazy stuff for a kid that age. I love this opening portion before you jump into the baseball season. This cutie patootie talks to us for a bit underneath the cherry blossoms, and judging by the stiff flag, we can only assume that we're somewhere on the moon. On this screen, I think you are changing the names of your team or your anthem or mascot or something. I'm not sure, but check this out. I'm not exactly sure what it is that you're altering, but you place these symbols down and then mess with the pitch of each sound using these wheels. It was really neat to see this. I love the detail on this kid's face, as well as the overall character movements. But more so than anything, I love the work put into the pre-rendered background. Look how they play with depth perception and lighting. There's a lot of thought and care put into this single room. This one image tells a story. And of course, I want to mention the Ladeller here. We have literal and figurative windows into other worlds. Taking a step into the practice field, our very pleasant friend reappears under yet another cherry blossom tree to discuss the season schedule. Again, I just want to praise the character animations. Between her emotive eyes and subtle gestures, there's more character work put into this sports title than a lot of the narrative-driven games I've seen from the era. So now it appears that she wants us to do some pitching and catching practice. We get some nice chiptune music during the loading screen, which makes me wonder if it's a callback to an earlier Koshien game. And then... Whoa! This is really good! Alright, this is great! The full body animations are so fluid and expressive. More importantly though is the overall tone being set here. This music works perfectly. It gives the whole bit this sense of youthful playfulness. Kind of reminds me of a more straightforward version of the Cardiacs. So anyways, the goal here is to learn how to throw pitches in correspondence with the green squares. It took me a minute, but I'm pretty sure the orientation translates to the face buttons. So triangle is up, square is left, X is down, and circle is right, and I noticed that left and right in the D-pad might give the pitch a bit of hook. I'm probably wrong about everything I just said, but that's what it seemed like was happening to me. There's a solid weight to each successful throw, and it feels really good. The camera then flips around, and we are doing basically the same thing as the catcher. I had some trouble with the diagonal commands and was kicked out of practice before I could figure it out. And I'll go ahead and put this out there now. During my whole playthrough, I was never able to fully grasp the controls of this game, unfortunately. This I blame entirely on language barrier. The game is somewhat text heavy, and I can only assume that a pretty friend has been telling us about the control all along. GameFAQs was no help at all either, so if you're a person that actually does know how to play the game and you're watching this idiot misinform people on the controls, please enlighten us all in the comments. It would be really wonderful if this game got a fan translation, so I'm kind of hoping this project might plant some seeds to set that in motion. We also get some batting practice, which is simple. X and square do slightly different swings, left and right move the player accordingly, and up and down adjust your swing height. Just like the pitching, hitting a ball has a certain oomph to it that feels very satisfying. And take a gander at the buildings in the background, with very odd looking clouds even further back. I love this kind of stuff. Next is base running practice, I guess. I mashed all the buttons and was finally able to figure out that you were supposed to quickly alternate between R1 and L1 to fill this meter, I think. Here I watched the team play a practice round, and it seemed like I couldn't really control anything, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. And then I experienced a bug. I think the game crashed on me or something. I got stuck on the screen, and no matter how many buttons I pressed, nothing happened. The pitcher was just stuck in this endless loop as my appreciation for the song deteriorated. If I could read everything that was going on up until this point, I'd be much more inclined to stay on with the season and see what other things we could get into. But as it is, I'm confused and frustrated. So let's just jump into the quick play. You can choose between man or comp, and I really wish I could have done this 2-player because the AI is about to kick my butt.
本日の第一試合 Yakō対
I really like the sounds of the announcer. I like how the crowds are all illustrated up close, but far away they're just individually colored pixels. I like the camera movements, but what do I not like? Well, I don't like that I don't know how to play this game. I seriously have no idea how to properly field the ball, or even when I'm actually controlling different players. My guess is that you throw to each base using the corresponding face buttons, but even then I wasn't sure, and the players were never really in a hustle to get the ball where it needed to be in the time that it needed to be there. As I played, I couldn't help but feel a deep sadness about the whole thing. So much is here, but it's all locked behind miscommunication. It's tragic. The only major criticism I can properly come up with is that when you're at bat, the catcher takes up way too much screen real estate. I can never really aim for the ball properly because this guy is in the way. It's a pretty significant flaw, and I don't know how they overlooked this. I guess you could also criticize all the ads in the game for real-world products, as that usually bothers a lot of people, but to me that's pretty consistent with sports in general, so I don't know. Needless to say, they were wiping the floor with me. I mean, look at this score. It's embarrassing. What are you celebrating? But then something crazy happened. I hit a homer. Look at that. Victory march, baby. And then something even crazier happened. The game started to turn around. It's like the morale of the players got a huge boost from the single moment of magic. And we won the game. Nah, I'm just kidding. I mean, the home run did happen, but this is the final score. And just because the AI really wanted to show how inferior I was, it decided to reveal its second form and go Super Saiyan towards the end of the game by switching out pitchers to this absolute beast with a bizarre windup and equally strange curveball. So yeah, I lost the match, and then the game did a hard reset. If you play the PC version of this game, I guess there's a way to whack out your players into all these crazy animations. I don't know if that can be done in the PlayStation version, but I definitely would like to find out how to do it. I'm not sure if it's some sort of bug that you exploit, or if it's like something that you can actually do within the game that was intended to be done, but I want to find out how to do that. I do want to reiterate the necessity of a translation for this game. If anybody out there wanted to work on it, you would be my absolute hero. I can tell that there's a lot of good in this game, but it's really quite impossible for me to enjoy it in its current state. I now want to give a very sincere thank you to the three incredible people that are my Patreon supporters. Lily, Ryan, and JC, thank you so very much. With your help, this project is one step closer to a reality. It humbles me so much to have people like you place faith in people like me to get this thing done, and right now my motivation is through the roof. If any of you watching want to become a part of the complete PlayStation review series by helping me quit my bartending job to focus solely on this, the link to this Patreon is in the description below, but absolutely no pressure whatsoever. Either way, I'm just so happy to be making these videos and sharing it with all of you. It's one of the most fulfilling things I've done with myself in a long while. So I leave you with this. It's a good game, it's a sad situation, and it's your responsibility to be nice to people. Bye. 99 Koshien was released in June of 1999, exactly 1 year after 98 Koshien. It marks the 7th entry in the Koshien series, and just like its predecessor, it was re-released later on as a budget title in the Magical 1500 series. Judging by the front and back of the case, we can already see that the style has changed to a more cartoonish look since the previous title. Now there is one major thing that did occur between the release of these two games, and that thing is Gyro Ball.
Whether you want to take your game to the next level, need to recover from a hand or arm injury, you want to sculpt, shape, and tone your body, the Dynaflex lineup of gyros is the fitness breakthrough you've been waiting for. So small, they go anywhere, yet so powerful, you'll see and feel results in just 5 minutes a day. If you're a weekend warrior, play a musical instrument, or spend hours a day battling for video game supremacy, keep watching.
No, that's a completely different Gyro Ball. No, that's a hero on a ball. I'm talking about the world-renowned gyro ball pitch that was made famous by Daisuke Matsuzaka, also known as Daisuke. Just 2 months after the release of 98 Koshien on the PlayStation, the National High School Baseball Championship, or Summer Koshien, was held in real life at the Hanshin Koshien Stadium. Now, I know nothing about baseball, but I do know when words sound impressive, even if I don't fully understand them. So rather than attempt to paraphrase this, my friend Sean is just going to quote this article.
Named after high school pitching star Daisuke Araki, Matsuzaka also exploded onto the scene as a high schooler. He established himself as a superstar in the Koshien tournament in 1998. In the quarterfinals, he pitched a 250-pitch, 17-inning game at age 17 for the victory. The next day, he was a reliever and won again as his team rallied from a 6-run deficit for a comeback victory. He then cemented his legend with a no-hitter against Kyoto Seisho High School in the finale. He became the only high schooler to go unbeaten all year long and set a high school record for strikeouts. He set a Koshien record with 14 Ks in a game. He also led Japan to the World Amateur Championship title, getting the MVP award for the tournament.
He would go on to earn many other accolades that we don't have time to get into, but I will mention that at one point he came to the United States to pitch for the Boston Red Sox in the MLB. During this time, he would wow the American audience with his previously mentioned signature pitch, the gyro ball. Equipped with this mysterious maneuver, Daisuke sent batter after batter walking in shame back to the dugout. Later on, the legitimacy of this technique was called into question by some, and deemed to be nothing more than a publicity trick using already existing pitches, such as something called a circle changeup or a speed-varying slurve. Daisuke Matsuzaka would go on to make history as the first Japanese-born player to start and win a World Series game. After years of arm-related injuries, a brief stint with the New York Mets, an unfortunate amount of high expectations that led to some disappointment, and a few flashes here and there of the old Daisuke magic, he moved permanently back to Japan, where he now pitches in a very limited capacity for the Saitama Seibu Lions. Before we jump into this game, if you want to learn more about Koshien, Japanese high school baseball, or the company behind this game, Magical, make sure to watch the previous video on 98 Koshien first. Now let's play this game. Did anyone think that was a thong for a second too? As I mentioned before, the art style here is way more cartoonish than it was in 98 Koshien, and the points of articulation on each character seen in the previous game are no longer here. Instead, we have slightly more animated faces with the eyes and the mouths, but otherwise the characters are squashed down to like Fisher-Price toys or something. On the main menu, we can choose between story mode, versus, or tournament. There was actually a Taikenban, or trial version, like a demo disc, of this game released which only let you play the versus option. Let's start with that one actually. I chose to play captain mode, which means you're just playing as one character in whatever field position and batting order that you place them in. But you can also do head coach, which is basically just a spectator mode, or a full play that gives you control of all players. You then pick your high school team and the stadium that you'll be playing in. Oh man, this one took me by surprise. The sheer amount of options for each player are just insane. You can design your own banner and emblem using this in-game pixel paint software that I had a bit of fun with. You can also design your own uniforms and choose between tons of options for each individual part. My favorite thing here, however, is that you can make your own theme song. I spent way too long making this glorious slice of cheese for you guys. It's called Melted Ched, and you better like it. So yeah, if you like Mario Paint, this whole team creation section is going to be right up your alley. You can also mess with the attributes, batting order, and field positions of your entire team. This gets nuts. Each character's physicality can be altered, but you can also edit their details all the way down to how the player holds the ball with their hand when they throw it, or where they hold the bat and how they swing it. You can even choose their fight song that the audience will chant. There were so many other options that I didn't quite understand. I mean, the amount of variables here are overwhelming. Could you imagine loading this up with your friend to play against each other and waiting for each person to painstakingly make all of these decisions? This probably caused a few fights. Jumping into the game, things get a little more straightforward and easy to digest. They fixed that issue in the last game with the catcher blocking your view when you're at bat, so that's good. Playing as one character I think was a mistake, and from here on out I'll be choosing full play. You really have as much control over the game as you would in real life, so you just end up watching most of it and waiting for your chance to do anything should the ball actually ever come to you, or if it's finally your turn to bat. And then you just immediately strike out. Whenever a ball did come to me, the characters seemed to act on their own by catching a ball in the air for an out, which I had no control of, but I could tell that I had to smash one of the face buttons to throw to a base whenever a play was live. Ultimately, I did a lot of waiting around, and I got flashbacks of being a kid in Little League Baseball standing in the outfield for what felt like hours while my feet were burning in my cleats. I think my mom has photos of me just dancing around and catching bugs while the game was happening. Tournament mode is pretty self-explanatory, so let's check out the thing we all want to see here, story mode. Now, I definitely want to play as Daisuke if I can, so let's try to pick his high school. Okay, first we have to match up the regions. Okay, yeah, I think that matches. Now we have to choose the right prefecture. There it is. And now for the high school, which is Yokohama. Holy cow, man, there are so many. Just like mentioned in the 98 Koshien video, you can choose from over 4,000 high schools. Okay, there it is. Is that right? Yeah, alright. We get even more player stat customization before hopping into the last inning of a game that we're losing. Everything goes dramatically black as the final out is called and the players line up. We've lost the game. Cut to this locker room and we have 99 Koshien's version of 98 Koshien's Greek chorus figure. And, oh man, they threw away the charming character animations. Instead of a fully 3D character model with body language, we get a visual novel-style 2D robot that blinks too much and can only move its mouth. I also don't like this hub room as much as the other one. I went ahead and remade my musical masterpiece in a slightly slower tempo, gave my team an all-new blue uniform, new emblem, and a new flag. Off we go. We start our first game on this humble high school field, and I quickly realize that this whole story thing will be played in the captain mode, which means I'll be watching a lot and playing a little. However, it seems that my attempts to play as Daisuke were fruitful, because here he is, number 1. It's pretty cool too, because they definitely gave him maxed out pitching stats. Daisuke has a mean throw. By pressing square and down on the D-pad, I'm able to perform the gyro ball. Alright. And man, this thing is good. I strike out a lot of people left and right. It's just too bad that none of my batters are very good. I did manage to score 2 points in one inning, and this music queued up, which was good, because up until now, all you hear are the same 2 guys in the audience yelling the same things over and over again. It gets to a point of being nauseating. Speaking of which, listen how bad the audio is for this applause. It's just like a 1-second clip looped over and over. I also think the animations are a little wonky, to be honest, and a lot of this feels slightly rushed compared to the last game. But I am always a fan of that background work. It looks very similar to the assets in 98 Koshien. Anyways, the other team managed to score 3 points on me and the game was over. Of course we lost. And then the cardboard cutout decides to mock us. There's an end of round stat screen that just confused me so much. Another lovely language barrier on a complete PlayStation review journey. This is impossible. I don't know what anything means or if I'm really supposed to do anything here at all. It seems like you can move stats around, but I don't see any point system that I can use. It's a mess, and I'm exhausted. Let's do one more game in this quote-unquote story mode. This time around, we're in a larger stadium with a bigger audience. The controls feel somewhat similar to the last game, and I can never fully tell what I'm doing, other than when it came to pitching, which was mostly just different pitches for different face buttons, and different curves with the D-pad. Because I was playing with Daisuke, my main tactic here was just to keep up with the gyro balls, and hope that some of my teammates might actually score some points when we were at bat. Which worked, and for a period of time, it was looking pretty good. I seriously thought we were going to win, but then towards the end, the other team started doing a bunch of stuff that I couldn't understand, and the tables were turned in one inning. I now come to find out that the dramatic black screen happens whenever the pitch could potentially determine the outcome of the game. This was cool, like, the first 2 times, but then it kept happening throughout that whole inning where the tide was turned, and it got old fast. It was just repetitive and slowed everything down. So yeah, of course we lost the game. The stupid players and the other stupid team lined up to hear their stupid anthem. Then we have to face Robot Rebecca that finally manages to squeeze out a different emotion, and at this point it's just insulting. While playing all of this, the experience starts to feel a little bit like mowing a lawn or doing the dishes. You kind of just get lost in your thoughts and set the controls to autopilot. This can be a good thing if you have something else going on and you just want to create a baseball simulation scenario to see what the results are. I don't know, you guys. I don't know if it's just my mood or what. I'm not really into this game. I don't like the art style. I don't like the sound effects or mixing. The soundtrack doesn't stand out nearly as much as it does in the previous game. The gameplay's okay. I don't know. Do any of you guys deal with depression? I sure do. It comes on real strong and doesn't let go of me for days. I try not to talk about it, but I'm just finally starting to poke my head out of a recent bout, and I'm slowly trying to open the window curtains figuratively and literally. Look, the last thing I want to do here is drag that crap out into any of your worlds, and it's really important to me that this channel maintain a set of standards. 99 Koshien just has the unfortunate situation of being played by me during a dark episode, and I don't think that's fair. Alright. Okay. Alright, everybody. We gotta fix this. Let's get out of bed. Come on. I'm gonna get myself up, I'm gonna brush myself off, gonna take a hot shower, gonna slap myself around a bunch, gonna get there. That's right, we're doing it now. Gotta feel good, okay? Let's bring the slaps. Let's slap it up, alright? We're slapping, getting slappy and happy. We've got this, you guys. Let's slap ourselves back into the real world. Let's go, come on. 99 Koshien is a cartoonish Japanese high school baseball simulation game with a remarkable degree of real-world player stats and an incredibly deep level of character and team customization. You can make your emblems, flags, songs, uniforms, pitching styles, batting styles, and fun. That's right, you can make your own fun. Remember the last game I lost? Well, I've just rewritten history, okay? Now I've won it. Isn't that cool? My team got a home run. I didn't hit it, but you know, it was neat. We were mopping the floor with them, and then it all came down to this pitch. There was a tense moment that felt like an eternity. The Crayola crowd was still, like they always are. The wind. The pitch. He hits it. It's in the air. Oh God, what's gonna happen? Come on, catch it. And he's out of there. Yeah, bring it in, everyone. Come on home. Now you, Bibs. Nah, Bibs. You can stay out there, you smelly mane. So then we line up, and we get to hear our beautiful anthem. Yes, so good, especially when the lyrics are aligned this way. Brings a tear to my eye. Look at Rebecca. She's so happy for us. Thank you, Rebecca. The team all pulled together and bought you a PT Cruiser. So, you know, don't have too much fun, okay? Rebecca, you're all right. I think this game could appeal to A, people that can read kanji, and B, friends hanging out making a drinking game out of it. Actually, that could be really fun. I'd say just do tournament and set the mode to head coach. Set up your stats and just hang out with your friends while this plays through. You can bet on certain things or take shots on others, but as a lone gaming experience, I'm not so sure. Thank you so much to my Patreon friends, Ryan, JC, Lily, and Moomin Biscuit. You guys are absolutely awesome. I'm gonna end the video here and just remind you all of the great importance of being nice to people. Bye. 0 からの Mahjong, Mahjong Youchien Tamago-gumi, translates roughly to Mahjong from Zero, Mahjong Kindergarten Egg Class. This game marks the first entry in the Youchien, or Kindergarten, series by Japanese game developer Effect in 1998. The main purpose of the Kindergarten series was to educate children on how to play the game of Mahjong, or in one case, Shogi, or in another case, gambling. Well, we'll get to that one. Effect was founded in 1990 and primarily developed Japan-only games until 2008 when they transitioned to web and phone app development. The only games they made that were translated and released in the US are Super Stadium, aka Nolan Ryan's Baseball, Kakoma Night, or Kakoma Night in Busyland, Makeruna Makendo, which means Do Not Lose, Kendo Magic, released in the US as Kendo Rage, and finally, Fix no Daiboken, Fix in the Magnetics World, known simply as Fix the Adventure here in North America. Unfortunately, none of these were released in PAL regions. Notable Japan-only games they developed were XDR, X Dazedly Ray, Aoki Densetsu Shoot, or Blue Legend Shoot, Koshien 2, Tetris with Card Captor Sakura, Eternal Heart, and Hikari no Shima, 7 Lithographs in Shining Island, which translates to Island of Light, 7 Lithographs in Shining Island. I should also mention that they did 3 games in the Simple series and 1 game in the Super Light series on Nintendo DS. Relevant to this video, however, they developed more than a few Mahjong games. Taking a look at their website, it appears that the last console game that Effect made was Ego Ishoku, or Ego Transplant, on the PS3 in 2011. But I can't seem to nail this down as concrete information since I haven't been able to find any images or text that prove the existence of this game. On their work history page, Effect's last release is listed as happening in 2017, but they had a lot of updates on their site's main page with frequent office relocations and individual project updates. The last one happened in May of 2019, so I'm not sure if they're still around. If you want to work for them, you can always try emailing, though they're not currently recruiting. In order for me to properly play Mahjong Kindergarten Egg Class, I first had to learn how to play the game of Mahjong. Well, there's an unfortunate irony to this situation, however. Jong for beginners, it says. So why should I need to educate myself before booting this game up if the intended purpose is to enlighten the unenlightened? The sad truth is that it is quite text-heavy. Be prepared for a massive deluge of kanji. If, like me, you can't read it, you'll be inundated with a vast array of confusing characters and endless menus that seem to go on forever. If I can just teach myself to play Mahjong, and then, through trial and error, navigate through the menus to the actual game, I can at least get a solid perspective on what this title has to offer. Obviously, I won't be able to give any sort of critique on their methods of education or necessary information that might be lacking, but I am on board to see some weird menu illustrations, hear some interesting music, and play some dang Mahjong. What is Mahjong, you ask? Well, I had previously been wondering the same thing myself. The PlayStation has a stupid amount of Mahjong titles, which we will be visiting every single one of eventually, so I figured before I even bother with the first one, I should go ahead and purchase a Mahjong set and learn to play. And it'll be the same thing with Shogi and Ego, by the way. Ah, sheesh, man, what have I gotten myself into? So I bought the cheapest set I could find online. Most of the ones I found are pretty expensive. And when the package arrived, I realized how small the set actually was. It's tiny. The tiles are less than an inch on their longest side. I guess this explains the price. Seeing people play online, it looks like proper sets are usually much larger than this. Speaking of which, I want to quickly mention the main video used for my crash course education in Mahjong by Alpaca Alex. She gives such an easy to understand explanation of the whole thing, and I couldn't have made this without her. It's concise and skips over unnecessary nuances to at least give you a firm grasp of the basics in the game. So yeah, thank you Alex. I'll link the video in the description below, and while tempted to, I'm going to refrain from explaining in full detail how to play Mahjong in this video, because I honestly don't think it's pertinent information to appreciate the little joyride we can take together through this lesser known piece of software. Although it would definitely strengthen the experience if you did jump over to her video and gave a quick watch. I will say that I really like Mahjong now that I've played it, and I'm looking forward to playing it again with my friends. Just know that it's a tile-based game where you pull from a deck and discard on each turn. And the goal is to get 4 sets of either 3 of a kind or straights of 3 interchangeably, as well as 1 2 of a kind. Players can pull from the discard pile if certain actions are done properly. That's honestly the basic gist of the game, and it can get way more confusing from there depending on what version you're playing. Additionally, I was going to bog down this video with the history of Mahjong, but again, I don't think that's going to do any favors to this thing overall. All of this information can be easily accessed online, and it's there if you want to read about it. That being said, I don't think you clicked on this video to have that exhaustive amount of information regurgitated for you. Though I will say that I found it interesting, so do give it a read if that kind of thing is appealing to you. Either way, just enjoy the sights and sounds. Maybe we'll feel some Lideller. Maybe one person watching this grew up with the game and totally forgot about it until this moment. That sensation of suddenly rediscovering something from your childhood is a really special feeling. And if in the small chance you're that one person who is definitely bilingual, this video is especially for you.
Mahjong Youchien Tamago-gumi.
The first thing to note here is the overall aesthetic. It's consistent and I like it. A lot of times it feels like developers put out content for children and sort of go halfway on the overall presentation because they assume that kids don't care. This game, however, comes out of the gate donned in full clown makeup and settles nicely into an inflatable bounce house. Between the colors, the characters, and the music, it's clear that the developers chose a specific theme and stuck to it. In fact, this cohesion is so fleshed out that you could easily convince me that this was a licensed game from a television show or a comic. But no, I'm pretty sure that Effect just created this world for this game. And I love the centralized idea of the egg and chick that the game sticks to. It represents birth of knowledge, learning new things. The idea is to hatch and grow through taught lessons and experience. It's simple and on the nose, but I love it. Getting more specific here, there's a basic module that you'll visit. A very pleasant sounding person reads an ungodly amount of instructional text with a few visuals here and there. In my limited capacity, I was able to pick up at least that the different suits were being described. You have bamboo, also known as sticks, circles, also known as dots, and Chinese characters, which are all in numerals of 1 through 9. There are 4 wind directions, and these white, red, and green pieces which are referred to as dragons. Finally, there are 4 of each unique piece. I should mention that some versions also have tiles that represent seasons and flowers. Again, I have to bring up the many variations of this game, as you might be scratching your head or yelling at the screen because I'm forgetting something due to the version that I learned. After each instructional bit, you can take a test to see if you've retained the respective information. This was basically impossible for me, and I got a failing grade. In the same menu area is a Mahjong game you can jump into that will only incorporate the bits that you've just learned, rather than unfold the entire game right away. I think this is actually a really good way to help you digest the information that you recently ingested. This option on the main menu takes you to a very comforting screen. The text floating over the imagery has that Yoshi's Island vibe to it. You'll then jump into a Mahjong game, finally. But it seems that this mode of the game is tailored specifically to teach you the rules. For example, you can be penalized by not taking your pieces from the proper segment of the tile walls. This was a bit confusing to me because I had learned that players take pieces in a counterclockwise fashion, and this seems to be teaching the opposite. Either way, I lost this game miserably. I mentioned before that on each player's turn, they discard a tile and take a new one from the deck, or tile wall. There is a further option for each player to obtain a piece while it isn't their turn in the form of 3 moves, called Pong, Chow, and Kong. I'll quickly explain the first two, but the third isn't relevant here. In the situation of Pong, if a player puts down their discarded piece and you see that that piece could complete a 3 of a kind in your hand, you have the opportunity to say Pong out loud and take the piece. But this must be done before the next player discards their tile. You then have to place your 3 of a kind down so everyone can see them. Chow works exactly the same way, but it's for straights. I bring this up because I couldn't for the life of me figure out how to perform Pong or Chow. And this isn't a criticism of the game as much as it is me admitting defeat to the unfortunate language barrier. Perhaps it's clear as day right in front of me and I don't know about it. I scoured the menus and pressed all the buttons, but I just couldn't do it. It's also possible that this is a tactic that you aren't supposed to utilize yet at this stage in the game, as if they want you to only perform what you've learned in the egg portion of the learning process. Here's where this really burned me, because I was so close to winning the game. See, there's a much more difficult way to win the game, where you try to get 7 pairs instead of the aforementioned 4 sets of 3 in 1 pair. This is known to be particularly challenging because this method requires that you never use Pong or Chow, since those can only be done to complete your sets of 3. Well, coincidentally, I came close to winning this way because I wasn't able to perform Pong or Chow. Unfortunately, it's also because of this reason that I lost. I could have grabbed this person's 8 of bamboo to match the one I had in my hand, but I wasn't able to. Oh well. Moving along, this menu option takes you to an actual Mahjong game. Hey, alright. Scroll through this character screen to choose your 3 opponents, and you get some quirky little animations. It'll take me a while before I properly memorize the numbers on the Chinese character pieces, but for this game, I kept a handy reference sheet nearby. I actually got lucky with this game, because here you can see that the inability to perform Pong or Chow was screwing me over again. I was so close to having a winning hand, and all I needed was that 2 circle piece that the player to the left of me had discarded. This actually happened twice in the same manner through mere coincidence. Miraculously, simply through the tiles I was dealt, I actually won the game when I got this 5 circle piece to complete a straight of 3, 4, and 5. I was able to navigate to the present your hand option, and I won the game. I couldn't believe I did it. Over here, we're given a short animation. I wish I could say what was happening, but obviously I can't. It seems like we're getting character introduction vignettes, which is pretty neat. After that is a short slideshow with pictures of real people. So, now my interest is definitely piqued. Who are they? Are they people that worked on the game, or are we seeing real-life professional Mahjong players? You think they're alive? Either way, I like the mystery of it all. There's something kind of eerie about it. It's hard to describe. Just a couple more things to note. You can change the background during games, as well as the music, which I've mentioned before that I always appreciate. I like the little baby chick sounds that happen in the menu, and each of these character animations are great. I also want to quickly acknowledge that there was a re-release of the game titled Mahjong from Zero, Mahjong Kindergarten Egg Class R, so just the same title with an R at the end. I have no idea what was added to this version, as I can't find any information. If you know anything about this, please let us know. I like to be as thorough as possible when covering this. Unless this ever gets translated, which I sincerely doubt will happen, I don't think I'll ever be able to really dive into the higher tier stages of this quirky little game, which is sad. Overall, there is a cohesive charm to this piece of children's edutainment, and I totally adore it. If you play Mahjong, I definitely recommend that you check this game out. If you don't play Mahjong, but are bored with life, I recommend you learn to play and then check this game out. Or don't do the latter, but still do the former. Or don't do either, but still be good to people. Bye. Zero kara no shogi, Shogi Youchien Ayumi-gumi, translates in English to Shogi from Zero, Shogi Kindergarten Step-by-Step Class. Released in 1999, this is the second entry in Affect's Youchien, or Kindergarten, series. Much like the first game, this is intended to educate children on how to play a popular Japanese board game, though instead of Mahjong, we're learning Shogi. Shogi translates to generals, and is very much basically a Japanese version of chess with some differences here and there. If you'd like to know a little bit more about the development company behind the series, Affect, you can check out my video on Zero Kara no Mahjong, which I will link in the description. This time around, I'm too broke to purchase an actual set, like I did with Mahjong, so instead I opted to educate myself by playing Shogi online against an AI. Surprisingly, this game is really easy to learn. The only real difficulty came in the form of memorizing which piece is which, and that can be dealt with easily by keeping a reference sheet on hand. Shogi is set on a 9x9 tiled board, and rather than having black and white pieces to differentiate between both players, each of your pieces are always pointed at your opponent, and vice versa. Similar to chess, you have different monarchy-themed characters that individually move in their own pattern. The ultimate goal is to capture the king, though the game actually ends before that when it's clear that a king has no escape from an ensuing piece. When enemy pieces are taken over, you get to capture and use them as one of your own. I think the coolest aspect of this game is that you can promote your pieces by advancing them into enemy territory, which will upgrade the piece's movement pattern. I'm not going to go into any more detail on individual shogi pieces or movement patterns beyond this, and just like the last Kindergarten series video, I'm not going to dive into the deep history behind the game. It's interesting information, and it's all there online if you want to read about it. If you're interested in learning how to play shogi, you can check out the links that I put in the description, which will lead you to my educational sources, as well as the site I used to play against an AI. Otherwise, I think we should just hang out casually and take a look at this obscure piece of software together. One last thing before we jump in, it appears that this game was at one point bundled with an actual miniature shogi set, but I can't find a single photo of the physical set online, which is a bummer. If you have any info or images of this, please by all means share it with us. It still surprises me how many things from the last 30 years aren't documented online. We gotta change that. Additionally, much like Zero Kara no Mahjong, I guess there was a re-release of this game with the letter R added to the end of it, but just like before, I don't know what additions were made to this version.
Zero kara no shogi, Shogi Youchien Ayumi-gumi.
I can say that right away, this Kindergarten series entry does feel slightly less realized than the first one. They've dropped the egg and chick motif, there are less animations between scenes, and the music feels a little bit less cohesive, though there are some great tracks. This is a part of the Kindergarten series, but the overall theme doesn't exactly seem like it's meant for children this time around, nor does it attempt to paint itself with any consistent identity. I'm not saying that there aren't plenty of colors, cheeky sounds, and quirky looking characters. I don't like this guy though, I do not like him at all. Something about that guy is really weird to me. But the specific Crayola crayon presentation that screamed, "Hey kids, gather round for some exciting edutainment," isn't quite here this time. It seems more like this is an all-ages ordeal. Over here, we have the text-heavy information dump section. It seems like every shred of knowledge on the game of Shogi can be found here. As always, it's necessary for me to mention that this is an unfortunate wall to hit for the Japanese illiterates, such as myself. I can somewhat make out that this section has detailed descriptions of different formations on the board and possible outcomes, or perhaps it's showing applied strategy. I like the aesthetic of this save screen. Something about the neon colors, the music, and the overload of on-screen text appeals to me in a dizzying way. I'm not sure why. It's like I'm drunkenly staring into a foreign casino. Over here we have the game of Shogi presented in a limited way that intends to instruct the player on the rules and movements rather than give complete freedom. Just like Mahjong from Zero, you can pick your opponent from a colorful cast, though they don't give any animations. Ugh, I hate this guy. I don't like him. I don't like this guy. From what I can gather, it seems that this mode gives you minimal on-screen guidance. There are two options here, and one tells you which ways each piece can move, while the other requires that you memorize how to move each piece. I was able to remember most of the moves, like I know all the pawns move one space forward, the bishop moves diagonally in any amount, the lance moves forward any amount, the rook can move forward, backwards, and sideways any amount, the knight moves forward 2 spaces and 1 space to the left or right and can hop over pieces, and the king can move 1 space in any direction. But the others all get a little foggy for me if I don't have the reference sheet. You can laugh at me if you want, but the first screen in this area of the game kind of puts me in a trance. The continuous movement of the picnic tablecloth while the song plays is somewhat mesmerizing to me. Down here is the options menu, which actually had a few surprises. It was a little disappointing when BGM simply meant volume control rather than song selection, and you know how I feel about that. But this part allows you to mess with the RGB of the on-screen text, which pleasantly reminds me of Final Fantasy. And look at this! You can change your Shogi board. I chose the totally awesome 1999 clubbing girl that just don't care and letting it out and is also a famous DJ board. We've sort of worked in an opposite direction than we did for Mahjong from Zero, because up here we end on the lesson plan format that was used before. We have individual lessons, which inevitably I won't be able to understand, corresponding tests, which inevitably I won't be able to pass, and respective fragmented lesson modules, which maybe I can do. Oh man, check out my board and everything. This looks great. Look at the turntables and look at the kimono. Look at this dancing cursor guy. I really wish I could understand what was happening more because I'd like to live here for a little bit. This person could just sweetly tell me about the ins and outs of shogi as I go to sleep each night and dream about neon-colored feudal military warfare, all on a battlefield held up by a red glowing giant that just can't stop dancing. I took the test and failed, of course, but this time around at least we get the guy on the cover of the game making faces during the whole thing. You can either impress him with the correct answers, or you can feel the pain of his disappointing faces like I mostly did. Look at this test I took. I got 6 answers correct in a row by just choosing the top answer. I still failed though. And look at this screen you get when you fail. Ugh. I wish I could see what the winning screen was like. And that's pretty much it. This is basically the full extent of the experience for a person that can't read kanji. Just like the first game in the series, I like the aesthetic of this one, even if it is less specific in theme. I don't like the way this character looks though. It creeps me out. I don't like it. I do not like this guy. It's like in a similar way to the witch puppet on Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Ugh. To be perfectly honest, if you're looking to play shogi, this is not the game I would recommend. Well, firstly, I would suggest finding something that's in your own language, and secondly, I'd say to find an easy way to play it online. The only major learning curve then would be to memorize the symbols for the pieces and their respective movements. Alternatively, and maybe this does apply since you are a part of this channel with me, if you're looking for a quick shot of 1999 Japanese PlayStation software interface with color and quirk, accompanied by a musical assortment that ranges from up-tempo versions of Hogaku to some moody rain-watching tunes, then this is the game for you. Be nice to people. Bye. 007 Racing is a vehicles-only James Bond game made in 2000 and was exclusive to the PlayStation. Before I get into anything about the developer of this game or the game itself, I'll quickly touch on my personal experience with the pop culture icon that is James Bond. The 007 series is well known, but not all of us grew up enjoying it. Personally, I loved it as a kid. In fact, it was a major source of comfort to randomly come across one of the many Bond films playing during the day on TNT or TBS. It's a series of movies that allows you to turn your mind off and enjoy a silly universe of over-the-top karate-chopping camp, while simultaneously showing off impressive chase scenes and special effects. There are cool gadgets, slick cars, exotic locales, and beautiful people walking out of the ocean like Godzilla. You'll see some of the most cartoonish villains outside of a comic book, and all the while cheesy one-liners are being sprayed all over the casino by James Bond.
He had lots of guts!
To top it off, the series has an iconic theme song that I totally hummed to myself while rolling around with a toy gun as a dumb kid. I know you're all waiting for me to say it, so I'll just get it over with. Yes, there are plenty of scenes in these movies that haven't aged well. James is, well, yeah. James is known to be weird around the ladies.
Felix, say hello to Dink.
Hi, Dink.
Dink, say goodbye to Felix. Man talk.
Oof. But look, what older movies don't have a few questionable things here and there? I'm looking at you, Holly Golightly. Plus, the series got better about this as time moved forward. Compare the Daniel Craig run to the Sean Connery run. It's night and day.
One of my friends sits this one out. She's just dead.
Ultimately, it's mindless fun with plenty of unintentionally laughable moments, though some are intentional. And you know, the bad guys always lose. It's a reliable formula every time. The movie always starts with an exciting chase or action sequence that usually isn't even related to the main plot. It cuts to a psychedelic intro with an original song sung by whatever diva or pop singer was popular at the time of the film's release. And then the rest of the movie is just big bad person doing big bad thing until 007 stops them. It's a custom that you can count on when you're experiencing fatigue from, Good storytelling. Over the years, many video games have been made with this license, but GoldenEye 007 on the Nintendo 64 really set the world ablaze with Polygon Bond. The music, the weapons, the levels, the multiplayer, the Ladeller, the missions, the characters. It's hard to describe, but it all came together so well. The people at Rare really knocked it out of the park. It was the multiplayer game of the time and the main source of discussion and entertainment for my neighborhood friends and I for at least a year or two. The game was highly praised and sold very well. The potential to make lots of money with the James Bond name became quite clear. Nintendo, and subsequently EA, pumped out game after game to capitalize on that sweet 007 cash cow born from GoldenEye. Consider this, between 1990 and 1997, the year GoldenEye came out, there were 6 James Bond games released, including GoldenEye. From 1998 to 2005, which is the same amount of time, 12 Bond games were released. But none of them really got it right, to be honest. The formula that was found in GoldenEye just couldn't be recreated in any of these other Bond games. Though there is a big cult fan base for the N64 version of The World Is Not Enough, or TWINE as it's lovingly known. The game was also released on PlayStation and Game Boy Color, but apparently those versions are so different that people consider them to be separate games entirely. So right in the middle of that hot post-GoldenEye era, we have the 2000 release of 007 Racing. The car chase scenes are a huge part of the James Bond films, so why not make a game entirely based around that? Get rid of that cumbersome walking and shooting nonsense. Give us James at the wheel full time. Zeppelin Games was a UK-based development and publishing company that worked on a large number of games for the ZX Spectrum, Commodore 64, Atari 8-bit and ST, and the Amiga. Helmed by Brian Jobling, who had started the company in 1987 at age 17 and had already been making games on his personal computers for years prior to that, Zeppelin put out a series of budget titles under different company names like Cognito and Impulse. In 1994, Zeppelin was acquired by the North American company Merit Studios and had their name changed to Merit Studios Europe. They put out a few PC and Super Nintendo games until 1997 when they transitioned yet again to Utechnics Limited. Beginning with the first name change, there was a gradual shift in the company to focus predominantly on vehicular video games. And to my knowledge, almost every game they made between 1997 and 2015 were car or racing games, with the exception of Warhammer 40,000 Storm of Vengeance on PC in 2014, which seems to be the second to last game they developed. During these years, they put out nearly 30 titles, of which we can see some NASCAR, Hot Wheels, Fast and Furious, F1, Le Mans, Pimp My Ride, Cartoon Network Racing, Hummer Badlands, Big Mother Truckers, and Big Mother Truckers 2, known in PAL regions as Big Mother Truckers 2, Truck Me Harder. Ugh. Okay, but most of all, are you ready for this one? Oh, man. They did Ride to Hell Retribution. Yep. Actually, their London branch had to be closed down in 2013 after this game bombed hard. If you haven't heard of Ride to Hell, just look it up. There are plenty of videos online covering how awful and hilarious this thing is. Moving along, I'm not sure, but it seems that the company sort of ended in 2016, but yet again it isn't very clear. It seems to be that a company called Zero Light took over, but I might be wrong about that. It's hard to get reliable information on this stuff sometimes. So anyways, back to the year 2000, it would now make sense to us that Utechnics puts out the car-based Bond game 007 Racing. This is actually their second Bond game, as they re-released Domark's The Living Daylights on Atari back in 1989, but that's beside the point. 007 Racing is it's a game, and I'm gonna do my best to be positive here. I started this channel out wanting to all around avoid just taking craps on bad games. I think that's too easy, you know? Instead I want to celebrate the good that can be found in even some of the worst games out there. That being said, well, let's just get into this.
Now pay attention, 007. I want you to take great care of this equipment.
And you might be
Bond. James Bond.
Collision coverage?
Yes.
Fire?
Probably.
Property destruction?
Definitely. No more foreplay.
Grow up, 007.
MGM worked with Technics to write the story for this game, which is overall kind of just a hodgepodge of James Bond-ish things. Weapons are smuggled, people get double-crossed, the fate of the world is at stake, blah blah blah. I mean, I really don't have to explain this. The cars driven are pulled from different Bond films, which I think only kind of adds to the idea that this is more of an overall James Bond 007 experience, rather than another chapter in the book of Bond. Like the video game equivalent of a theme park ride put together by a table full of executives, trying to loosely recollect memorable James Bond moments to incorporate into their 4D on-rails 007 James Bond kart experience. Some of the original actors in the Bond films do technically appear in this game, since there are FMV sequences taken straight from the movies. But as far as voice actors are concerned, other than John Cleese, who is always great.
Well, what are you then? I'm French! Why do you think I have this outrageous accent, you silly king?
I didn't notice any of the original actors playing their on-screen counterparts. He plays Q in this, except that during this point in the 007 film timeline, the character of Q was called R, which is confusing. I think R was originally introduced as an assistant to Q in The World Is Not Enough, and then Q was R for several films, and then it went back to Q when R got promoted in Die Another Day. Look, I don't know, I just want to cover my butt. Either way, I'm calling him R in this video because that's what that character at this point in time is called.
If you're Q, does that make him R?
Ah, yes, the legendary 007 wit. Or at least half of it. Now...
Rest in peace, Desmond Llewellyn.
Satellite reconnaissance shows the fortress to be patrolled by armed guards.
Each mission begins with not Judi Dench giving a briefing of the job.
James, go get the bad guy, but make sure you don't mess up.
After this, you go get the bad guy while making sure not to mess up. Other than some short CGI action cinematics at the end of certain levels, each portion of the story as it pertains to the level is told through text rather than shown, which is always an exciting way to do things and totally not making it apparent that the budget was small. The controls are pretty straightforward for driving games of the era. This was back when a face button, in this case X, would be used for acceleration, rather than the modern adoption of a shoulder button like R2. The game does support the analog sticks, which you would think is a plus, but the controls just felt too floaty that way, so I ended up using the D-pad most of the time. Square is brake and reverse, circle is handbrake, triangle switches between first and third vehicle perspective, L1 switches your weapons, and R1 fires said weapons. L2 switches the view to behind your car, which is necessary when you're being chased and need to time a smoke screen properly. Speaking of weapons, there are machine guns, rockets, homing missiles, a small shield that blocks your rear window, gasoline used to make enemies behind you slide on the road, and a smoke screen that also helps to get cars off your tail. All of these things, plus health packs, are found as floating pickups throughout each level. My first of many major complaints about this game is that the weapons always automatically switch when picking them up. So you'll be about to fire rockets at a road blockade, and instead you accidentally fire the one Stinger missile you have because you didn't realize that the game automatically selected it a second ago. I didn't get used to this during my playthrough, and it was always aggravating. It was definitely one of the first indications that this game had hardly any playtesting done for it. I searched in the options, but there didn't seem to be any way to change it. If you shoot too many rockets, R will chime in with some swarmy comment.
Completely unaware of the value of being frugal, 007, why am I not surprised?
He also does this if you crash the car too much or do really anything else at all.
Sometimes I swear you enjoy raising my blood pressure, 007.
So needless to say, this gets old really fast. I like that the audio section in the pause menu lets you select what to listen to from the 8 tracks in the game, not including the Bond themes in the main menu. Alistair Brimble put together the music here, and some of the songs are pretty good. He worked on a gigantic amount of game soundtracks, most notably Mortal Kombat, the entire Dizzy series, Roller Coaster Tycoon and Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, Driver and Driver 2, Descent and Descent 2, The Lost Vikings, at least 2 XCOM games, Dungeon Master 2, the list goes on and on. Check this part out. There's this song. Oh man. I think that the boy found the alright button. Because he is pressing it a lot. It sounds like some of the stuff that a good friend and I got super drunk one night and made with MTV Music Generator on PS2. Full disclosure, there is a point in 007 Racing where I just chose to stop playing, simply because of how bad the game truly is, and I can guarantee you that many a sad kid did the same thing after getting home from Blockbuster. That point I'm referring to, of course, is the 3rd level called Ambush. But first I'll take you through the chronology of events leading there, and we'll start to see some of the red flags for the unfortunate level of quality that this game has. First and foremost, 007 Racing is not a racing game, so you know we're already off to a great start when either the title is blatantly lying to us or the developers don't even know what the hell they just made. Instead, 007 Racing is a game where you are stuck in a car and performing various tasks that are arbitrarily assigned to you. The mission objectives screen that pops up before the level begins spoils what will happen in such a lazy and uninspired way that it ruins any sort of excitement to be had. Oh, so I guess there will be a big helicopter that will show up and I will have to fight it using stinger missiles that I will find in a courtyard somewhere. Okay. I think it would have been better to be surprised by these elements within the level and act upon them myself. I don't know. I guess that it isn't a big deal or anything, it's just that it all feels so flaccid. The first level, which is set in a small country of Eastern Europe, has you immediately blowing up a gate and shooting some pedestrian enemies to rescue this person. At first I was like, oh sick, I can pull off the thing he does in the trailer for the new Bond film, No Time to Die. You know, James Bond makes machine guns pop out the front of the car and then he spins circles while shooting all the enemies down. It looks cool.
The mission has been compromised.
I didn't pull it off. So then it wasn't clear at all what you're supposed to do with the person that needed rescuing. She doesn't come over to you or anything, and I didn't want to run her over on accident, so I figured, okay, I cleared out all the bad guys and blew open the wall, so I guess she's saved. I moved forward in the level, getting more and more frustrated with the issue I previously mentioned of automatic weapon switching. And here was the famous helicopter that I knew was coming. You're supposed to hit it with a stinger missile, of which there are only 2 to be found in the whole level, but it spends the whole time hovering directly over your head, and no matter how much you speed to the other side of this area and whip around to get a lock on, the helicopter is immediately caught up to be over your head. You can't look or aim up or down, and it's laughably bad when you realize that the very first level of this game is trying to have you do something that the inherent mechanics are not meant for. I said laughably bad, but you'll quickly go from disbelief to anger when you just want to get past this part. Upon replaying the level, I realized that your best bet is to be ready with your stinger and immediately shoot the helicopter when it appears. If you miss it, you might as well restart. So I ramp over this thing, go through a helicopter, and realize that I failed because I didn't save the lady from before. Okay, so I restart the level and run her over, which is what you're supposed to do. That's how you pick her up. Playing through it again made me realize how small these levels actually are. If you know what to do, you can beat the first level in about a minute or 2. At the end, we get this cutscene that honestly isn't horrible, aside from Phil Hartman trying to do a British accent.
What is it?
We've got company. I had a few optional extras installed for just such occasions.
The second level happens in New York City. In the first few moments, I did experience just a bit of Lodeller, but then the assets were repeated a lot, so the magic was kind of gone. Being that this game was made in 2000, the year of our Lord PlayStation 2, the Twin Towers make an appearance. Only, they're the quadruplet towers because the background is doubled in 2 directions. The object of the level is to race around the city and collect these items before you blow up. It's entirely repetitive, and the true cheapness of the game is first realized here. This level absolutely feels like it came from a budget title. Like something out of the Simple series. But the thing here is, this is a major license. How did they not have a bigger budget than this? I suppose a possible explanation is that this is a late cycle PS1 exclusive, but then why are they using this license for a game exclusive to the older console? I do like some of the silly voice acting here. The villain, who could either be French or German or I don't know, camps it up to an appropriate Bond villain level.
Welcome to New York, Mr. Bond. I've taken the liberty to include a welcome gift with your car to ensure your arrival is celebrated in a most explosive manner.
And there's an overly American guy, which, as an American, is pretty funny to see parodied.
Hey, Jimmy, looks like you're in a bit of a pickle.
So now we arrive at level 3, which is called Ambush, and takes place in New York City, just like the second level. As far as I'm concerned, there are 2 segments here, because I never made it past the second segment. I guess I could have just paid attention to the spoilery mission objective screen to find that that isn't the case, but whatever. In both segments, you are tasked with destroying vehicles that are constantly ramming you. In the first bit, which is initially difficult, but eventually manageable compared to the second bit, the enemies are respawning cars. Here is where, much like the helicopter segment from the first level, we come to find that the gameplay is not in tune with the mechanics whatsoever. Only this time, you can't stop to think of a workaround. The cars are constantly on your tail in this small space, and the only way to destroy them is by facing them to fire your rockets or machine guns. The oil slick and smokescreen don't do any damage and honestly only stop their motion for a brief second. The absolute worst part about this is the collateral damage you receive from your own weapons, which can happen from what feels like a mile away in video game standards. How did they expect you to fire at these enemies without taking damage? I mean, this is crazy. Furthermore, the rockets alternate on either side of your car without a centralized aiming point, so sometimes you just miss because of this. To top it off, you have John Cleese not shutting up the whole time about how poorly you're doing, and now I don't want to watch Fish Called Wanda.
Champagne.
Alright, you ready for how I handled this? My method was to drive quickly in a circle, shoot a rocket at this platform because the enemies are placed above the line of your machine gun fire, which is annoying, strategically pick up rockets, oil slick, and smokescreen as needed because it's totally possible to accidentally hit these pickups when your ammo is full and completely waste it, making it unavailable for later use, which you will absolutely need. Awkwardly crash into things as I look behind me to find the right moment to use the oil slick or smokescreen on the ensuing car enemies in order to give myself a fraction of a second to whip the car around and perfectly fire rockets that have a flawed aiming system at said cars. This is all done fully expecting to take damage, mind you. I mean, look how far away I am from the enemies when I take damage from hitting them with my own weapons. Also, remember that this is made even more frustrating by the fact that you will randomly be hitting pickups the whole time, and your weapon will keep changing to whatever you just picked up. It's stupid. It's just stupid. If you're lucky enough to get through this part, you're then supposed to blow up this gate in an alley which can only be done with a Stinger missile, of which only one can be found in the area you were just fighting the cars in. So if you used that Stinger during the fight, which is very likely, you'll now have to restart the level and fight the cars again, while trying to avoid using that Stinger missile, which will be difficult because you will automatically equip it if you touch it, which could very likely happen in the middle of you frantically trying to survive the stupid car battle. So now, in the second portion, we have the reason I quit playing the game. I gave a solid 12 or so attempts at this part before I decided to just stop. Look, as an adult, I have to sometimes choose my limited time left here on Earth wisely. I could very well be killed tomorrow, and I don't want my last moments to be spent wasting my time on a game made by people that couldn't even be bothered to play it themselves. I've forced myself to finish reading books or watching movies that I wasn't enjoying because I felt like perhaps there ultimately would be a payoff in the story, or I at least owed it to the passionate people behind the creative project to give the thing a proper chance before developing any sort of critical opinion. While I do consider video games to be a form of art, I don't believe that same ideology should be applied here. If you aren't enjoying a game, you're allowed to stop playing it and do something else, or play one of the many other better games that exist. I've made the mistake of playing all the way through Breath of Fire 1 and 2 because so many people love that series. I honestly hated them, I'm sorry. And yet I forced myself to play through them both to completion. I wasn't left with any sort of profound memory of the experience. It was honestly just a waste of my time. Though I am excited to play 3 and 4 for this channel, mostly for the art style, so I guess I haven't learned my lesson, I don't know. And I'm sorry if you love Breath of Fire 1 and 2. I mean no offense, and you're totally allowed to love those 2 games, just as I'm allowed to not love them. When the Shenmue 1 and 2 remasters came out in 2018, the forklift memes were happening in abundance online. However, I think people chose the wrong patron saint of annoying forklift video game segments. The 2 forklifts in this part remind me of early NES poorly programmed enemies that constantly attack you. Only this is in 3D and you're stuck in a car. Take everything I said about the previous car segment and apply it to this. The controls, auto weapon switching, limited weapon pickups, the collateral damage, having to face the enemy but not being able to, John Cleese getting all Cleesy and greasy, and so on. Only this time, the enemies are forklifts that are faster and more responsive than you. Oh yeah, and they keep flipping your car over. Oh yeah, and you can only damage them by hitting them in the rear. Oh yeah, and they turn around faster than you do. I had no idea that forklifts had more horsepower and overall speed than the Aston Martin DB5. Wow, that makes total sense. On 2 of my many attempts, I tried to stay tucked in this alley and shoot the forks from here, but it didn't work. Watch right here where I approach the forklifts from behind and I'm shooting them with a machine gun, and then I die. Like, why did I take damage? Why did I die? I'm just shooting them with a machine gun. I don't understand this at all.
That's years worth of patient research wasted.
Yeah, this just killed any patience that I previously had with the game. It doesn't feel play-tested at all. It feels like an early stage concept for a game without any of the kinks worked out. So on to the cheats I go. As a kid, one of my favorite things to do after beating a video game was to jump on the family Windows 95 PC for some sweet dial-up GameFAQs.com goodness. I always kept this code of ethics with myself about waiting to use cheats until I played through to the end of a game. It felt so rewarding, and I really miss this being a normal thing in games. I know I sound like an old man yelling at the sky, but it kinda sucks that any extra bits like this are now relegated to DLC. Oh well. So here we have some codes for the game, which confused me right away, because I assumed you just input them in that cheats option we saw in the main menu. But no, these are all things you have to do in weird ways, which is fine usually. It's just strange to have a cheat section there and not be used in the way that makes sense. So I want to do the all levels unlocked here, so I can at least give you all a little bit more of a review. Okay, hold L1 at the main menu and press X, circle, X, circle. It doesn't work. I tried this multiple times, and I checked to see if more levels showed up in the mission screen, but they didn't. I checked other websites, and the same cheat code is listed. So I don't know. At this point, I've lost all interest in the game. Let's at least check that cheat option in the main menu and see what it gives. Oh! Oh my god. What? What is that? What are you doing? You're breaking your bones. You need your bones. Oh man. So these are all weird little placeholder videos for things you could eventually unlock, as if the game was fun enough to bother doing any of that. They're actually pretty funny videos to watch. They're so bad and of the time, but also they're short, so that's good. I spent so much of this video being negative, and I feel horrible about it, but I'm grasping at things to find that are good about this game. I can at least comment on the charm of the graphics from this era. Something about the late 90s, early 2000s PlayStation graphics are so special in their own blocky, jagged way. I love the way the trees look as you pass them. I love the few billboards with their made-up things. I love this fountain in the middle of the city. I love the birds all gathered on the ground that disperse and fly away as you approach them. I love how over the top and silly this MI6 headquarters looks. It has like kind of a vaporwave vibe to it, and it's also just outrageously gigantic. I love the way that the human enemies look. They remind me of the little guys in Simcopter. So this video is done now. I can't recommend this game. It's bad. I really would like to hear if any of you were able to make it past these forklifts at some point. Maybe someday I'll revisit this in a live video with your help or something. Anyways, thank you for watching. Please subscribe. Be good to people. Bye. 007 Tomorrow Never Dies was released in 1999 for all 3 regions. It marked both the first Bond game to come out after GoldenEye 64, as well as the first Bond game to be made under EA since they had recently acquired the license. The game's developer, Black Ops Entertainment, worked on this project for more than 3 years. Founded in 1994, Black Ops would go on to make a number of predominantly console games until 2006, when they would switch to developing mobile apps such as AI Trader, Avatar, and California Geddon. I'm starting to notice a trend in game developers switching over to mobile apps within the last 20 years. Notable games that Black Ops Entertainment developed are the PS1 version of 007 The World Is Not Enough, Warpath Jurassic Park, Treasures of the Deep, Terminator 3 Rise of the Machines, Fugitive Hunter War on Terror, which is a notoriously bad game, known as America's 10 Most Wanted in PAL regions, and 1 Street Ball, Street Hoops, 2 NCAA March Madness games, 3 Knockout Kings titles, Black Dawn, known as Black Dawn Blast or Be Blasted in PAL regions, and my personal favorite of the bunch, The X-Files Resist or Serve, which I'm proud to own a copy of. Before moving on, I should quickly mention the Body Brothers. No, not spelled like that. Like this. Will Body was the director of this game, and either was or still is the VP of software development for Black Ops. His twin brother, John Body, is the president and CEO of Black Ops, and also has a few credits of interest beyond this. In 1984, he made The Lost Ark of the Covenant for the Apple II, which was a very Indiana Jones-inspired adventure game that looks really cool. At different points, he's been a producer/executive producer for Activision, EA, and Ubisoft. He's credited for doing something or other on It Came from the Desert, but I scrolled through the credits on both the Amiga and the TurboGrafx CD versions and couldn't find his name listed, so I'm not sure about it. I was able to find that he was given special thanks in Demolition Man for the 3DO, whatever that entails. And I guess he was also given special thanks with at least one of the many versions of Cool Spot, but I checked them all and couldn't find his name listed. Overall, Tomorrow Never Dies did receive a lot of negative reviews. I'll be going over some of the complaints that both critics and the public had about the game, as those issues also frustrated me, but it should absolutely be mentioned that perhaps the most significant point of contention with this game is the unfortunate timing. It definitely has its flaws, but I think it's actually a fun game that was up against great odds before anyone even played it. It was the first Bond game to be released after the groundbreaking GoldenEye 64. You might say it was the Jacob Dylan of 007, and there was no way it was going to come anywhere near the quality of Bobby, let alone eclipse him. Another criticism to mention are the comparisons to Siphon Filter, which I totally get. Siphon Filter came out earlier the same year, and both games seem to use that same frenetic style of third-person run-and-gun shooter worked into government espionage narrative. Siphon Filter, however, did it way better. Between controls and compelling story, there's just a lot more there. Plus, if you're gonna make an awkward third-person shooter with weird mechanics, you better at least give the character a goofy run so we can laugh about it and remember it years after we played it at our neighborhood friend's house. If you want a little bit more background on the cultural relevance of 007 James Bond and the significance that the series has with me personally, you can check out my previous video on 007 Racing, which I'll leave a link for in the description.
Tommy Tellerico Studios.
James Bond.
Story-wise, the game is directly modeled after the film of the same name, which had come out 2 years earlier, despite the project development starting even before that. Apparently Black Ops wanted to treat this like a semi-sequel to the movie, but MGM made them do some focus groups and a bunch of random people said that they would prefer a direct adaptation of the story in the film. In between levels, not Judi Dench delivers bare-bone mission briefings.
007, satellite reconnaissance has located a military outpost on the Russian border.
And we get short, blurry clips from the movie. This really is the major extent of narrative effort, with the exception of a few sprinkled in-game cutscenes that have pretty funny voice acting.
Mr. Bond, still trying to write a happy ending? Too bad you're missing the key part of the story. I'm afraid you'll need this to disarm the missile.
As with my last Bond video, I'm not going to bother with the plot here, I'm sorry. It just really doesn't matter, especially when considering how lackluster it feels within the game. Good guy chase bad guy blow up, pretty lady kiss good guy, pee pee poo poo, you get it, it doesn't matter. The point is to sit back and enjoy the simplicity behind the explosions, alright? None of the actual actors are doing voices here, and that can be both a good and bad thing. Some of the voice work is laughably bad, and if you like campy stuff like I do, this can be a legitimate source of entertainment. The unfortunate side of this is that I feel that a lot of the James Bond charm and wit is kind of lost in the shuffle. The game just feels straightforward in plot, and we don't get many intended chuckles between the important bits. Well, occasionally there's a joke like this.
Carver is hosting a large party tonight and will be busy broadcasting the launch of his global satellite network. His wife, Paris, might have some knowledge of his dealings. Perhaps you can pump her for information.
What? Ew. What? Gross. Jesus. Let's get the most significant negatives out of the way so I can just focus on the positives. First off, 007 Tomorrow Never Dies has horrible frame rate issues. Look, I want to establish one major thing with this channel. I am not a tech head. I care way less about frame rates and resolution than a lot of people out there do. My main concern is gameplay. Is it fun? The only time I'll really address something like frame rate is when it's hindering said fun. And in this case, it does indeed hinder the fun at certain times. Like, just look at this. I'm sorry if this is giving you a headache, but you have to see it to believe it. My god. The other major issue I have is with the circle button. This is used as your basic action button for opening doors, activating elevators, pressing buttons, etc. I'm honestly trying to figure out which thing to complain about here first because one problem only exacerbates the other, trust me. For one, it's extremely finicky. You have to finagle the character all over the place and hope that the button works properly. Most of the time it doesn't. Now add to this that circle is also used to target enemies. Enemies that are constantly respawning. So you can start to maybe put together all the things in your brain and figure out how horrible of an idea this was. You'll be trying to get through a door, but Bondy Boy keeps spinning around to target enemies that keep appearing out of nowhere. It's awful. Additionally, the targeting doesn't even work properly. Games that utilize a targeting system like this usually either require that you hold the targeting button or simply press it once and then you stay targeted on the enemy. Sometimes you can toggle that option. Well, this game doesn't do either of those things. Circle will awkwardly slap you around to face an enemy, and when you give up doing the other thing you wanted to do and try shooting at the enemy, the targeting will suddenly go away as the stupid guy rolls around and depletes your health within seconds, which is another issue. I played the game on agent mode, aka easy, and I actually hit a few difficulty walls along the way. Enemies can suck your health down in seconds and you have to be really careful of that. This has a major impact on the way you play the game because you end up having to slowly inch forward in segments and shoot guys as soon as you see them. This is a James Bond video game. You should be encouraged to have fun. Instead, you'll find yourself tiptoeing around and trying to abuse the buggy mechanics to take out enemies before they spontaneously appear and abruptly kill you. And that really is the biggest issue. I've already said it multiple times in this video, but it bears repeating. The enemies just respawn behind you out of nowhere. It can really kill the fun at times. The bosses don't do much to help this issue either. Basically, the one strategy to defeat every boss is just make sure to have lots of health packs. The boss fight consists of you staring at a person and holding down the shoot button while you continuously re-heal yourself. You'll do this until the floating percentage above their head says 0. That's it. Sometimes minions will spawn in, but that's it. Another major issue is the slow movement when aiming with certain weapons. The rocket launcher and sniper rifle are pretty frustrating to use because of this, and you can't toggle the sensitivity anywhere in the options. To add to this, there's a mini boss fight where you have to shoot down a moving helicopter with the rocket launcher. You move so slow. What's the deal with the PS1 James Bond games and annoying helicopter battles that don't fit within the framework of the designated game mechanics? Beyond those issues, I have just a few minor gripes here. There's a lot of screen tearing in this game, and invisible walls are set in places where it feels like they shouldn't be. Come on, body bros, I just want to go up to the edge of this cliff and catch some Lideller, my friends. Let me see what's past those cliffs. Let me see what's past those rocks. Let me see what's past those montañas. Enemy AI is pretty bad. They roll around too much and disregard getting shot. Sometimes hits don't register at different distances, which is especially weird when it happens in this sniping level. The skiing segments, which I'll talk about more in a minute, are kind of a missed opportunity because they don't give you any weapons. In a James Bond video game. Well, technically they do give you a weapon. It's your ski poles, which you flail around at the enemies on either side of you to do hardly any damage as they completely wreck you. This just makes me want to play SSX or Road Rash or something. Apparently, Will Body had 30 days to make the game engine for these skiing sections, which is impressive. It's just strange that they didn't do much to build upon this during those 3 years of production. There are occasions when certain required actions are not telegraphed in an obvious way, and that really just comes down to good game design. Like this segment, for example. You're supposed to shoot your way through this piece of glass and escape the building. It isn't clear whether it's a mirror or TV or window, but if you shoot it several times, nothing happens. I ended up circling the building multiple times until I gave up and watched a dang video, only to discover that had I kept mindlessly shooting the glass, it would have eventually broken. I think a good design decision here would have been to use sound and visuals to show that the glass is cracking and eventually going to break. Or there's this part where the text on screen just says that something is hidden when you press the janky action button on this painting, which is concealing an item that you need to progress the level. In order to open the secret compartment, you have to push this random file cabinet forward. Simply adding, "there must be a secret lever somewhere," at the end of that text would have indicated that we indeed need to search for a secret lever somewhere. As it is, it doesn't really make sense to assume that you have to push some innocuous file cabinet in the room to open this. It's weird, and it could have been handled better. Again though, I consider this to be minor. Just to fill you in quickly on controls, R2 and L2 strafe, so yeah, it's one of those games. L1 crouches, which is useless, and it also lets you slowly walk, which is useful for aforementioned reasons. If you hit R2 or L2 while crouching, you can do that rolling stuff that the enemies just love to do around here. R1 is for aiming and X is to shoot. Triangle accesses your weapons and items menu, and circle is the devil. There is analog support, and I used it for the whole game. The controls were pretty clunky through my whole experience, so maybe it's different for someone playing with the D-pad. Oh, and on that topic, it's easy to get stuck on things like trees and walls in the game. There are a lot of narrow spaces that Bond will throw a fit about before going through. It was always annoying. Okay, I'm done with the bad now, I promise. At this point, it probably sounds like I don't like the game, but that isn't true at all. I actually really enjoyed it. I mean, for one thing, I beat this game, which you can't say about 007 Racing, and it can be done in just a few hours since there are only 10 levels. Some people might say that's a bad thing, but I actually appreciate games that don't waste too much of my time. Though, I totally get why someone might complain after having spent $50 on a game and getting 2 hours of gameplay out of it. Adjusted for inflation, that actually ends up being somewhere over $80. When it isn't stumbling over itself, there actually is an enjoyable flow to the game. The fun to be offered here really takes me back to a very simple time in gaming that I kind of miss. You just zone out and gun things down as you round jagged corners and grin ear to ear at the silly human animations. I get a natural high from this stuff. The kind of feeling that allows me to just appreciate this suspended moment in this otherwise sad world we live in. The experience I'm having is, you know what? It's like watching a Bond film. It's flawed and silly and stupid and fun all at the same time. There's a story there that doesn't really matter, but it's just there if you want it to be. There are transient characters that take form and dissipate, like ghosts summoned by your willingness to care and exorcised by simple distraction. I'm looking one moment at the screen and feeling a slight tinge of nostalgia, and in the next moment I'm staring at the window. I'm staring past the window, and I'm on 1,000 thought streams, forgetting myself and my problems, and I'll only be sad again when I come back. But right now I'm not back. Right now I'm running and I'm shooting, and there's an explosion when I want there to be one, and occasionally there's even one more. And I'm exceeding all human expectations as the 007 Bond theme is playing in the room next door. It's muffled but comforting as I open the door and lessen the low pass. Hey, speaking of which, the music in this game is pretty great actually. Put together by Tommy Tallarico, who is known today for being the CEO of Intellivision and the creator of Video Games Live. The music here does a great job of balancing between uniquely creative and appropriately familiar. Tommy Tallarico has done a lot of game soundtracks over the years and is well known for his work. He did the Sega CD/Mega CD version of The Terminator, 2 Cool Spot games, Aladdin, The Jungle Book, the Genesis/Mega Drive version of Another World known as Out of This World in the US, as well as its sequel on the Sega CD, Heart of the Alien, Earthworm Jim 1 and 2, The Bard's Tale, both Maximo Ghosts to Glory, aka just Maximo, and Maximo vs. Army of Zin, Pac-Man World, MDK, and many, many more. I like some of the environments in this game, like this hallway, and these bunkers with these shoddy wooden ceilings. There are some tiny little flourishes of detail that give the game a bit of charm, and that, my friends, is the absolute butter to my bread. Look at these oranges. Look at these potatoes and tomatoes. Look at these playing cards. Look at this computer mouse. Oh, I love it. Look at this mechanical door that is supposed to look like it's sliding up and down. They just stretch and shrink the asset to give it the effect of opening and closing. It totally doesn't work, but I love it. Look at this lighting effect, everyone. Somebody had to painstakingly make these lens flares. It's so easy for us to disregard an effect like this, but for an older PS1 game to have this is pretty cool. Hilariously, they couldn't really do this with every light, so I only noticed it happening twice. Look, it's on this light, but not on this one, because that one effect took up a lot of space, I guess. Did I mention the voice acting already? I think I did, but here, I'll just play some for you.
Can I help you, Mr. Bond? I'm looking for Paris Carver. Have you seen her? Yes, I believe she's waiting in your suite. And your presence is required there as well. This business between you and Carver needs to end. Seems to me the only thing ending is your life.
We're cooking quinoa. We're gonna start over on the counter, and I'll talk you through it.
Okay, that last one I made up. But the others, pretty funny, right? I mean, at least mildly so. Though they aren't done very well, it's nice that the game throws in 2 skiing segments and 1 driving segment. It's more often than not that these multi-genre attempts don't work very well, like in a way that says jack of all trades and master of none. Like a Cheesecake Factory menu if the Cheesecake Factory wasn't actually good. You know, Mary Jane Watson stealth segments that ruin the flow of the game type of thing. 007 T&D is no exception. However, I will say that these segments do happen at the right times and are super short, so it all kind of works out. Problems aside, the ski sections let Bond do some of these super cool aerial tricks. What is this? What is this trick? I don't understand what this trick is. And I seriously didn't know how to pull them off until I referred to the manual. Sometimes he doesn't land them, and I don't know how to avoid that. And the car segments are fine, you know. You drive and shoot the bad guys. It is what it is. The missiles kind of suck, but hey, we're being positive now. So yes, Gabe Logan does do it better, especially since he can actually jump and climb on things, but this is a fun game. The gadgets are here aplenty, and the goons are here even more aplenty. Apparently there was supposed to be several more levels and even a multiplayer, but those things got cut before the game was released, which is unfortunate, since running around and shooting baddies in this game can be enjoyable. I actually recommend you pick up 007 Tomorrow Never Dies on PS1 and play it. You might accidentally ease into liking it. Be nice to people. Bye. .007 The World Is Not Enough is a bit of an oddity in the history of video games. Late into the year of 2000, 2 different games on 2 different consoles were released that were made by 2 different developers. Nearly a year later, another game was released on a handheld system made by yet another developer. But all 3 of these releases were published by EA and had the exact same title and box art. The first version released, which was on the Nintendo 64, is considered by many people to be the best of the 2 console ports. This is mostly because it actually had a multiplayer experience, which the PlayStation counterpart did not have, but also because the overall single-player experience included more levels than the other version. Additionally, I've seen that some people prefer the graphics and frame rate in this one. Developed by Eurocom, the same company behind both Duke Nukem games on Nintendo 64, this James Bond entry received fairly positive reviews at the time of its release and has gone on to maintain cult appreciation to a certain degree. Fans now refer to it as TWINE and consider it to be the closest thing to a GoldenEye sequel. Something that I found of interest recently is that the disparity between console and handheld ports is no longer really a thing, since modern handheld consoles can pretty much keep up well in terms of graphics and performance. This is of course referring mostly to the Nintendo 3DS and the PS Vita, but as of May and July of 2021 respectively, games are no longer being made for these systems. And that's just including the last few digital-only indie games that were released. Otherwise, major releases stopped long before that. So what are the modern handheld consoles? I guess it's the Switch, which is weird. It's just strange for the time being that there isn't really a dedicated handheld by a major console company. Valve is putting out the Steam Deck soon, so I guess that will count? Anyways, I'm getting off topic. The point is, up until recently, whenever you saw a game released that also had a handheld port, each version was expected to be an entirely different experience. A Game Boy version of a PlayStation game was in no way going to look or play the same. Obviously, graphics were going to be more rudimentary, the experience was likely to take place in a two-dimensional field, and the overall gameplay was probably going to be limited in comparison to the larger sibling on console. This was just a well-known thing that many of us grew up with, and I was taken aback the other day when I thought about the fact that this isn't really the case anymore. Aside from this game, 2N Productions, not to be confused with the Swedish music duo, only worked on 2 other titles, both of which were also on the Game Boy Color. As I've already mentioned, the game is expected to be entirely different to match the hardware limitations. I played a little bit of it, and it was alright. There were definitely some things I liked, and definitely some things I didn't like. Honestly, it might be worth it to go back and check out later on, I don't know. Disagree if you want, but it sort of reminded me of Before Crisis. So, on to the PlayStation version, and today's topic. Black Ops Entertainment is a company we've talked about before. This is their follow-up to 1999's 007 Tomorrow Never Dies. It uses the same engine, though it's now in first person rather than third. Black Ops worked to improve certain aspects of the engine in order to improve draw distances, and character animations were now motion captured to get more realistic movements from the enemies and NPCs. In fact, Chad Stahelski was the stunt coordinator for the motion capturing. He was Keanu Reeves' longtime stunt double who went on to direct the John Wick movies. Some sources say he also worked on Tomorrow Never Dies, but I can't confirm it because, as always, I'm finding conflicting information, and Twitter accounts for semi-famous people are always dead for some reason. 2 quick suggestions. If you want to learn more about Black Ops Entertainment, please watch my video on 007 Tomorrow Never Dies. If you want to learn more about the James Bond series and my personal relation to it, then please watch my video on 007 Racing. Alright, on to the game. Truth be told, I am pretty tired of James Bond at this point. This is my third 007 game I've done within a 2-month period, and the theme song is starting to get on my nerves a little bit. That being said, there is some fun to be found in this experience. Of course, it suffers the early console FPS syndrome of not fully realizing both analog sticks. R2 and L2 strafe while the left analog awkwardly turns you and moves you forwards and backwards. The X button shoots, and some weapons will sort of lock on when you aim near the enemy, which is a little bit helpful, but I don't understand why this is only relegated to certain weapons. Despite that, I still like the clever use of Bond gadgets, and there's always that PS1 graphical charm to take in. Story-wise, the game follows the movie pretty well, and uses clips from the film at the beginning and end of each mission. Each level begins just like the other 2 PS1 Bond games, with computer interface briefings, some text, and voice recordings. You can toggle between audio clips from M, R not Q, and Moneypenny, who offers absolutely nothing of value to the mission.
James, what can I say? I just wish you were in my hands instead of the hands of the enemy.
Before each mission, she basically just reminds James Bond that she wants to sleep with him, and she doesn't want other people to sleep with him.
James, I wish to lie naked with you, but I do not wish others to lie naked with you.
Speaking of which, did you know that the actress who played Moneypenny during the Pierce Brosnan era of 007 is named Samantha Bond? Just saying, that's pretty weird. Just like the other 2 games, the only actor from the films to do actual voice work is John Cleese, and it really doesn't seem like he brought any of that big Cleese energy and wit to this one. Sometimes it sounds like he was recording his parts from bed.
Now listen up, 007. Along with your stunner, I'm supplying you with a tranquilizer dart gun as a secondary means of non-lethal attack. Its ammo supply is limited, so make all your shots count. I'm also supplying you with a micro camera. Simply equip, activate, center the objective in the viewfinder, and click the picture. For bugging the telephones, I'm giving you a bugging gadget that you can use on any phone you come across. And finally, to get you into locked areas, you'll have your credit card lockpick gadget.
Dude did not want to be bothered by Black Ops or EA or MGM. This had me wondering, did John Cleese do a lot of video game voice acting in the late 90s and early 2000s? Upon looking it up, it seems that around that time he only lent his voice for these Bond games, which is weird. I mean, earlier in the 90s, he was in 2 Monty Python PC games, as well as Starship Titanic, a PC adventure game that was written and designed by the author of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Douglas Adams.
Excuse me, saying please don't touch me does not mean go on, do it again.
Later on, John Cleese did voice work for another Bond game, 007 Everything or Nothing, and before that he was in the commercial for 007 Agent Under Fire, though oddly he didn't do voice work on the game.
Well, 007, how did you come to ruin this little beauty? And where exactly is the rest of this? And I suppose you can explain this.
Oh, James.
It's not easy being Bond on Nintendo GameCube, Xbox, and PlayStation 2. Rated T for teen.
Later on, he worked on a History Channel interactive DVD game called Time Troopers. He did Jade Empire on the Xbox, Shrek the Third, Fable 3, and 2 Elder Scrolls Online releases. Anyways, the actual actors from the films only appear by clips taken from the movie, as I've mentioned, but there are a few voice actors that were also in the other PS1 James Bond games, as well as later 007 releases. Karen Pascoe and Adam Blackwood seem to have had the longest running careers as voice actors in James Bond games. Right away, I'll say that there are 2 major issues at hand. The first is the aiming system, which is done by holding R1 and using the left analog stick to move the cursor. And yeah, this is awful. It overcompensates with every touch of the stick, and any kind of precision that you might want to achieve is going to take quite a bit of time. To make matters worse, there are segments like this in the very first level where you're popping back and forth from behind walls to shoot a bunch of security cameras. You only have a split second to aim each time the camera turns away, and it was at this moment that I knew this was going to be a big problem during the whole playthrough. In the second level, you get a sniper rifle, and good luck with that, Linda. The other complaint I have is with the rapidly respawning enemies. This was also a huge flaw in Tomorrow Never Dies, which was made by the same developer, Black Ops. They just appear out of thin air, and you end up standing in one spot, spinning in circles to shoot them as they come. For me, this isn't as much of a difficulty issue as it is a strategy hindrance. The game, or at least this first level I mean, clearly has the intention of encouraging me to sneak around and take out enemies to accomplish a mission, but I'm less inclined to do that when enemies can just come from nowhere. I mean, I get that this usually doesn't happen unless an alarm is raised, but I still think you should be able to know where each and every enemy is in a level if you take the time to case the environment. Sometimes the alarm will just go off without any warning, and then you're suddenly getting deep tissue back rubs from a bunch of teleporting goons with guns. And look, if they were going for a more guns blazing approach, a la Timothy Dalton Bond era, that would be fine too, but it's pretty clear that stealth was the main focus here in the first level, and I don't think that either of the negative aspects I've mentioned help to serve this intent. I mean, really all of the Bond iterations are over the top with action. I just always associated Timothy Dalton with the most lovably ridiculous moments of the bunch.
Mind if I get my hands out of here? Yeah, do it slowly.
Bon appetit.
So at this point, I decided to just play the game the stupid way, shoot stuff and be dumb. And you know, once I made that mental transition, the game got really fun when it allowed for this playstyle. There are several levels that demand the stealth approach, and unfortunately, mission objectives can feel a little obtuse. But when the game at least gives you the option of the guns blazing method, I suggest you go with it. You'll find some genuine entertainment this way. For example, check out this automatic shotgun you can find called the Frenesi Auto. It's a lot of fun to mow down enemies with this crazy thing. The action here gets pretty silly, and I'm happy to say that it all melded into an enjoyable experience. The only thing getting in the way of that is the occasional civilian that will end the whole mission if killed, but they're pretty easy to avoid. Just, don't throw grenades into a crowded bar. Speaking of this pub, I was pleasantly surprised with some of the environmental details in this game. There were a wide variety of portraits on the wall. I loved the design of the ceiling fans and the stained glass windows, and there were a bunch of beautiful blocky bottles and glasses of beer that you can destroy. Leave the cozy old pub and you can get some fish and chips at Michael's, some flowers at Nary's, a haircut at B. Bunt Barbershop. You can get a guitar from Milton's Guitar Shop, or you can buy, sell, or trade a book at WK Booksellers established 1734, or you can get some chemicals at E. Serrano Chemists. Or take in the lovely view of pixelated London. Look, there's Big Ben and the Millennium Dome. Before I move away from this level, I think this is a good opportunity for me to really hammer down that juicy, ridiculous nature of James Bond for anyone that might not know yet. Just think about this with me for a second. Like, really think about it. This woman, in an all-red leather jumpsuit, sets off a bomb in the MI6 headquarters and then attempts to escape by speedboat in the Lanier River Thames of London. As if nobody could easily just cut her off and arrest her. So James Bond gets in a special spy speedboat and flies out of the building to chase after her. She then shoots at him with a giant machine gun that is mounted on her boat. Again, this is in the middle of the main non-branching waterway in London, where, there are lots of people and law enforcement and stuff. So he crashes his boat into hers and flies through the air before firing underwater torpedoes at her. Then, he chases her through the streets of London, where hundreds of men with machine guns and grenade launchers sacrifice themselves to protect her. She then attempts to escape in a brightly colored hot air balloon before Bond uses a grappling hook shot from his watch to attach himself to the vessel and dangle below it. She then pulls out a gun to shoot this tank and blow herself up, despite all the lives that were sacrificed to keep her alive, causing Bond to fall down and slide down the Millennium Dome. There are so many things to unpack here, but you are not supposed to do that. Nope. You've got to keep everything in that suitcase, and you're going to be tripping over it in your room for days. Moving forward, we get this game's version of the ski level from Tomorrow Never Dies. It's definitely an improvement to have weapons, but now you can't do those sweet tricks. It's honestly pretty clunky, and the enemies are coming out of nowhere, but the level is super short, so it's not a big deal. It was a bit of a disappointment that we got titillated with the inflatable jacket. This one.
You said...
I was thinking we might get some James Ball monkey bonds down the side of the mountain, but no, we didn't get to use it at all. Instead, it was relegated to a cutscene. Seeing as this video is happening in December, I feel that it's important for me to introduce you to Denise Richards' character in Tomorrow Never Dies. Her name is Christmas Jones, and she's a nuclear physicist. That is all. Happy holidays. Next we get a casino level, and just like that cozy little pub in London, there are a lot of nice flourishes here. Check out these different windows with stained glass, and some paintings that manage to have the texture of an actual painting despite the graphical limitations. I even like how this cabinet has textures for the glass that are separate from items inside. There are some really cool looking lamps, and take a gander at both of these ceilings. They look really cool. Sure, the whole area is littered with these models copied and pasted over and over, but we can't have everything we want now, can we? You can play blackjack in this casino, which is really cool. I decided to start save scumming, and I played for winnings way beyond what I needed. But it would have taken me a long time to keep doing this, since you can only increase your bets in $10 or $100 increments. I think it might be fun later on for me to stream this with you all and see if we can just break the game by winning too much or something. I do need to bring up some of the complaints from before, because my god, the aiming is so frustrating. The enemies just whittle down your health as you awkwardly throw the aiming reticle around, hoping that it will land on them. And there are certain segments where enemies appear on floors above you like this, and the only way to kill them is by aiming. The problem is gigantic. I mean, it's really bad. It's way worse than the enemy spawning problem, which is something that doesn't completely halt the gameplay and you can at least deal with, even if it does showcase the poor game design. Usually you can just stand in a room and wait for a stupid amount of enemies to come to you. This isn't exactly good, but it's manageable. The aiming issue also rears its ugly head in the segment with a helicopter battle. Seriously, am I crazy? Like, why do all three of the Bond games on PS1 have frustrating helicopter battles? Like, all three of them have this, and specifically when you fight a helicopter. Did Ian Fleming get in a helicopter accident or something, and this is like an inside joke I don't know about? Ugh, anyways, look how ridiculous this is. This should be taught in a class on game design to show developers what not to do. You have to run through this seemingly linear area while being shot at by countless spawning enemies and helicopters with giant spinning blades. The level design and the frantic nature of the situation compel you to keep running and gunning until you get to this point where you find out that you were supposed to collect 2 random items along the way. You were supposed to somehow know to grab this wrench in a small room, then also grab this flare gun in yet another random room. And if you didn't do that, you have to run back and find them while losing more health. So even when you do have those 2 things, you're supposed to open this gas valve and fire this single shot flare gun at this thing here. But nothing is ever completely spelled out. If you miss your shot, the gas valve closes again, and you have to collect another flare from a box that at least is in the same room. So you have to do this on repeat until you succeed, and here is where the aiming issue is a huge pain. In my case, my health was down to nothing because of the backtracking and enemy spawning, and here I am trying to open the gas valve, poke my head out, quickly make my single shot before I get killed by the helicopter. I died multiple times trying to do this, and more often than not, I just missed the shot entirely and had to do the whole thing again. Come on, Black Ops, you could have done better on this part. It's one thing to poorly design a certain mechanic in your game when it's more of an afterthought than it is the primary focus. It's a much larger problem when you double down on that broken mechanic and develop multiple segments that rely on it. Moving on, I finished the game pretty quickly, and I will say that for the most part, each level stays short and sweet. Variety is thrown in during the whole experience, and most of each segment felt pretty fresh. There are plenty of dumb things you can make fun of, like how the enemies glow red when you use night vision, or how stupid the character movement looks sometimes, despite all that motion capturing. But for every negative thing here, there's also a positive. Aside from the environmental detail, my happiest takeaway is the assortment of Bond gadgets. Each level usually introduces you to a new one, and more often than not, you can choose how to play and what to play with. After I beat the game, I took a look at the cheats menu, hoping for some DK mode or something. But nah, it's all health and ammo based. And it looks like there's this unlockable video here titled Secret Win Game, but I didn't know how to unlock it, nor did I feel like doing it, and unfortunately I couldn't find an upload of it. So if any of you know about this, please upload it. Back to the good stuff though. Look everyone, I found the same lens flare effect that was in Tomorrow Never Dies. This is the only place in the game that I saw it. And I really want to nail down the fact that I love some of the environments. Check out this private study with a piano that you can play. Or like this guy sleeping on the subway train.
Psst. Hey, wake up. It's Christmas. Hey, Bond lady, you two, come on, get up. Santa brought us some stuff. Look at all this stuff here. Oh my goodness. Oh, what'd you get? What'd you get? What'd you get? Let me see. Come on. Ooh la la, it's Iru. Oh, wow. What a great gift. Thank you, Santa Claus. Okay, what is this? What'd you get? What'd you get? Oh, wow, it's Butage Deiin Janai. Oh, boy. And what did baby get? Oh, come on, what did that little baby get? Oh, it's 98 Koshien. Oh, baby's gonna love that. And what did you get, huh? Let's see it. Yeah. 007 Racing. How cool. Don't you say a thing. Don't you say a thing. Yeah. Wow, that's awesome. That's good for you to have that. It's a good present. Just let it be. He's a stupid child.
You know what my Christmas present is? The fact that I never have to play a James Bond game again. We're done with 007. You have no idea how happy this makes me. I don't ever want to hear the song again. I don't want to think about James Bond again. I'm good on all of that. I've had fun going through it with all of you, but, you know, it gets to a point where too much of something isn't good, you know? This whole project is intended to be alphabetical, and with this video, we are officially done with punctuation marks and zeros. We've actually made it to numbers, everybody. I'm so excited for the number 1. It's going to be a great year, and I'm really excited to share many more odd little adventures with all of you weirdos. Maybe soon we'll find a bit more Ladeller to jump into and explore some mystery. Thank you so much to my Patreon friends, Ryan, JC, Lily, and Moom and Biscuit. Happy holidays, everyone. Be nice to people. Bye. One-on-One is a wildly unique title that blends 2 different genres into a surprisingly fun experience. It takes street basketball and turns it on its head by adopting the structure of a PlayStation-era 3D fighting game. Released in November of 1998, One-on-One is not to be confused with another game called One-on-One, aka Dr. J and Larry Bird Go One-on-One, that was made playable on multiple systems between the years of 1983 and 1987. The latter of these two games was the predecessor to Jordan vs. Bird One-on-One and was published in Europe by a German company called AreolaSoft. That is their actual name. They were a software subsidiary of a larger company called Areola Records. Yep. AreolaSoft later changed their name to United Software, which, makes sense. Before we talk about the developer of the game, I have the great displeasure of mentioning the brilliant talent of Takehiko Inoue, who is in charge of character design and story concept for One-on-One. I say displeasure because this segment here is what I mulled over the longest when putting together this video. The more I research Inotake, which is the abbreviation that is commonly used to refer to him, the more intimidated I become by the vast amount of information on him. The guy is an incredible artist that has pushed himself since childhood to go beyond the norms. This mangaka has sold over 220 million copies of his works, but even more importantly, he has a heart of gold. His philanthropy has led to the inspiration of many. Between the scholarships he's created, the tragedies he's aided, and the underdogs he's motivated, he's received plenty of accolades and awards, and his name can be found on some truly wonderful manga out there. He was even an artist for Lost Odyssey on Xbox 360. But today, I need to just focus on his contributions that are relevant to this video. Inotake was born in 1967 in Isa, Kagoshima, which is a somewhat rural farming city in southern Japan that's known as the birthplace of the alcoholic beverage shochu. He was the middle child of 3 brothers, and when his parents divorced, he was raised by his grandparents. In high school, Inotake was involved in kendo, which is a martial art that uses bamboo swords. When the kendo club was full one year, his brother suggested that he join the unpopular basketball club. This would change the course of history and set Inotake's heart ablaze. The boy fell head over heels in love with the sport and ended up becoming the team captain, despite his short stature. This was all happening at the same time that Inotake was actively learning to draw, which led to him studying the movements of the players on his team, as well as using a deep focus on his own movements and bodily sensations during the game for artistic inspiration. And it shows. His signature focus on the human anatomy is breathtaking. For one to study the illustrated lines that make up one of Inotake's ball players on a court from head to toe is a journey in and of itself. The passion and energy that he's able to project from a static image is unlike anything I've seen. In 1990, Inotake wrote and illustrated his most popular work, Slam Dunk. This manga series ran for 6 years and was about a delinquent high schooler named Sakuragi that falls in love with a girl who is obsessed with basketball. In order to impress her, he reluctantly joins the high school basketball team, even though he has no prior experience in sports, and ends up being good at it. The most endearing thing about the story is that over time, we watch Sakuragi fall in love with the sport. This series alone has sold over 120 million copies worldwide and was right up there with Dragon Ball and Yu Yu Hakusho in terms of most popular Shonen Jump manga in the early 90s. It even led to him establishing the Slam Dunk Scholarship, which allowed Japanese students to learn English and attend South Kent School in Connecticut, USA, giving them the opportunity to get into the NCAA. Without getting carried away by naming too many things, I'll mention that Inotake has impressed upon the world his dazzling style through a number of projects. He's done plenty of one-off basketball pieces, as well as a few basketball series outside of Slam Dunk. Real, which is currently still running, is the inspirational story of handicapped basketball players overcoming great odds and looking cool doing it. He's done plenty of advertisements that showcased his presence, like this one. He's even designed several pairs of basketball shoes in collaboration with Nike and Air Jordan. Before I move on, I just want to quickly highlight the artwork of his other ongoing manga, Vagabond. Taking inspiration from Akira Kurosawa films, it's clear by these images that Inotake is an artist that continues to evolve. Consider me a new fan, and I'm excited to read through all of his stuff. Today's developer and publisher, Joruden Co. Limited, is based out of Shinjuku, Tokyo, and was founded in 1991. They worked directly with Taito on many of their releases, but on their own, amongst many others, they made Alien vs. Predator, Imperium, known as Mobile Armored Deion in Japan, Zardion, Musha, the classic Japanese tale of horror, known in Japan as Goso Jinrai Densetsu Musha, or Musha, Legend of the Brave Spearman Jinrai, and GD Lean on the SNES/Super Famicom. Why do so many of these games sound like drugs? They're known for doing the Hisho 777 Fighting Pachinko series on Super Famicom, as well as the Hamster Club series, which spans across several consoles. In addition to the Simple Series re-release of One-on-One, which we will learn more about in a bit, Joruden put out another Simple Series game titled Simple 1500 Series Volume 64, The Kickboxing, known in the US as Kickboxing and in Europe as Kickboxing Knockout. Oddly enough, Joruden has stopped making games entirely. Instead, they developed and now maintain the Japan Transit Planner, which seems to be a mobile app that allows you to plan your city train routes and purchase tickets. Before this transition, however, the very last game they made, which was on the Nintendo Wii in 2009, is called Sukuban Shacho Reina. This translates to Delinquent Female President Reina. However, the full title on the cover translates roughly to Delinquent Female President Reina Wii, Cat President, Recruitment of Usable Employees. It's a game comprised of minigames that, as the title suggests, has you playing as a cat president of an otherwise all-human company. This game, which was never released outside of Japan, has the title of Worst Selling Wii Game Ever. Apparently, it sold 100 copies in the first week of its release and single-handedly ended Joruden's involvement in the video game industry. Interestingly, not long after the game was released, word came out in the West about this bizarre cat game that sold in laughably low numbers, and some people gathered virtually to beg for a release with #PresidentandCat. Okay, let's play One-on-One. Tekken meets NBA Jam. That is the best way that you can describe this game, unless you want to say Virtua Fighter meets NBA Jam. The purpose of each match is quite simple. You play one-on-one with another character and take turns back-to-back on offense and defense. When starting with the ball, you can either attempt to shoot for a three-pointer or outwit your opponent by getting past them and putting the ball in the hoop via slam dunk, layup, or a simple two-point shot. After either successfully doing one of these things or failing at any of them by having the ball stolen or go out of bounds, the match will reset and the other player will now start in possession. The goal is to reach 11 points before your opponent or simply have more points when the timer ends. The match is broken into two 40-second rounds, and if the score is even at the end, it will go into overtime until either player scores. Whenever you attempt to shoot the ball, 2 meters will appear that require you to successfully hold circle and release, followed by a quick tap of circle. The goal is to bring the meters as close to the lines as possible, which will determine the strength of the throw and the horizontal accuracy. This only occurs if you choose the manual setting in the menu, which I played with for a bit, but then decided to take it easy and just go with the automatic setting, which seems to rely entirely on a percentage system that is directly affected by your character's non-disclosed stats. Whether close up or far away, when shooting the ball, the opponent has the chance to time a jump properly with circle and block your attempt. All shots are done with the circle button, by the way. Now, if you choose to try to make it past your opponent, the game gets pretty deep as a multi-branching system of rock, paper, scissors. Every movement forward that you make requires that you actively dribble the ball with either the square button for your right hand or the triangle button for your left hand. Failing to do this properly will result in the penalty of traveling or double dribble, and the ball will be turned over to the other player. You can try to slip past the person on either side, but they are also able to effectively block you by activating the corresponding left or right side with square or triangle. Furthermore, they have the chance to steal the ball with the circle button, which is why you might want to confuse them by switching hands often and sometimes dribbling behind you with L1. But don't do that for too long, because the opponent can do a special steal move on you with triangle and circle simultaneously if you camp out like that. Certain characters have the ability to slip past the guard by going in between their legs or over their head. Once you get past your opponent and closer to the basket, you can go straight for a point, but oftentimes the other player might be hot on your tail. You've got to time your dunk or shot in a way that confuses them. Otherwise, if they time it properly, they can take the ball right out of your hands mid-dunk. I found it best when they catch up to me to stop for a second and then shoot. While doing this, you have to make sure to stay defensive with your dribbling because the ball can still be stolen here. If you do manage to fool the other player and race to the net while they recover from their incorrect response, you can do a special dunk if you know your character's movesets. Usually this is in the form of something like forward up circle or backwards down circle, etc. That's pretty much the skeleton of the game here, and I actually really enjoy it. The bare essentials here are: win on offense, trick your opponent into performing the incorrect reaction and put the ball in the hoop. On defense, effectively anticipate your opponent's moves and either steal the ball or do something like knock them out of bounds. You have to be careful not to be too aggressive when trying to steal the ball because sometimes you can accidentally knock them down and get a charging penalty. Let's go through the weird cast of characters in the story. Well, I don't really know what the story is. If you leave the menu screen on for a minute, you get this expository scroll, but obviously I don't know what it says. Playing through the game with each character introduces a few dialogue boxes here and there, but yeah, emphasis on a few. I mean, there are no cutscenes or anything, so really, this game is totally enjoyable without the thrown-in narrative that sits in the back seat. I do feel bad for saying that, knowing that Inotaki came up with the story concept, but look, that just isn't pushed to the forefront here, and that's okay. He did a great job on the bizarre character designs, and that's where we can give him credit. I mean, all of these players definitely stand out. Deiin is the character on the cover of the game, and I guess you could say that this person is the most balanced. Something is going on in the story where he just wants a hug from this guy while this other guy with long white hair watches. I don't know. I'm assuming there's a father-son thing happening here. Manbei is an unmistakable monkey man in trendy glasses that can flip over people and use his tail to get close to the net for a dunk. I guess he wants to amass an army of look-alike monkey people to do this with. I mean, it could be as tropey as take over the world, as this endgame illustration sort of suggests. Or it could be like he just wants to play basketball with a bunch of evenly matched new friends. I love Lahisha's hair and ear accessories. She has quite the style, and she rides a motorcycle. She's pretty tall, which always has its advantages, and she tends to focus on delayed shots in the air, which is perfect for psyching out your opponent. Unfortunately, her accuracy is pretty bad, which might be due to that stroke that she has at the end of each match, as my friend Paul pointed out. Luca has wings, which are arguably less outrageous than his attire. Sometimes, it takes a tight mesh shirt and tall super glued hair to win the game. He can fly over the opponent, but the game balances it out by penalizing the overuse of this with a traveling foul. That is gone in the Simple Series re-release and breaks the game in a bad way by letting the AI abuse it. I could be wrong, but I think Luca is an angel that fell from heaven and now he wants to fly back up there, so winning at basketball will help that. Fudin is my favorite character because she is super fast at stealing the ball, and she seems to have the best accuracy with 3-point shots. Plus she has this whole tiger motif, and she coaches a children's basketball team. Brown is a huge farmer that keeps a squirrel on his head that contains the spirit of his dead son, I think. He's a gigantic tank that can easily push through the opponent and shoot over their head. He also has the ability to throw the squirrel onto the rim, allowing a chance for the squirrel to block a shot by the other player. Also, Brown's suspenders and boots were designed by Thomas Pickles. Shota is a child, and that is his standout quality, which I think is hilarious and awesome. He can slide between the opponent's legs to get past them, and overall he's just quick. I guess his thing is that he's stuck in school and he'd rather be out playing basketball or something. I don't know. I love how simple and stupid that is. Ron is the proverbial jerk man. He's all mean and nasty and he has flames on his sleeves. He loves to dunk the ball with his feet and watch this cat lady feed her cats. Oscar is the first unlockable character that you get by beating the game with every other character. He's cool because he knows that he's a high school basketball coach and he wants us to know as well, hence his yellow and purple tracksuit. Speaking of which, Inotaki is a huge Los Angeles Lakers fan, so I imagine this must be a nod to that. Oscar can dribble the ball faster than anyone else. It's like a machine gun. I'm not really sure what advantage that actually gives you, but it looks and sounds cool, and I'm sure it impresses the kids during PE. He likes to drink sake under his favorite painting of the long-haired guy that likes to watch people hug each other. Mash is the second unlockable character, and he is always in his activewear, strutting his stuff. I feel bad for him though, because sometimes his mouth gets stuck open and all the bees get in there. His greatest aspiration in life is to put on his cloak and go out to the desert where he can spend his days looking at clouds and getting tattoos. King is unlocked by beating the game with all aforementioned characters. He's always the last opponent to face in any given playthrough, and he's like a god amongst men, with big eyebrows and flowing blonde hair and Michael Mouse shoes and baggy sweatpants. He's so arrogant about basketball, but we all kind of have to allow it because he lives in basketball heaven, where all is sacred. Look at him just slam his foot on the ball and smile. Ugh. The final character to mention is Dr. T, which I'm pretty certain is a caricature that Inotake made of himself. Dr. T is permanently stuck in DK mode, but that's okay because he needs all that space in his head for the brains because he's the little avatar that teaches us things in the info dump section and the practice mode. Hey, speaking of which, there's an info dump section and a practice mode. The first one is unfortunately useless to me, but the practice mode is doable. I actually recommend checking this out as it does teach you some of the necessities. I love the announcer here. I love him so much.
Oh no! Oh no! Ready, tip off! It's a miracle day!
Game over. There's also a free mode which lets you really get a grasp of everything without any time constraints or opponents, and there's a 3-pointer minigame which just has you trying to get as many 3-pointers as possible in a short time limit from different angles. This mode requires the manual shooting mechanic, by the way, which I've got to say is pretty unforgiving. Oh, also, on the main menu, you can bounce the basketball using the triangle button. It's almost its own minigame, as you really have to get the rhythm down to get the ball up high. And let's talk about these backgrounds. Some are better than others, but I particularly love Brown's farm with the mountains and the wooden structures. I like the buildings behind Shota's playground, the cityscape in Keating's level, and San Francisco Bay behind Lahisha's broken bridge. Ron's level is some grimy, dystopian, walled-off metropolis, like Kowloon Walled City or something. All of these backgrounds contain a nice touch of Ladeller, and I wish I could do free mode in any stage other than the designated black void level they force upon me. I like to take the time to appreciate what's going on in the distance. I also really like the audience in Dr. T's basketball court, and of course, I have to mention King's stage. It's hilarious. Enough said. The music in 1-on-1 is pretty good. I've been playing different tracks throughout the video, as I usually try to do with these things, but in particular, I love this unlockable artwork menu music. Yeah, and that's the thing. I've shown most of them to you already, but I want to say that it's a nice touch to add little concept pieces by Inotake that you receive after beating the game with each respective character. I really am falling for this guy's signature style. Let's move a year in the future to 1999, when Jordan decided to work with Tecmo to release an arcade version of the game titled 1-on-1 Government. Now, I'm not sure if this was a standalone cabinet or if it was an optional game in one of those compilation cabinets, but according to the ArcadeMuseum.com community, only 3 of their members have owned this machine, and in all 3 cases, it was only a circuit board. I can't find a single photo that helps to solve this problem, so if any of you super sleuths out there want to help out, please do. Anyways, this version of the game introduced some new things. Most notably, the arcade game had a new mode called 2-on-2, which is pretty self-explanatory. Also, there are hoops on either side of the court, which brings this experience closer to a normal basketball game than it was before. Additionally, 1-on-1 Government introduced 2 new characters. Ricky, who I think looks like a tropical version of Irvine from Final Fantasy VIII, and Lamore, who likes to keep a small blue dish on his head and make offensive noises when he dunks. Admittedly, the graphical detail in the characters' faces and bodies seems to be downgraded somewhat from the original console version of 1-on-1, which is really uncommon. It was usually the other way around in that era. Fast forward yet again to the year 2000, and we have the re-release of 1-on-1 on PlayStation as part of the Simple series. For this video, I'm not going to dive too much into the Simple series stuff. Rather, we'll get to that much later on in the channel when we reach the letter S. But I will just mention that the Simple series was a line of budget titles published in Japan by a subsidiary of Bandai Namco named D3 Publisher. The games were developed by different companies and were released on a myriad of systems at different low-cost price points. This game falls under the Simple 1500 series, which were PlayStation games that sold for 1,500 yen, or about $13 US. The title this time was Simple 1500 Series Volume 30, The Basket, 1-on-1 Plus. Jumping in, it's immediately apparent that much of the extra content, such as the practice mode and the 3-point minigame, has been stripped in order to make way for the 2-on-2 mode. And yeah, it seems like this is much closer to the arcade version of the game than it is to the original PS1 release. Unfortunately, the menu is really boring now, which is sad because it was nice to have Dr. T hanging out with us and telling us what's up. Now, all the characters with the exception of King are available from the start, so I had a chance to play a bit as the 2 new guys. I didn't notice anything that particularly stood out about Ricky, but I liked this dive you could do with Lemore. It was pretty easy to jump past your opponents with this. I tried 2-on-2 out for a bit, but it felt all over the place. Too much was going on and it was hard to control the character. I felt like I was watching my 5-year-old brother playing Little League basketball again. Just a bunch of stubby little kids flopping around, screaming and grabbing the ball, while an awkward teenager in a referee shirt timidly danced around them and tried to facilitate something or other, all while pretending not to just be an underpaid babysitter for a large group of toddlers. So yeah, I'm good on playing any more 2-on-2, and if you're upset that I didn't give this segment a proper look over, let me explain. The core 1-on-1 mechanics, which are the base for 2-on-2, have been completely changed for the worse in this game. Gone are many of the decision paths and trying to get from start to finish. With the inclusion of 2 nets, the court is now more traversable, which sounds like a good thing, but it isn't. Some of the moves performed with certain buttons are completely gone, and the main technique now falls to attrition. Just push forward in the direction you need to go as much as possible and occasionally try to get past the other player. You'll be mashing buttons and stealing the ball back and forth so much, it'll end up feeling like a round of Rock'em Sock'em Robots. I think this is a good example of limitation being an effective game design choice. The way the original worked in this notion of get from point A to point B using whatever means possible became almost therapeutic in the way that each round resets from the start when the ball turns over. It probably should have quickly gotten stale, but it didn't. And the more I played it, the more fun I was having. The potential for growth and ability was apparent the whole time. I could zone out for a few rounds and come back to reality just in time to witness myself doing something great that I wasn't able to do before. And this wasn't due to button mashing luck. No, instead it came from learned technique. In this simple series re-release, I didn't feel any of that. The mechanics were reworked in a way that forces both players to mash their heads against each other. To top it all off, nothing happens when you beat the game. It just shows a few stills from gameplay that you didn't create, and then it resets to the menu. You don't get any of the art pieces or sketches. I don't know, maybe I'm missing something, but I do not prefer this version. The original release of 1-on-1, in my opinion, is a much better game. There is a little of good in this version, however. In addition to new costumes, you do get some variations in the level backgrounds from the first game, and that's nice. For example, Brown's farm is now covered in a fluffy white blanket of snow, and Shota's playground is set to a magic hour sunset and is drenched in shades of beautiful orange and purple. Unfortunately, that's where my praises for this version end, however. But let's conclude this video on a good note, as the original release of 1-on-1 for the PlayStation is a fantastic game, and I highly recommend it. If you find it in the wild, definitely scoop it up. It's a weird, fun, well-designed chapter in the life of a great artist. Play this game. If you like this video, please consider supporting me on Patreon, as it would mean I could focus solely on this and get these videos out to you much faster. Thank you so much to Mike, Ryan, JC, Rob, Lily, and Moomin Biscuit. You all are making this project real. Please be nice to people, everyone. Bye. Jinkoshi Sanbun, Ueno-Hatsu Yakō Ressha translates to 1903 or 7:03 p.m. Luminous train from Ueno. Genre-wise, this title might be referred to as a visual novel outside of Japan, and in Japan, it would likely be called a sound novel, although that term was trademarked by Chunsoft and thus became a proprietary eponym. So saying sound novel instead of visual novel would be like referring to any video game as Nintendo or calling a generic brand tissue a Kleenex. You get the point. Because of this, Visit coined the term hypernovel and placed it on the covers of all of their visual novel releases. This genre of game is a text-heavy experience sprinkled with decisions here and there that change the outcome of the game. Basically, it's a digital choose-your-own-adventure novel with some illustrations or photographs. Released in March of 1999, this title is a sequel to Saishu Densha, or Last Train, which came out the previous year. Some people might know the scenario writer on both of these games, Junichi Osako, who has an extensive track record as an author behind a number of manga series. 1903 marks the 4th hypernovel entry to be developed and published by a company called Visit, and my god is it difficult to find any info on this company. Not only because they're currently defunct, but also because the name of the company. Seriously, try it out for yourself. Go to Google and type in Visit Game Company. You just get a million articles aimed at kids in Velcro sandals that want to visit Mario's house and learn about how to make a video game. At the very least, I can list some of the games they put out, none of which were released outside of Japan. Visit developed one and published all of the titles in the Shinri game series on Super Famicom, all of which would get remade on PlayStation 1 to be alongside their many sequels. The games in the series are pretty out there. They're basically like psychological horror personality test games, like Myers-Briggs in a haunted house and on acid. Visit also made Appleseed Prometheus no Shintaku, or Appleseed, Oracle of Prometheus. And in addition to 1903 and Last Train, Visit developed 3 other hypernovels: Akazu no Ma, or The Red Room, Heisa Byoin, or Closed Hospital, and The Great Ghost Mansion, The True Story of Jun Hamamura, which not only had the aforementioned Junichi Osako as scenario writer, but it also starred him in the game alongside the titular Jun Hamamura, who was a Japanese actor that appeared in over 130 films released between 1938 and his death in 1995. I guess this means that his performance was filmed at least 3 years before the release of this game in 1998. I'm not sure, but Jun Hamamura was in High and Low, Gamera, and The Shogun Assassins, amongst many other notable films. The Visit hypernovel series would continue with releases developed by other companies until the year 2003, when it seems to be that Visit just stopped. I'm honestly not sure if they transitioned to some other focus, like many of these other companies do, with shovelware, pachinko, or mobile apps. They might have changed their name and logo to something else, or just altogether quit the business. I don't know. I'm sure you're already wondering how I played this game, given that it's untranslated, and I'm stupid. I used a combination of Google Lens on my phone and some much appreciated help from friends. This method was far from perfect, but it was better than nothing. Sometimes the translation was spot on, and at other times everything on screen was complete gibberish. The effort was made all the more difficult by the fact that much of the writing was done in a very stylistic, pulp noir way that jumped between first and third person narrative. Regardless, we prevailed, and the majority of the story was ultimately understood. Of course, it wasn't until afterwards that I found the entire printed out script on Wayback Machine, which makes it easier to translate. I'll link that in the description. Anyways, let's play 1903 Luminous Train from Ueno.
皆様、長らくお待たせいたしました。13番ホームより19時3分発札幌行き寝台特急北斗星5号、まもなく発車となります。
I want to take a minute to dwell on this opening, which I have to admit is my favorite part of this experience. In one short clip, we have multiple environments that are all connected by the driving force of the story, a single train set on a single track that houses all of the players in this game. We start in the eerie stretch of space that is the train station and continue outside to the city of Ueno at night, catching glimpses of small buildings peering at us through the dark with their many glowing eyes. We cross a bridge set under a distant horizon of twinkling civilization, reminding us that we're far from it. Looming mountain silhouettes watch us pass an abundance of pastures, both farmed and vacant, when a gentle snow begins to fall. The light flurry overstays its welcome as it multiplies to form a blizzard. It's a harsh and overwhelming snowstorm that this train is barreling through, and suddenly we adopt the comfort of being within this vessel. We're protected from the elements and we're warm. It's a good thing that we're in this train and not out there. Or is it? 1903 Luminous Train from Ueno has you choosing between two characters to act out a roughly 45-minute scenario with nearly countless branching paths. Because there are so many different stories and situations to encounter, the overall experience could net you hours worth of fun. Ippei Akai is the first of the optional protagonists, and he is a 28-year-old cameraman that is always rushing back and forth between his freelance gigs. He likes to make miniature plastic models and motorcycles. Ippei has a technology-based event to cover tomorrow morning in Hokkaido, and he missed his plane when an interview went too long, which is why he's now taking a last-minute train. Miyuki Hatakeyama is a 24-year-old junior high school history teacher that is traveling in a double sleeper car with a veteran teacher from her school named Izumi Sakamoto. The two are testing out a possible school trip to take their students on in the near future. Miyuki is very good at mathematics and she enjoys reading. Her character actually appeared in the previous title in the series, Last Train, and is now suffering from post-trauma due to the events of that game. Both of the optional main characters seem to be experiencing insomnia, which lends itself to some of the more surreal, dreamlike segments of the game. The train that this game centers around is Hokusei number 5, which translates to the Big Dipper number 5, and was very much a real train that traveled from Ueno to Sapporo on the same timetable at 7:03 p.m. At least up until 4 months after the game was released, when its number was changed to 3 and it became a temporary train. It's like 10,000 spoons when all you need is a knife, right? As far as mechanics are concerned, there really isn't much to describe here. The D-pad and circle button are all that you'll really use the whole game, with the exception of post-game chapter selection screens that you scroll through with L1 and R1. For the most part, you'll be smashing circle through walls of text until you get to an occasional decision section, which will obviously change the outcome of the story depending on what you choose. And oh man, our scenarios wildly different from each other. In one playthrough, I got beaten unconscious by some guy, woke up to the whole train being empty, discovered a mutant bug infestation and got attacked by giant insects, got held at gunpoint and tied to a chair, tried to help a little girl get off the train before a bomb blew the whole thing up, and died in that process. That was just one short playthrough. In another one, I spent the whole time in a dining car drinking lots of wine with a woman, opening up about a dark past to her. Ippei's a piece of crap, by the way. So I guess he got famous as a photographer because one time he was crossing the street hand in hand with his fiancée when a car hit and killed her. So instead of rushing to help her, he took a photo and displayed it in his big premiere exhibition, and the news spread rapidly of this photojournalist that documented his fiancée's death and showed it to the world, making his name well known. So of course her parents try to sue him, and there's all this drama, but he wins the case and gets away with it. Now he drones on and on about how guilty he feels for taking the photo and how he could have reacted some other way, but he mentions nothing about his series of conscious decisions to display the photograph in his gallery. Like, he could have been trying to get a photo of the license of the hit-and-run driver and instinctively taken a photo of his fiancée. That could be excused. But to do all the other stuff, and then this whole scene disregards the other stuff, and we witness him deal with the trauma of the initial photo, it's just hilarious. And the woman at the table with him doesn't seem to care about the other stuff either. She's all like, "I'm so terribly sorry you have to deal with that. It must be so traumatizing for you. Oh, you poor thing." And then they flirt with each other a bunch, and if you choose to not get too drunk, she talks about how she's on the train to kill a man that stole money from her family business, and then the game ends. If you did choose to drink more, you get wasted and wake up with a dead body in your room, and the game turns into a long whodunit Agatha Christie situation where you're framed for the murder and you have to systematically figure out who was in what car at what time, and then put all the evidence together to make a final decision. It's neat, but it's exhausting to do through translation. I played a few times through the game as Miyuki, and her story paths are somewhat less eventful, though more violent. Usually, you're teaming up with Sakamoto-sensei to fight off a man with a gun who has planted a bomb on the train. Miyuki really likes to talk to herself about things before she does them, which I suppose is the intelligent thing to do in real life, but in this video game, it would be nice if she just moved a little faster with everything. There's one positive ending pathline you can take that results in a denouement segment with the surviving members of the train talking to each other on a couch for what feels like an eternity. And the conversation is comprised of nothing more than lazy Scooby-Doo-esque explanation dialogue.
"So you mean to tell me it was Old Man Donovan in the werewolf mask all along?"
I assume you've probably been waiting for me to address the odd visuals of the game. The obvious standout is the decision to make all of the male characters blue and the female characters pink, which reminds me of that song by the Gizmos. They all have their opacity lowered to like 90%, and I'm not entirely sure why this was all chosen. The first assumption would be that it was done to cut costs and make it easy for Visit to put the game out, which is a possibility. Another take is that this style was specifically chosen to match some sort of theme. I'm not sure either way, but it would be great to come across an interview with someone that worked on the game addressing this decision. I also just want to float for a bit on the appreciation of this era of rendered background graphics. Everything has this specific gleam to it, with all of the tiny particles being visible and the odd, uncanny look of a world off-kilter to ours. I think that the game Myst best showcases this particular style and look that I'm failing to properly describe. Its eeriness is distilled into a setting that still gives me the creeps to this day, but in a good way. I like it when something like this can make the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Life would be so boring without it. Ultimately, when approaching something like 1903 Luminous Train from Ueno, I have to remind myself of the limitations that are set within the genre and understood. Personally, I'd like to see more animation, establishing shots, and character interaction. There could be more musical variety, though the few that were there worked well for the game, I suppose. You're gonna laugh at me for saying this when talking about a visual novel, but more than anything, I would have liked to see more use of Hitchcockian tension building. Moment-by-moment dread should be oozing from the screen when some of these scenarios play out. But that doesn't happen, and I know that right now you're shouting at the screen because this dumb guy is wanting genius cinematic storytelling in a PS1 visual novel from 1998. But look, I don't care, I'm just seeing something for what it could be. 1903 Luminous Train from Ueno was re-released in August of 2000, though I can't find any variation in the cover art, so that's all I have to say about that. Unless it's properly translated, 1903 is unfortunately not an enjoyable experience. But if you speak and read Japanese, then yes, I would recommend checking 1903 Luminous Train from Ueno out. If you like this video, please consider supporting me on Patreon, as it would allow me to focus solely on this project. Thank you so much to Rye Guy Cly, Mike, Ryan, JC, Rob, Lily, and Moomin Biscuit. Be nice to people. Bye. It's Monday morning, and you're looking down at two quilted mountains resting on the end of your bed. They bob their peaks up and down whenever you curl your toes. You're taking sips of hot tea between deep, whooping coughs, and on the other side of the wall, you can hear your mother's heels clip-clopping in the tiled hallway. She's doing that thing where she frantically stomps back and forth to collect items she's misplaced or forgotten, and she is, in her own words, going to be so late. There's a turn of a handle and a sliding of a latch, both of which would be less vocal with some much-needed WD-40, and suddenly outside noises come rushing into the house. A weed whacker, a garbage truck, and a few song sparrows lay the foundation for your mother's sweet song. I'm off to work, hun. Stay in bed and drink your tea. Call me if you need me. Love you. The music abruptly ends with a door slam, and there's a moment of complete silence, which is broken by the metallic sounds of a key grinding its teeth into the lock and trying to find the right grooves. A squeaky deadbolt slides over and punches into the plate. Take a deep sigh of relief. Well, you'll cough a couple of times while trying to do so, but appreciate that you are here and they are there. You have the entire morning and afternoon in the comfort of your own room. You've done it. You've escaped at least one dreaded day of middle school. What are you going to do with your time? Everything looks so different right now. The way morning light comes into the window, it creates a high contrast, and within it you can see little floating particles of dust doing a sunrise dance. There's a stillness to your home that could be considered creepy, but you like it. There's something special about it. It's so quiet that you hear the house shifting and creaking as it settles. It's shaking out the cold from last night and stretching in the warmth of the morning sun. What to do, what to do. You could read some more Swamp Thing. You could play some more Final Fantasy V. You could stare out the window. It is really pretty out. It's one of those high saturation kind of days. Frank Sinatra eyes sky over Ava Gardner eyes earth. Little pops of stark white clouds. Some people might be sad about being stuck inside on such a day, but not you. It's nice to simply know that it's nice out. Let's turn on the TV. Well, what is this? Japanese game shows usually have this reputation of being way over the top and outrageous, but this is calming. The host is just this sweet old man with a smile on his face that genuinely seems like he wants every one of the contestants to do well. The show has these little animated puppies for mascots, and so the host hands out stuffed toy versions of them as consolation prizes, and the losing contestants seem genuinely happy to receive them. And the shots of the audience. Oh, the shots of the audience. There's some real gold here. Oh my god. Vic Berger, eat your heart out, my friend. If you are having trouble finding good audience cutaways, look no further than 1 Million Yen Quiz Hunter. Hyakumanyen Quiz Hunter, or 1 Million Yen Quiz Hunter, is a trivia game that was released for the PlayStation in Japan in December of 1998. It's a licensed game based on a weekday morning game show that aired on TV Asahi between the years of 1981 and 1993, with a brief revival project in 2012. The premise is fairly basic. It's kind of like Jeopardy! There's a board of topics that the players choose from, which prompts a trivia question. If they get it right, they win an amount of money that is represented by an image of something that is of the same value. That's mostly all there is to it, though there's a hidden golden hammer tile they could potentially land on, which I think functions kind of like the double Jeopardy tile.
Hunter chance!
In the second half of the game, there's something called Hunter's Chance, which appears to be somewhat of a catchphrase for the host. When this happens, contestants can steal previously won prizes from their competitors. There seems to be a lot of fixation on this grand prize of traveling to Hawaii. At the end of every episode, the winner has a chance to obtain this prize by hitting one of 3 boxes with a hammer. Speaking of which, there's an ongoing hammer motif throughout the whole show. The sweet old man at the helm of 1 million yen quiz hunter is named Hiroshi Yagyu, not to be confused with this character from Prince of Tennis. Based on many of the comments I've come across online, he's viewed as somewhat of a Japanese Mr. Rogers. People fondly remember this man's smile on television. Warmth and comfort emanated from Yagyu's presence on screen, which was only amplified by his friendly co-hosts, who changed somewhat frequently. Despite them coming and going, Yagyu remained, and so did his kind demeanor. Born in 1937, Hiroshi Yagyu grew up in the naval aviation-centric town of Ami, located in Ibaraki Prefecture. His name is said to be connected to the Yagyu Shinkagi Ryu, known for ancient swordsmanship. As a child, he wanted to be a sailor, which given his surroundings sort of makes sense, though less airborne. 16 years earlier, the Imperial Japanese Navy established the Kasimagaura Navy Air Corps, which was considered to be the best air station in eastern Japan. Ami was also home to the Youth Aviation Squadron, known as Yokaren, which is an abbreviation for Naval Aviator Preparatory Course Trainee. Today, you can visit the Yokaren Peace Memorial Museum in Ami. When he was 12, Hiroshi's family sent him on a trip by himself to the mountain forest village of Oizumi in Yamanashi Prefecture. It was here, amongst a breathtaking collage of trees, waterfalls, springs, and birds, that he became enamored with nature. He wandered these forests for nearly a month before returning home, and this would eventually shape the course of his life. Still wanting to pursue the life of a sailor, Yagyu attended Tokyo Shosen University, now known as Tokyo Keio University, until he came down with an illness that forced him to drop out of school. During that period, he saw the 1955 John Steinbeck film adaptation, East of Eden, starring James Dean and directed by Elia Kazan. It was at this pivotal moment that he decided to give up on his seafaring dreams and become an actor. He joined the Hayuza Theater Company and never looked back. He landed his first screen roles in 1960 at the age of 23, and over the course of his life would go on to make countless appearances in theater, film, and television, including his run as the beloved host on 1 Million Yen Quiz Hunter. He also had a long career doing voiceovers for foreign films. He did Japanese voice dubbing for Henry Fonda, Gregory Peck, and for some reason, people really loved him as James Stewart. He did Jimmy's voice on 8 separate films. In 1966, he married Yukiko Nakaido, who did the voice for Fujiko Mine in the original 1971 airing of Lupin III. Together they had 2 sons, and in 1989, the family of 4 opened and ran the Yatsugarake Club in Oizumi Village, the very place where Hiroshi fell in love with nature as a child. This club is a mixed experience restaurant, tea house, garden, theater, and art gallery, all with a heavy focus on the beautiful forest countryside. Apparently, Yukiko invented some type of famous fruit tea here, which you can order online. The club is still there today with the younger son Sosuke as president, and I'll link the website in the description. In 2004, Hiroshi Yagyu became the chairman of the Wild Bird Society of Japan, as well as the Stork Fan Club, and has written several books on these things. He got quite active as a naturalist and was heavily involved in gardening, which was a passion he shared with his elder son Shingo. Shingo actually hosted a program on NHK from 2000 to 2008 called Shumi no Enge, or Hobby Gardening. Sadly, on May 2nd of 2015, Shingo died of laryngeal cancer at the age of 47, and a funeral was held at the family's club. As if this wasn't enough trauma for Hiroshi to deal with, his wife and best friend Yukiko started to display signs of dementia, which is speculated to have been due to the mental shock of losing their son. 1 year after Shingo's passing, Hiroshi Yagyu spent an entire night in the streets looking for his poor wife who had gotten confused and wandered away, only to fall and hit her head. Over the years, Yagyu would continue appearing mostly on television up until 2019 when he gave his last performance in an episode of the daytime television drama Time of Peace Road. Today, Hiroshi is still taking care of Yukiko, and the two make frequent appearances at the Yatsugarake Club, which as I mentioned before, is being run by their younger son Sosuke. The regulars at the club lovingly refer to old Yagyu as Papa-san. He continues his gardening there and claims to have planted over 10,000 trees that come in many flavors. Some of the structures built by Shingo still stand, and the property is awash in the sights and sounds of beautiful birds for Yagyu to observe. Fujitsu Limited is a well-known electronics manufacturer and IT vendor in Japan. They maintain the #1 spot in Japanese infotech sales and #4 worldwide. In 1985, Fujitsu established a new branch that specialized in PC software and hardware called FPS, which stood for Fujitsu Pasicon Systems, or Fujitsu Personal Computer Systems. Up until FPS was absorbed into a larger, more lucrative branch in 2004 called Fujitsu Prime Soft Technology, they developed and published a small list of games and electronic toys that I feel deserve a look over. Most of them seem to be video game adaptations of actual trivia game shows released for Macintosh and Windows 95. All of these entries are tagged with MJ Party Presents, which may or may not have something to do with the television licensing, but I'm not sure about that, since I found MJ Party to be credited on software that had nothing to do with television. Perhaps they're a development team within FPS. Whatever the standings actually were, they did a small number of FM Towns and PlayStation titles, as well as a few car screensavers that I would love to find. Additionally, they made 2 toy robots that you could connect to your computer. One was Hello Kitty, and the other was Tachi-Oji-san, or Uncle Touch.
インターネットがなものもんじゃ。今さら聞けるかわかずに。今日もデスクで会になる。来てみて触って富士通のお店。
This character was somewhat of a mascot for Fujitsu and appeared in the company's commercials between the years of 1994 and 2000. There was even a website called Touch Uncle World that had playable Uncle Touch games, but it shut down in August of 2001. The animator behind this character was Sadao Tsukioka, who, amongst other animation projects, is known for directing the Little Nemo pilot in 1978 and the entire Wolf Boy Ken series between 1963 and 1965. Back to FPS. Among other titles, they did 3 installments of America Udon Ultra Quiz, or Transamerica Ultra Quiz, as well as a screensaver. They made Panicook, Mojia, Panel Quiz Attack 25, National High School Quiz Championship, and on PlayStation they made Prism Court, which was a high school volleyball simulation game. Now, as I've mentioned earlier, 1 Million Yen Quiz Hunter finished airing on TV Asahi in 1993, so I find it strange that FPS released a computer game based on the show 3 years later in 1996. I suppose this might be a testament to the lasting effect that the show had on Japan, or maybe the show was put into heavy syndication at this time and reruns were prominent on multiple channels. I'm not sure. Jump forward 2 years and we finally arrive to the game this episode is apparently supposed to be about, 1 Million Yen Quiz Hunter on the PlayStation. There is another company that seems to be co-credited with the development of this game called ISCO, ISCO, or Intelligent System Corporation, but I can't confirm that, and only one source that isn't directly related to the company cites this. So, as I often unfortunately must resort to saying, I just don't know. Okay, shut up, Dusty, let's play the game.
Hyakumanyen Quiz Hunter!
Well, I sure do love this menu screen. We get Yagyu's big, beautiful face popping into view and all these excellent text animations and the little puppy dog mascots doing cool things and such. This one's ready for Hawaii. I also love how this text comes flying out of Yagyu's mouth. So you all know the deal here. I'm limited with what I can read and understand, blah blah blah, but we tried our best. I used Google Lens on my phone again, but more importantly, I streamed this in the Butage Game Discord while recording it. I would not have been able to do this without the help of my friends, so thank you guys. As you would assume, there are different modes to play. We jumped into a casual game and were prompted with this screen, which indicates to me that you can do multiplayer even if you only have one controller. I did find out online that you can use a PlayStation multi-tap with this to play 4-player, so that's cool. You can also choose the positioning of your character during the game, and I'm still trying to fully understand what impact that might actually have. You can either load a previous character with all of your prior winnings and stats, or you can make a new one. So I conjured up that silver jerk from Shogi from Zero, because I knew we were going to lose anyways, and that dude can burn. Ugh. You choose your year and place of birth, your profession, your favorite hobby, and your motto. At the time of playing this, I was not yet born, but I am a critic and I like computers. One thing I've always been known to say is that participating in 1 million yen Quiz Hunter has been a dream for me since I was little. We spin 3 roulettes to determine our chunky-headed opponents and let the game begin. Ah yes, of course we have a board here and there's... Yagyu? What's happened to you? Your head is chunk, and where are your shins? Yagyu. I did some reading up on this stylistic choice for Japan's beloved old man game show host, and this seemed to be the primary source of criticism that this otherwise well-received game got. People felt that the Hiroshi Yagyu they knew and loved looked terrifying here. Personally, I kinda like it, but then again, I didn't grow up maintaining the image of this dude as one of comfort. But yeah, all the peoples here are chunkheads. Chunkhead, 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 chunkhead! Chunkhead! Shunkied! The assistant here is labeled as Hyakumanyen, but I don't see this person credited at any point during the actual show, so I'm wondering if this chunkhead only appeared here in the PlayStation adaptation, but never in the real show. The game works exactly like you would expect it to. It's an interactive version of the trivia game on TV. First, we have a board full of topics like geography, food, nature, etc. Despite not being able to immediately read what is written, I do like that you can see that the writing for each topic is often stylized to reflect said topic. The very first one in the game is chosen by Yagyu, and for all other rounds, it's chosen by the player who answered the last question correctly. For the majority of the actual show, the questions were read off by Mako Nakamura, but in this PlayStation game, the questions are read by Tamayo Madogawa, who was a popular television announcer for TV Asahi at the time, and would later go on to become a politician serving as a member in the House of Councilors of the National Diet, or Parliament of Japan. After the question is read, you have the opportunity to hit the bell with your hammer and answer before the other players. I decided to just chance it and guess a random answer, and in a crazy stroke of luck, I got it right. A little later, I got lucky again when I was able to steal from another player because they misspelled an answer that was supposed to be in English. Other than that, I got every single thing wrong, and we of course lost. The questions are answered in seemingly randomized formats. Sometimes you have to spell it out, other times it's multiple choice, there are image-based answers, and once in a while you get this weird diminishing availability format where you can't scroll back if you want to see more possible answers. I love Yagyu's little animations between questions. Just like in the real thing, he never comes off as arrogant. Like he just wants everyone to win. Every time I chose incorrectly, it's like the producers behind the set were sending painful waves of electricity to Yagyu via shot collar. And I love the way both Hiroshi and Haru give sympathetic head tilts in perfect unison. Money! Pink scuba gear!
Things I didn't win!
Toilet paper! Treadmill! Diamond ring! Pizza! Table! Dresser! Hamster! Champagne! More jewelry! Watches! Flute! Chair! Robe! Bananas, golf, first-person shooting games, keyboard Kathy, China, meat flour, pickled plums. There's also a speed mode, which basically just has you firing off the answers and waiting until the end of the round to see how well you did. Well, I did not do. Also, there's this handy thing called the MQR viewer, which basically just lets you see all of your stats and winnings from each game. I assume it would allow you to carry over a character to a friend's save or something. I'm not 100% on the actual application of this tool, as the company goes out of their way to mention it on everything, and I feel like there's something cooler you can do with it that I'm failing to see. Apparently this was also used for FPS's other PlayStation game based on an actual trivia game show, Panel Quiz Attack 25. Actually, in the middle of one of the rounds I was playing, they played an ad for this game as if it was part of an episode. So now, my friends and I decided to be real cheap. We decided to save state our way to success just to get a little taste of that winner's pride. I just want to go to Hawaii and swim with the dolphins, and I want the golden hammer to get me there. Cue the montage music as I make our big, beautiful BBG blue beads. This smarty pants won't be born until next Christmas Eve in Hokkaido, which is where Ippei Akai is trying to get for his big tech event. Blue Beads traveled from the future with all of the answers, leaving behind a restaurant business and video games. Blue Beads is here to answer all of the questions, but Blue Beads has one question for us. If I participate, can I get the autograph of the master? Who knows, Blue Baby? You gotta pay to play the game! Woo! Look, I have a secret to tell all of you. We won the game, by a lot. First question, we got it right. Second question, also got that right. Third question, also got that right. Other questions, we got all of them right. Listen, everyone, we did this fair and square. Nothing weird going on here. And then at the end of the game, we hit exactly the right box that sent us on a beautiful Hawaiian trip to Hawaii. We're the winners, okay? Let's see the results.
Winners that won!
Me. Chunkhead. Okay, I'll stop. Sorry. Check out the video for the Hawaiian trip. I love it. Once again, I love all the character animations. Both of the hosts are pretty funny with all of the reactions to right and wrong answers. I love that we get the little mid-game segment where information is given on each contestant. I love the chimes and sound effects heard throughout the game. I adore the Star Trek song that plays at the end of the game. Look, overall, this is a simple, well-executed PlayStation game based on a trivia game show. I really don't have anything to complain about it. I mean, if you can read the language, this is a definite recommendation on my part. I can just tell that 1 Million Yen Quiz Hunter has a special place in the hearts of the people that grew up with the show. And for that, I can't help but also feel that there is something great about it. I'm highly susceptible to that sort of contagious nostalgia. Play this game if you can. Speaking of which, do you all like PS1 games? Do you all like PS1 inspired content? Well, my friend StarkCrafts is doing some absolutely incredible work on his channel. Just look at these gorgeous models. I've spent hours watching his dreamlike content, and I strongly recommend you give a look as well. Not only does this channel serve as a fantastic virtual art gallery, but most importantly, it's informative. Stark visually guides you by the hand through the process of making each one of these PS1 inspired models. And if you're trying to work in design of any kind, you should really give this stuff a watch. Recently, he made these animated GIFs for the tiers on my Patreon page. Hey, by the way, I have a Patreon page. I'm trying my absolute hardest to get these videos done while keeping them up to the standard that I want to maintain, but I know that I could have them done much faster if I was able to quit my job and make a career out of this. That being said, please consider supporting Blue Butage Game on Patreon, as it would greatly help the cause. Either way, no pressure, as I love sharing these videos with all of you. Thank you so much to all of my current Patreon supporters. You've shot vinegar into my veins, and I find it difficult to properly show my gratitude. Just thank you so much. Be nice to people. Bye. Popstar Maker is a pop group management simulation game that was exclusively released in PAL regions in November of 2001. This was the title for the English version released in the UK that possibly had a wider European release, but in France it was called 100% Star, and in Germany it was called Newcomer Be a Pop Star. Why it happened this way, I really can't say. The usual assumption with this kind of thing is that there are existing licenses in each respective country that demand the name changes. Also, you might be wondering why this is the next game in the complete PlayStation series when it begins with the letter P. Well, I screwed up and got the regions wrong. At first I thought that 100% Star was the original title of the game, and I was wrong. Listen, this is very important, and I have made a grave mistake that will affect millions. Moving on. Have you got what it takes to become the ultimate pop star maker? Get a load of this. Look at the charts today, inundated with manufactured bands. The music business is in need of some fresh talent. Are you the person to make the next super band that will take the world by storm? The game where you manufacture a band is selling itself to you by criticizing manufactured bands and saying that there are too many of them already. I mean, I agree with what they're saying, but they aren't helping themselves. And what's up with bootleg Harley Quinn from Batman the Animated Series? Anyways, I was surprised to see that this game was published by Eidos Interactive, who, you know, have published just a few things here and there. Popstar Maker was developed by Tech Software Development Limited, which was a company that mostly ported games to the likes of Commodore 64 and Amiga, Atari ST, and Amstrad CPC, amongst other hardware. Perhaps most notably, they did ports of Ninja Gaiden retitled as Shadow Warriors, which is how it was known in PAL regions at the time. Admittedly, this company threw a few curveballs at me when trying to research them. Their line of software varies greatly from source to source, as well as their lifespan. But look, I'm just gonna relay what I've gathered from my research, and if you find a source that tells the story differently, please remember that I likely found that as well, and had to pit it against existing conflicting information to ultimately make a decision. That being said, please do share any findings you have with me, as there is always the chance that I left some stone unturned, and I'm always open to learn more. From what I understand, Tech Software was formed in 1987 in Rotherham, England, and as I've mentioned, they focused predominantly on programming arcade and console conversions for 8 and 16-bit home computers. In 1988, they created an entity to publish their original works, titled Chrysalis Software Limited, which would later have the spelling changed due to a dispute with Chrysalis Records. They also worked with their sister company, Tech London, on sound development support for a few games here and there. This was all done with a proprietary sound engine created by Sean Hollingworth, a game designer and founding member of the company. The engine was operated by video game musician Matt Furness, who would go on to use it extensively on a wide variety of Sega games such as Joe and Mac, The Lion King, and The Lost Vikings, amongst many, many others. Matt was nice enough to answer a few questions for me while creating this episode, so thanks Matt. If you get a chance, go through his impressive list of works, which I'll link in the description. You'll be surprised to see just how talented one person can possibly be. In 1991, Tech Software split off from Tech London, causing them to change the name of their company to the title they had been using to publish their own games since the beginning, Chrysalis Software. Over the next decade, they operated sound on a large number of Sega Mega Drive/Genesis games, and they developed and published many titles for a myriad of consoles and computers, with the majority of them being for the Acorn Archimedes. And it's here that we finally arrive at the PlayStation game Popstar Maker, released on November 23rd of 2001. Upon review, there are two very odd things about this. One, rather than using their current at the time name, Chrysalis, it's Tech Software that's credited as the developer of the game on the case. Why did they do that? 2, the company ceased operations 7 days after the release of this game, and both of the names of Tech and Chrysalis would be dissolved 3 and 4 years later, respectively. So, what? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can theorize whatever you want about those things, but these are all the facts we have. Okay, let's make some plop stars. Yay. This is the menu, everyone. Take it all in. Breathe in heavily. These are the settings. All of them. Select your territory. The options are Europe, America, Asia, Australia, and New Jersey. At the My Pop Group page, it's time to recruit some new performers. Scrolling through them, you can see they all have varying stats like vocals and dancing and whatnot. I'm immediately intrigued by this guy's desert camo romper and Velcro sandals. So that's what we'll be going with for 3 of our members, and then for the other 2, we kidnapped the lead singer from New Radicals and cloned him. Next, we name our band with a totally not frustrating single horizontal line of text that we have to scroll back and forth on, while totally not annoying sounds are being made every time we do anything. Speaking of sounds, I find it so strange that there isn't any music being played on the menu screens in this game that is apparently about music. It's eerie and isolating, and just all around a strange decision. Like, original music could have been made for this using the in-game music editor, which you'll see in a bit. Why wasn't any of that used here? It's all just silence and menu boops. Introducing the next big musical act of the millennium, Walmart! Okay, so get used to looking at this because this is basically the whole game here. You can see at the top there's a calendar date, which is what this game is centered around. Starting in the top left corner, we have My Diary, which is where I keep all of my secrets and talk about who I have a crush on. Actually, it's just how you manage your calendar and fill in which activity you'll do each day. You can schedule a studio recording, and if you've already done so, you can release a single or an entire album if you've recorded enough tracks. There's also training, which will obviously raise each member's stats, and live performance, which you have to carefully budget the marketing and ticket prices for. There are 3 different venues in each territory that vary in audience capacity and upfront costs. You can choose from like 5 or 6 set designs, and I'm gonna go ahead and be honest with you all right now. There ain't a whole lot of Ladeller to find there. I understand that that is a very subjective thing, but it is of my opinion that there isn't really anything to write home about here. You'll see soon enough. All of this is where most of the strategy lies in the game, as you have to be careful to properly grow the band's popularity without going bankrupt in the process. Move over to charts on the right here and you can see what singles and albums have made it to the top 10 this week. This actually ended up being my second favorite part of the experience, as I enjoyed just seeing what names they came up with. Come Over and See Me by Country Dave. River Wet, Mountain Dry by Park Patrol. Brother vs. Sister by Bad Boy Bubby. Saucer Full of Serious. Teen Troopers. Parp, Sugar and Spice. Playing with My Heart, The Mullets. You can check your email inbox here, which occasionally might include a record contract offer, like this one from Relentless Records. Based on the signing fee and royalty rate, you can decide to either accept the offer or reject it. This is somewhat of a gamble, as accepting the offer would close you off from future, potentially better offers, unless you're willing to pay a fee and break the contract. The My Pop Group tab lets you hire and fire members of the group, as well as change their attire. According to the One Game Facts on this is important to do at least once a week or so in order to maintain the happiness of your performers. That's cool and all, but I demand 24/7 camo rompers, Velcro sandals, and bucket hats. Thank you. In the My Money tab, you can look at your current funds, expenditures, and profits. I believe you always start the game with 50,000 pounds, which is a little over 68,000 US dollars. In game options, you can choose what type of travel and accommodations your group will receive, whether it be budget, standard, or luxury. This has an effect on each member's mood, with the nicer options making them happier, but it would obviously cost a lot more. In the awards tab, you can view silhouettes of what look like trophies, and this will never change. So to move time forward, you press start and advance by 1 day. For day 1, I've scheduled a studio recording, and this can be handled in several different ways. You can write your own song in the music editor, which I'll get to in a second, or you can purchase the rights to cover an existing song. Doing the first one is free, but time consuming, and doing the second one can be expensive but fast. I chose to do both by writing one song and purchasing 2. I bought Love Me Up Too Far by Ray Deontay and Fat Love Fat Love by David Love. I snorted. You then spend money to record the tracks, and you can choose which of these will be your next single. If you've recorded the minimum requirement, I think it was somewhere around 8 songs, you can put together a full album. Let's take a quick look at the in-game music editor, which is my favorite part of the game. It's janky, it's counterintuitive, it's tedious, but it's still kind of fun. You have a single line for each instrument and numbered samples to punch into each beat. I find it strange that the numbers are all seemingly random. It looks like whoever programmed this created samples that they organized by number, but only certain ones made it into the final game. And rather than renaming these to something that might make sense to the player, we get this odd assortment of numbers for each instrument. In this way, it really does feel thrown together. I even found a misplaced drum sample in the bass section. My other major complaint with this is that most of the samples abruptly break at the tail end, so if you wanted to create one long sustained note with either the strings or the synth, it ends up sounding like this. Also, in order to play back your work so far, you have to slowly scroll all the way to the beginning of the sequence, which would be annoying on its own, but it's made infinitely worse when these are the sounds you have to hear while doing that. Negatives aside, I swear this was still really fun. The vocal samples are hilarious.
Oh, baby.
And the overall club pop vibe will transport you back to that weird early 2000s era. I actually found myself getting lost in the experience. A lot like dumping my bin of Legos out as a kid and losing myself to hours of custom creations. Do you guys want to hear Walmart's major hit? I present to you, Always Low Prices.
Hey, DJ.
Make some noise! Make some noise! Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Ugh, he's not doing it right. I'll take care of this.
Wait, no, he's sensitive.
Shut up. Jamie, so Doc says you're not doing it right.
What? I didn't say that. I don't get why they can't just nail this one simple part.
Yeah, but honestly, he does sound like crap.
Oh my god, I know.
I can still hear you guys talking about me. Yeah, well, I'm still pressing the button, so duh.
Please, stop arguing, everyone. Hey, listen to Doc, everybody. Yeah, sure, he's incredibly annoying. And maybe he's the weakest link out of the 5 of yous, but he's right. Listen, kids, I need you all to get along, okay? If you could put aside your differences, we could record a hit record today. I wouldn't steer you wrong. They don't call me Mr. Platinum for nothing.
Move forward another day, and we have training on the schedule. Unfortunately, this is, it's pretty uneventful. You basically just select which attributes you want each character to improve upon, and you do that by spending money. That's it. We get no animations or mini-games or anything. You can see that every performer has red sections on their stat bars, which indicate the maximum potential growth for that stat. Some of the characters are well balanced, while others specialize in one thing and completely lack in another. Like Jamie here, who is the least charming person you'll ever meet.
Natalie, Doc, come on, pick up the pace. Bobby, I need quicker twirls. At least 20% faster. Jack, I like what you're doing. Maybe tone it down a bit. Jamie, I need you 2, maybe 3 inches taller. Huh? All right, let's take 5. Help yourself to a Fresca. There's a bowl of Starbursts on the table, but don't have too many. I don't need you kids bloated for the big performance.
Just before your group puts on a performance, you get to see what the attendance looks like along with ticket sales. I got 0 for this show. Really? Like, do none of the band members have any friends or even family? Whenever you face a turnout like this, you have the option to skip the performance entirely instead of wasting your time, but that comes at the cost of losing any potential audience attendance over time, and the venue still charges you. This all plays into the major challenge that this game presents, which is money management more than anything else. It's all about properly planning low-cost marketing and crowd building early on and scaling up as you make more and more profit. This I was not very good at, and 2 weeks before my group even performed, I received an email from the bank notifying me that my account was overdrawn and I had a short amount of time to fix the situation. I didn't do that. Back to the performance. You can only play the original songs you made in the music editor because I guess the developers couldn't be bothered to make any of their own songs for the game. Yeah, you heard me right. There is no Fat Love. There is no David Love. It was all a ruse. One big fat loveless lie.
Do I look any taller to you? You know, now that you mention it, maybe a little bit. All right, everybody, shut up and listen. This is your first big gig. We got a lot riding on this. I got a lot riding on this. I want you to look your best, sound your best, and for God's sake, smile. I'm looking at you, Bobby. Make sure your Velcro's fastened securely. Lord knows we don't need a wardrobe malfunction out there. Curtain call, 30 seconds to showtime. Knock 'em dead, gang.
Make some noise! Make some noise! Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
So, this is what the performances look like. Fantastic moves, everyone. Excellent. I could be wrong. You know, don't quote me on this one. But I don't think they hired an actual dance choreographer for the development of this game. Just a hunch I have. I don't know. The crowd is comprised of a vast, empty black space, which at first I believed was due to the poor audience attendance. But with later performances that actually had people show up, it was the same. Just this dark, eerie expanse of nothing. It feels like a horrible dream. Like, they couldn't have chosen anything else? Was it too difficult to put flat images here or something? Anyways, you can switch between several camera angles, so that's nice, right? Most of them are not good camera angles, like, at all. And beyond that, there's an exit option. I'm not sure if doing this has any effect on the group's fanbase or not. The image of the arrow pointing out the door kind of throws me off. Like, is this a diegetic exit for the whole group? Meaning that the show ended early? Or is it just that I, the player of the game, am choosing not to watch the show, though it does go on? These are the important questions in life, everyone. Not in a broader, meaningful sense. I mean specifically about Popstar Maker, the 2001 PlayStation game.
Oh yeah! Baby, baby! Aha! Oh yeah! Yeah! Aha! Yeah, baby! Ah, jeez. Oh boy. Ah, crap. Well, guys, we really did it.
Well, guys, we really did it. What the crap are you even talking about?
There was no audience. Nobody showed up.
Yeah, it was like we were performing for a black void.
Fantastic job, kiddos. The performance went off without a hitch. And even better, Always Low Prices has climbed the charts to number 37. Unfortunately, I've defaulted on my loans and the band is defunct as of now.
What?
Look, I'd love to stick around and shoot the breeze with you all, but on to greener pastures, you know what I mean?
Oh my God. Later.
Hold on there, my golden child.
Huh?
How would you like to be a part of something bigger than Walmart? I'm talking a whole new project. I'm talking straight to success. Are you in?
What? I thought you didn't even like me. Why choose me out of everyone else?
Well, it isn't really about me liking or disliking you. Heck, it isn't even about me hating you or generally despising your presence. You see, my boy, I've got you under contract. I own your face, your voice, and your name. In perpetuity.
I'm bored.
I know you are, kiddo. Me too.
I'm still gonna be the front man, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
So on my first playthrough, I went bankrupt and lost everything. Time for a replay. Walmart. Psh, old news, everybody. The hot new band on the streets is called Big K. You see, the problem with Walmart is that they didn't have enough Velcro sandals. And they weren't united in their camo rompers.
I'm so happy you all are here together. Welcome, welcome. Big K's gonna be huge. Schmooze a bit, get to know each other, Fresca, Starburst, you know the drill. Jamie, show everyone to their sleeping quarters. Wait, hold your horses. We have business to attend to. I would now like to take a moment to welcome Big K's lead member. And we all know whose it's gonna be. Jamie! Drum roll, please.
Okay.
Penny!
Huh? Wow, this is such a surprise. I have so many people to thank. Firstly...
All right, that's beautiful. I expect to see everyone in the studio in 15. Velcro up, and let's get a move on, people.
This time around, I came up with a new strategy. I would record an entire album of originals, release it to promote the group, and then just have them play endless performances at venues that had small upfront costs, while I keep the ticket prices low. Once I start to see an increase in ticket sales, I'll consider booking better venues and raise the cost of admission. For the album, which is lovingly called Clean Up on Aisle 99, My friend Ryan and I put a few hours into genuinely making 2 songs that we approved of, and then for the remainder of the tracks, I just threw together nonsense to use as fillers, just like the real thing.
Bass, bass, bass. Bass, bass, bass. Bass, bass, bass.
Oh yeah, baby, baby. Wow, Big K is just so much better and more talented than Walmart. That last group of blowhards and morons almost made me go broke. I tell you, there wasn't an ounce of talent among the lot. Jamie was there, he could tell you all about it later.
What? So, when are we getting paid for this?
This one's got moxie, I love it. Great attitude, Tiger. Gotta watch out for JoJo. Yes, Stevie G?
How come my name has to be Stevie G? Can't I just go by Stevie, seeing as I'm the only Stevie in the band?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's enough chit-chatting. Get some rest, cause we got a big show tomorrow. And the day after that, 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 and the day after that. All right, gather round, gang. I've got some good news.
Are we finally getting a few days off? You've been working us to the bone. Did you even read my email?
Yes. I see. Interesting. You have quite a way with words. So anyway, I'm proud to announce that due to the success of our hit song, Blue Light Special, which has climbed to number 26 on the charts, we have been invited to perform on the world-famous Australia's Chart Show.
More like Australia's Shark Show.
Shut up! Who said that? Huh? Lizzie, was that you again?
No.
Well, get your butts in gear, you lazy bones. We're all gonna be smiling bright and cheery on the boob tube on Wednesday, January 30th.
Mr. P, are we finally gonna get to perform for a real-life audience? And, instead of the darkness?
Yes. Whatever gets you to stop talking to me, yes.
I'll just go ahead and spoil it for you by saying that my new strategy didn't work either. No matter what I did, I wasn't able to find a sweet spot in profits over expenditures. The game fact that exists for this, which was written by a true hero, Dan 2000, back in late 2002, has a few suggestions here and there on apparent strategies to success. All of them actually require a surprising degree of dedication, and you have to be in this for the long haul if you want to win. That being said, I have to ask, who was this game meant to be marketed towards? It's cheaply thrown together, but it has the essence of a deeper simulation. It has the subject matter, art style, and color scheme of something that would have been tailored towards preteen girls at the time. But ultimately, the core game is something that might appeal more to an adult. I just don't see a 12-year-old with Backstreet Boys posters on their wall really getting excited about making yearly financial plans and marketing strategies. So who was this for?
All right, twerps, no sitting around. We got a plane to catch. Hop to it. We gotta get the hell out of Australia.
Excuse me? Mr. Platinum? Did you read my latest email?
Jeez, again with the email. No, I didn't read it. I never read it unless you specifically ask me to. Ugh. Decided to quit? See you at the top of the charts. What the?
Bye.
Great. Just great. Anybody else have an email they want me to read?
Actually, I think I'm gonna go with JoJo.
Me too.
Me three. Well, Jamie, looks like it's just you and me, kiddo.
So, what now?
Well, Jamie, I got big plans for you, kid. Big plans.
Come on, baby. Yeah. Ooh. Baby. Just wanna love you. Just wanna love you true. 'Cause you're mine. You're mine.
Pop Star Maker, aka 100% Star, aka Newcomer Be a Pop Star, is a confusing entry in the PlayStation library. While I don't particularly like or recommend it, I would be lying if I said that I didn't have any fun with it at all. Goofing off with friends while playing with the music editor was actually pretty enjoyable. I'll honestly say that you could squeeze a few hours of entertainment out of that, though yes, there are much better examples of in-game music editors out there. Additionally, if you really want to, and I'm interested to see this, perhaps forming a successful strategy and seeing it play out well could offer some enjoyment, but I'm not really sure about that. Either way, I'm glad I can say that I went through this. It's peculiar and thrown together, but I want to thank my BFF Alex for co-writing this episode with me and doing many of the voices, including Mr. Platinum. If you want to call Alex and thank him yourself, here's a number you can dial to do just that. I also want to thank my wonderful Patreon pals for the faith and generosity, which help this channel to live and grow. If you like exclusive content and want to be a part of this whole project, please consider checking out the Butage Game Patreon. Thank you everyone, be nice to people, bye. 101 Dalmatians 2: Patch's London Adventure is a Disney-licensed action platforming game that was released in November of 2003. The game was based on the direct-to-video Disney movie of the same name that came out earlier in January of that same year. The 101 Dalmatian movies are fairly well known, but it all started in 1956 with a children's novel written by Dodie Smith. After having written a handful of stage plays in the 1930s, Dodie Smith and her husband, Alec Macbeth Beasley, were faced with the difficult decision of moving from London to the United States when Alec was drafted to serve in the military during World War II. The couple observed themselves as conscientious objectors, also known as conchies, who are individuals that claim the right to refuse military service on the grounds of freedom of thought, conscience, or religion. This major change in location had a huge impact on Dodie Smith. After having spent her whole life there, she was in love with England, and in particular London. Homesickness was the main inspiration for Dodie's 1948 novel, I Capture the Castle, which would garner major acclaim and was hailed as one of the top 200 novels in the United Kingdom by the BBC in 2003. Upon this success, Dodie and Alec went on to live lavish lives at their homes in both Beverly Hills and Malibu, California. As both of them were very much dog people, they took up adopting a large number of Dalmatians, one of which they named Pongo. And it was during one of the many dinner parties they put on that a friend made a very specific comment to Dodie about these black and white checkered pups. Those dogs, she said, would make a lovely fur coat. This turned the wheels in Dodie's head and eventually led to her completing the 101 Dalmatians in 1956. Prior to reading the book, I assumed it was going to be your basic light reading children's novel with some sort of underlying moral theme to wrap it all up in a pretty bow, but actually, I'm happy to report that there was a little more to it than that. Dodie's voice carries with it a sharp sense of humor and a keen eye for the odd behaviors of both pets and people alike. Through her narrative, it's clear that she's passionate about the furry pals in her life, and the lengths to which she goes to create an imaginary social construct within the animal kingdom are endearing. Though, admittedly, she might be the first person to bestow upon the world that basic joke of, we don't own our pets, they own us, as she pretty much says this verbatim in the first chapter. You can't really blame her for it though, since she had no way of knowing that she was giving birth to bumper sticker humor at the time. That aside, I love the way she builds Cruella de Vil into a wacky character that is actually much more fleshed out in this introductory book than she is in any of the later films. She's written as this sort of self-centered narcissist that talks over everyone and says whatever comes to her mind without any tact at all. I thought the funniest thing about her, though, was that for some reason she loves the taste of black pepper. At the beginning of the book, she throws a dinner party, and here's a description of the menu.
The soup was dark purple, and what did it taste of? Pepper. The fish was bright green, and what did it taste of? Pepper. The meat was pale blue, and what did that taste of? Pepper. Everything tasted of pepper, even the ice cream, which was black.
As for the titular Dalmatians, it was interesting to observe the domestic struggles that Dodi details through the voices of these dogs, which, for the vast majority of the book, was mostly relegated to where the next meal might be found. Though we can understand the language of the dogs, the humans cannot, which Dodi makes a point to repeatedly tell us throughout the book. Pongo, named after the author's real-life Dalmatian, and Mrs. are loving and compassionate protagonists that easily gain the sympathy of the reader as they embark on their harrowing journey to save their 97 puppies from Cruella de Vil, who has kidnapped them in order to skin them and make Dalmatian fur coats, which, oh yeah, that's the plot by the way, I just sort of figured you all knew it. Oh, and if you're thrown off by the 97 puppies thing I just said, it's because 101 includes Pongo and Mrs., as well as a stray dog that the humans rescue named Perdita, who ends up helping to nurse the puppies that are not her own. There's like a weird adulterous tension between Pongo and Perdita whenever Mrs. is not around, so it keeps repeating to himself that she's like a sister and that his wife is actually super hot. We finally reach 101 when you include another adult male Dalmatian that Perdita wants to make puppies with named Prince, so there you go, 101, oh gee oh boy. The story sort of centers around a concept called starlight barking, which is Dodie Smith's way of playfully explaining why dogs sometimes howl to each other at night. When the puppies go missing, and before it's known to the main characters that Cruella de Vil has kidnapped them, Pongo and Mrs. send messages across and well beyond the city of London by passing loud barks and howls from dog to dog. When the messages get to the edge of the city, it's up to whatever dog living on the outskirts of town to go out and pass the message onto the nearest farmhouse dog within barking distance in the countryside. This goes on until any sort of evidence of the puppies is found. It's actually really touching to see this community of unfamiliar dogs band together to help some unknown couple find their pups. One other thing I want to note before moving on is a fairly dark element to this story that I don't really think was intentional and is more so just like very telling of a different time. During a dinner party held at the house of Mr. and Mrs. Dearly, who are the owners of Pongo and Mrs. Oops, I'm sorry, I meant to say the pets of Pongo and Mrs. because I'm quirky. Anyways, this is when Mrs. goes into labor. The owners of the house politely ask the guests to leave as they watch over the birthing process and make sure that Mrs. has everything she needs. All the guests leave but one, Cruella de Vil, who barges into the room where the puppies are being born and discovers that none of them have spots on their fur, which apparently is how all Dalmatians initially look at birth. But this is unbeknownst to Cruella, who immediately instructs the Dearlys to drown them in the nearby lake.
It'll be quite easy, said Cruella. I've drowned dozens and dozens of my cat's kittens. She always chooses some wretched alley cat for their father, so they're never worth keeping. Surely you leave her one kitten, said Mrs. Dearly. If I'd done that, I'd be overrun with cats, said Cruella.
I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that there's something very disturbing to me about all of this. The method of killing these animals is so specific, and I feel like it's alluding to something that, while I'm sure it still does happen today, unfortunately, it seems like this was a normal thing for people to do at one point. Perhaps even Dodie Smith drew this from personal acquaintances. I understand that Cruella de Vil is a villain in the story, and therefore, her actions don't represent that of a normal person. However, there's just something so sad and accepting about Mrs. Dearly asking if the cat even got to keep one of its own children while the rest were killed. It's kind of messed up and left me with a weird feeling. People can be horrible. Anyhow, fast forward 6 years and Mr. Michael Moose jumps onto the scene. Disney had optioned the book from Dodie Smith and released their animated film adaptation, changing the title from The 101 Dalmatians to 101 Dalmatians. That wasn't all they changed either, as a few characters were omitted or combined to simplify things. I won't mention them all, but I will say that Perdita was removed and Mrs. was renamed Perdita, who had much less characterization and dialogue this time around and played more as a quiet side character to Pongo. Starlight barking is now called Twilight barking for some reason, A lot of the darker themes were unsurprisingly scrapped, like the scene with an evil kid luring the hungry dogs with food and then throwing rocks at them. Some of the main puppies like Cadpig were now gone, as well as Cruella's husband and cat. Mr. and Mrs. Dearly were changed to Roger and Anita Radcliffe, a car chase scene was added, and the overall story was heavily shortened to fit into an hour and 20-minute film. Disney jettisoned a lot of the character development in the beginning of the story, as well as the long-distance adventuring that happens later. Surprisingly, Dodie Smith was very happy with these changes, and as I'm sure you already know, the film went on to be a huge success and is still considered to be a classic to this day. In fact, it's probably the main thing you're all familiar with here, unless you count the 90s live adaptation that I'll briefly mention in a bit. Like most book-to-film adaptations, there are pros and cons to both, and overall, I'd say the condensing of the latter half of the story does work in favor of the overall experience. The final chapters of the book were honestly pretty boring to trudge through, and it dragged along as the dogs toured the countryside talking about their next meal. You could argue that the book creates a better sense of epic journey for the main characters, but I feel that that notion is similar to the topic of open world games. Don't make it big just because you think it needs to be big. Fill your world with interesting things and adjust the size of your canvas accordingly. It's just unfortunate that these changes were also at the expense of the character development that the book offered. For example, though Mrs. isn't portrayed as especially smart in the book, it actually goes out of its way to tell you that she isn't. It does give you a real sense of Mrs. as a growing adventurer. We see a real arc from when she first sets off to find her children and laments at leaving her fine Kate behind, to a dog that travels large distances to find food, shelter, and helpful strangers when her husband is knocked out and unable to continue the journey. She finds her own strength to save both her pups and her husband, a character progression that is not highlighted within the movie. This film, which was the 17th animated feature by Disney, was the first to use a process called xerography, which allowed for exact reproductions of the animator's original drawings onto cells instead of tracing them in ink. Watching it now, I have to admit, it looks incredible. The characters on screen as well as their movements are also defined and eye-catching. Also, the stylistic choice of off-kilter frames over muted colors in the backgrounds only helps these animations to pop even more. No joke, even if you don't watch the whole thing, I do encourage you to at least appreciate some of the visuals here. I also just want to share my appreciation of the Lady and the Tramp Easter eggs that are sprinkled throughout the movie. Moving on. In 1967, which was 12 years after the first book and 6 years after the film adaptation, Dodie Smith released an official sequel titled The Starlight Barking. I didn't read this one, as it trails off separately from where this video is supposed to be heading, but I will say that after reading the synopsis, I kind of want to. Apparently it gets like supernatural or something, because all of the humans in the world have fallen asleep, and now the dogs have the ability to fly, and they're never hungry, and they communicate with thought waves. So that sounds kind of cool, right? Almost 30 years later, in 1996, Disney put out the live adaptation, 101 Dalmatians, which many of you around my age might remember. Glenn Close had a pretty notable performance in it as Cruella, and Jeff Daniels was just kind of in it. John Hughes wrote the script, and the movie was directed by the dude that directed Critters, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, The Mighty Ducks, Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead, Mr. Holland's Opus, and Man of the House. 4 years later, in 2000, there was a sequel to the live-action film called 102 Dalmatians. Glenn Close reprised her role, and it was directed by the dude that directed a Goofy movie and Tarzan. Wow, fascinating. In 2003, Disney finally decided to release an official sequel to the original 101 Dalmatians animated film. It was called 101 Dalmatians 2: Patch's London Adventure, and it was direct-to-video VHS and DVD, baby. I should note that neither of the sequels to the animated or the live-action films respectively have anything to do with Dodie Smith's sequel, A Starlight Barking. So this movie actually had me somewhat entertained. It was during an era when I feel that Disney content still had a tiny bit of soul left in it, which I think would end within the next decade or so. The characters were silly and some of the jokes landed. You have Jason Alexander playing a manipulative corgi that wants to be famous, and Martin Short does the voice for an eccentric beatnik artist named Lars.
I am Lars.
Also, Barry Bostwick of the Rocky Horror Picture Show fame voices Thunderbolt, who is the star of the Thunderbolt Adventure Hour, a show admired by all the Dalmatian pups. Without getting too much into it, I'll just describe the plot as being somewhat similar to Home Alone 2, but then it's not. So it's a year after the events of the last film, and Patch the pup finds that he doesn't really fit in with the other puppies. While moving out to a new country home, Pongo, Perdita, and the humans accidentally miscount the puppers and leave Patch behind. Because Thunderbolt, the famous dog that I mentioned earlier, is in town for a celebrity performance, Patch goes to see him and ends up befriending him. And when Thunderbolt is afraid that he's going to be replaced on his show by another celebrity dog, Patch helps him do good deeds to look cool and stuff, since, as his biggest fan, Patch can retell every hero adventure that Thunderbolt had on TV. And then, George Corgi Stanza tries to usurp Thunderbolt and take over the show, because he wants all the lady dogs, even though he's just going to complain about all their imperfections in the doggy diner later to Jerry Terrier. And then Cruella tells the bad guy henchman to go kidnap the puppies, and then, I don't know. Patch saves the day. Who cares? Really, who cares, guys? Come on. Anyways, something I did like was the whole dynamic of Cruella de Vil getting out of prison and not being allowed to purchase furs due to her probation. So she finds Lars the artist and has him painting spots for her so she can get off on it, and it's really weird and funny. What sets her over the edge, however, is that at some point she feels that Lars is losing his ability to perfectly capture spots on the canvas, even though it looks exactly the same. So she sets out to capture Dalmatians again to give him inspiration. But yeah, that's the movie. In November of the same year, a video game adaptation of this movie was released on the Sony PlayStation, and we did it, you guys. You stuck around and we finally arrived at today's topic. You all know Eidos Interactive, who published this game and coincidentally the last game in the complete PlayStation series. But there are actually two separate developers credited, depending on what website you refer to. Oddly enough, they're never both credited at the same time, and sources cite these two developers in a mutually exclusive manner. So, the first company, Digital Eclipse Software, was founded in 1992 in Emeryville, California. They mostly ported classic arcade games to various systems, and beginning in 1999, they made licensed Disney games, as well as a slew of handheld games under other licenses, like pre-Disney Marvel, DC, Spyro and Rayman, Phantasy Star, Mortal Kombat, and Grand Theft Auto. In 2003, right around the time they developed 101 Dalmatians 2, Digital Eclipse merged with a company called Imagine Engine to form Backbone Entertainment. And 2 years later, they would again merge with a company called The Collective to form Foundation 9 Entertainment. During all of these mergers, the company, or rather companies, would go on to mostly make digital ports of classic arcade and console video games on the Xbox 360 and PS3. They also made Death Jr. and its sequels, which is way cooler than the not-so-great Nintendo DS port of Age of Empires that they developed. This lineage of development companies is cited as going defunct in 2015. However, years prior to this, in 2007, some of the developers from the initial company, Digital Eclipse, had split off to form Other Ocean Interactive with a few of the current, at the time, developers from Backbone. Amongst a bunch of other random releases, they developed the 2019 remake of Medieval. Or is it pronounced Medieval? I don't know. They also worked under EA on The Simpsons Tapped Out, which I remember being a popular mobile game for a minute, and they did a Nintendo 3DS port of Minecraft. In 2015, Other Ocean rekindled Digital Eclipse to be what it now is today, which is a project intended to mimic the preservation practices and overall restoration purposes of the Criterion Collection. And this holds true when you look at what the company has developed so far, though it's mostly been compilations. In order to streamline the process of porting these games to modern systems, Digital Eclipse actually developed a tool that allows them to decompile the code from older games into a machine-readable format called Eclipse Engine. You've got Mega Man Legacy Collection, the Disney Afternoon Collection, Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection, SNK 40th Anniversary Collection, Disney Classic Games Aladdin and the Lion King, Samurai Showdown Neo Geo Collection, Blizzard Arcade Collection, Disney Classic Games Collection, and they're working on the unreleased at the time of this video Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles The Cowabunga Collection. The second company that sources lists as the developer of the game is called Santa Cruz Games, and is not to be confused with a Peruvian game company of the same name that seems to have been active from 2015 to 2017. Formed in 2001 in, of course, Santa Cruz, California, they made at least 5 plug-and-play games that I know of, 3 of which are Marvel licensed and include this infamous controller. One is a Power Rangers sword game, and then there was a Star Wars game with a gun. Amongst other systems, they did a few PlayStation and Nintendo DS games. The website that still exists for them is pretty strange. There's a tombstone that shows the years that the company was active, which tells us that it ended in 2010. And if you click on any of the games, it says this: all games developed by SCG were created by a crew of amazing people and creatures. Scrappy and playful, hardworking misfits dedicated to shipping on time with the best quality. We were Santa Cruz Games, a different type of game creator, long lost and now extinct. Thank you for attending the funeral. So that's kind of sad, but it's cool that this is there 12 years later. Anyways, let's play this game. Well, loopity-loopity-loop. This is a poop loop. It's a 4-second loop of poop. Touch you on the nose, go boop. Yeah, no, you gotta get past this screen fast, because this 4-second loop of music can make you go crazy. It's mind-numbing. And sadly, that will be the case throughout the rest of the game. All of the music during this experience is really bad. You know, boisterous, pulsating, energetic circus music can be pretty cool. I'm a big old fan of Nino Rota's music in the Fellini films, and that stuff will make cotton candy come out of your ears. This music, however, is like the auditory version of typing Once Upon a Time on a page over and over and over and over and over and over again without ever writing anything else. It's a groundhog's 4 seconds of sound. And while we're on the topic of audio, all of the sound effects in the game are not mixed well at all. Digging and busting boxes and cars passing by will break you. Jolting sounds repeat themselves ad nauseum through the speakers and are very likely to outflinch the flinchiest of finches. I'm just saying, everyone, if you're gonna play this, turn down the volume and put on your favorite album. I highly recommend that. Starting up the game, we quickly learn that all of the narrative will unfortunately be told through stills from the film, accompanied with a text that feels like it was written by a 9-year-old. The goal of the first level is to arbitrarily chase after a truck, but you don't actually need to chase it. Rather, you can just progress down this lazily designed level, collecting things until you get to said truck. The controls are as follows. X is jump, circle is roll, and I don't know what actual purpose it served, but I did it the whole time because it's Sonic. Square is bark, which can stun enemies for like a millisecond. You can run by holding L1 or R1, which I think was a good choice considering that it frees up your thumbs for the face buttons. Triangle is sniff and dig, which lets you find key items. And considering that this was a very late PlayStation 1 game, you can definitely use the analog stick to move if you don't want to use the D-pad. Yeah, the PS2 had come out 3 years earlier in 2000. So here's the thing. Before I move on to inevitably complain about other stuff, I don't actually hate this game. I even kinda like it. It's broken up into almost 30 levels, and the design and goal of each level slowly gets better as you go along. It's mindless, yes. It's simplistic, absolutely. But it scratches an itch that I think we all need to just admit is there. Go from A to Z and collect things along the way. I beat it in less than 3 hours, and there was hardly ever a moment that I felt stuck, save for a missed key or two. I was just flowing along as I chatted with friends, and there was an element of escapism there. It's like coloring in a coloring book while talking to someone or listening to an audiobook. For the most part, you'll be collecting items, doing slippery platforming, avoiding bad guys, finding keys to open gates, saving puppies, dodging traffic, etc., etc. Occasionally there are bonus levels where you quickly collect things. It's all very straightforward and done on a level-by-level basis. Aside from the audio, I think that the biggest crime committed in this game is the way that the story is handled, and I'm not just talking about the lazy use of still images from the film. No, actually the big problem is that you'd have to have just watched the movie for any of the narrative segments to make any sense. Absolutely zero context or exposition is given to the player. Check this out. In the movie, the opening scene gives us insight into the television program that the puppies, Patch in particular, are obsessed with. Every night, they crowd the living room to watch the Thunderbolt Adventure Hour, which stars Thunderbolt as the hero of the day. Patch looks up to him as an idol, so naturally, when there's an announcement that Thunderbolt will be in town for an event, Patch gets excited about this. The family accidentally leaves Patch behind the next morning when they embark on their big move to the new country house. So he decides to go to the event and see Thunderbolt. A bunch of things happen that lead to Patch and Thunderbolt interacting with each other. When Thunderbolt is misled to believe that he's going to be replaced on the show by another dog, he comes up with the idea to prove himself by going around town doing good deeds and showing the world his true heroism in an effort to save his job. Because Patch has an encyclopedic knowledge of all the episodes of the show, Thunderbolt feels that he can help him do this. So he lies to him about some lost episode of the Thunderbolt Adventure Hour that featured something called a junior deputy test, which allows young pups to prove their heroic abilities for a chance to be on the show. Using this as an incentive, he gets Patch to help him out. Okay, now let's look at how the game handles this. We skip any establishment of the Thunderbolt Adventure Hour, so we have no idea of what that or who Thunderbolt is. We open on the story as Patch wakes up to find his family gone, and awkwardly gives us this information in first person. One beautiful morning, I was fast asleep, when suddenly a noise woke me up. I decided to go to the kitchen to investigate. No one was around. As I got closer, I realized that the sound was coming from the window. And boy, was I surprised by what I saw. My whole family getting into a moving van, ready to go. I tried to get to them, but I was not quick enough. Now I need your help to get back to my family. So then you jump into the actual game and do all of the straightforward things I've already mentioned, jumping, collecting, you get it. There are no plot-forward elements here whatsoever. After about 5 levels of this, we're treated to the second narrative segment of the game, which is no longer in first person. Ready for it? Junior Deputy Test, what show was that in? Oh, one of the lost episodes, but I only give it to pups who I think might be worthy. And who knows, if you do a good job, maybe I'll even let you be on the show with me. Really? Sure, kid, I'm the star, aren't I? Aren't you? Aren't you what? What show are you talking about? Who are you? What is this? What is happening? Who am I? I mean, this is a major oversight in setting down the foundation for a very simple narrative and a very simple game. And this is Disney we're talking about. This ain't no Phoenix Games. I mean, Disney has greenlit its fair share of things that I do not like, but even still, they're known to have that Nintendo seal of quality sheen to everything they put their name on. It's pretty baffling to see how incompetent the storytelling is in this game when you remind yourself of that. Like, this game doesn't just omit extra bits of exposition, it completely forgets to materialize a grounded plot for the characters to stand on. I guess you better also get mom and dad to buy the DVD, kids. It's the companion piece, you little turds. Some of you right now are saying, Bidya, why are you criticizing a 20-year-old children's video game on the PlayStation 1? This is a waste of energy and a waste of our time, and you are a loser and we hate you. Jeez, God, chill out, guys. That is a very strong choice of words. Look, just because something is intended to appeal to children doesn't necessarily mean that it can get away with being terrible, and I'm mostly referring to the narrative aspect here. Who started the notion that children's media doesn't need to be good? Why is it okay to insult their intelligence? Why is it wrong for people like me to complain about it and expect more? The kids deserve better, y'all. Expose them to the good stuff. Build better people, you morons. And I also want to clarify, I don't think that every piece of children's media needs to be educational or have some lesson of the day. It should be allowed to sometimes just be fun, but also intelligently made. There are plenty of great children's games out there that have done this. Or a good example of a kid's cartoon would be Rugrats. Compare the earlier seasons to the later ones. For a while, the show was just a fun, gross-out bit of adventuring that appealed to all of us. Then somewhere around the time that the first film came out and Dill was born, it got all preachy and every single episode had to suddenly have some moral message being shoved down your throat about, like, the importance of sharing or something. Oh my god, I am getting way off track here. The point is that kids' games can and should be good, and when they're not, we should be allowed to say so. Respect the kids! Hey, come on. Here's a fun thing. No matter how uninteresting the last frame of your screen in each level might be, it always turns into the front page of a newspaper. Go get 'em, Patch. Who's reading this?
Hey, honey, did you see the paper? There's a dog, and he's standing there. I don't know. We're supposed to be rooting for him to do something. I don't know what. Go, Patch.
Sometimes it was frustrating to avoid enemies while trying to dig for key items, since the bark stunned them for such a short period of time, but you get used to it. The controls feel slippery and slidey, as you could probably guess. The goals of each level can be quite arbitrary most of the time, usually in the form of collect this very specific number of bones, or meat, or donuts, or jump over a set number of royal guards. Towards the end of the game, it does make more sense when the goals tend to be rescue dogs from Cruella and her henchmen. Sometimes things get very Doom-like with keys that are all different colors. Yeah, I can't think of a single other thing to say about this game. I mean, it starts and it ends. If you like throwing on a simple game while you listen to something else, this works for that, I swear. I'm happy that it took me less than 3 hours to complete. Let's see a speed run of this, people. That could be cool, eh? I want to give a very special thank you to all of my Patreon friends. You guys are amazing and incredibly supportive. Also, thank you to any of you subscribing to the channel. It really helps. I just got over like a month and a half long thing that prevented me from making this video, so thank you all for being so patient and cool about it. I'm hoping to eventually be able to do this full time and pump at least one video out a week, but as it is with work and life and all the other dumb stuff, well, you all know how that goes. I'm really excited for the next video actually, so I will see you all soon. Be nice to people. Bye. "102 Dalmatians: Puppies to the Rescue" is a platforming game released on multiple consoles in NTSC-U and PAL regions in late 2000. It's very loosely based on the 102 Dalmatians live-action film that came out right around the same time. Now, you might be thinking that I squeezed every drop of information on this license in the video I did on the other PS1 Dalmatian game, 101 Dalmatians 2: Patch's London Adventure, but actually, I forgot to tell you about a few very important things. Did you know that Dodie Smith's husband...
Psst, Dodie Smith is the author of 101 Dalmatians, for those of you that didn't watch the other video.
...was the son of one of the survivors of the Titanic. Yeah. Alec's father, Lawrence Beasley, was a science teacher and journalist that happened to be traveling on the ship when it famously sank. Here he is in the gymnastics room of the Titanic. He escaped on lifeboat number 13, and 9 weeks after the horrific event, he wrote a successful book about his experience called The Loss of the SS Titanic. Also, I forgot to mention 101 Dalmatians, the series, which was a cartoon that aired between 1997 and 1998 on the Disney Channel and ABC. It was a thing that existed. I watched an episode. It was fine. You'll recognize a lot of the voices here.
Who put the bird bath in the driveway?
I love bird baths. I love birds. They make me happy.
Watch it, bird brain! Scorch stole a disc, and we gotta get it back, or Roger will be in a lot of trouble.
Not now, Rolly. You and I'll see what Cruella's up to, Cadpig. You stay behind and keep an eye on Roger and Anita.
Lucky, don't let anything happen to this disc. Guard it with your life. Got it?
Oh, there you are. I was worried sick when you guys missed lunch today. I mean, today of all the days, with the gravy and the sirloin. Did you hear? The Colonel got filet.
Oddly enough, there's a very subtle reference to the 1970s hit sitcom Laverne and Shirley, as Cruella de Vil's henchmen, Horace and Jasper, are voiced by David L. Lander and Michael McKean, who play Squiggy and Lenny on the show. I could talk way more about Michael McKean, but I'm gonna put the brakes on here.
Dusty. Annoying. Enough chit-chat. I'm here to see how our little video game business is coming along.
As I said, today's game is loosely based on the live-action film 102 Dalmatians. So I tried watching the movie and got about halfway through it. The reason I didn't watch the whole thing is because the movie is stupid. And I mean like, it'll make your head hurt kind of stupid. There are scenes that just don't make any sense at all and have so much going on. For the scene playing right now, I knew just as much of what was happening as you do. So, the Dearleys are gone, being replaced by this lady and this guy that are totally going to fall in love with meaningful screen chemistry. Instead of Pongo and Perdita, we have Dipstick and Dottie, who have given birth to Domino, Little Dipper, and Oddball. The last of which is a puppy that doesn't have spots like the others, and because of this, she has emotional issues. I guess Dipstick is one of the original 101 puppies and was sold to Main Lady by the Dearleys. So there's your meaningful connection to the previous film. Aside from Cruella, of course, and yeah, Glenn Close is fantastic in this. Unfortunately, that just isn't enough to save this movie. Oh, one more thing. I don't know about any of you guys, but bad portrayals of video games and movies, like, especially from this era, I think are just the funniest things. Both live-action films have scenes like this. In the first one, it made sense because Jeff Daniels played a video game designer, which is also the case in the 1997 animated series. In this one, it's just, hee hee, look at the doggy playing the game. And my god, what a hideously ugly game that is. Anyways, Gérard Depardieu is in the movie, and he plays a fur coat designer named Jean-Pierre Lepelt, which is cute. Having starred in over 200 films, which range from Francois Truffaut to a live-action Asterix and Obelix, Gérard Depardieu is most definitely a household name in France. Between the release of both Dalmatian games on PS1 and now, there have been several other shows and movies, but I'm really just concerned with acknowledging the legacy leading up to the release of these games.
Billy wanted puppies, but his parents had new carpeting, so he got cardboard puppies instead.
Stay.
He tried to make the most of it, but it just wasn't the same.
Speak.
Then Billy tried Disney's 102 Dalmatians Puppies to the Rescue video game. Now when he wants his puppies to fetch, they fetch. When he wants them to battle villains, they battle villains. And when he wants to take them for a walk, he takes them for a walk. Game and system sold separately, rated E for everyone.
102 Dalmatians Puppies to the Rescue was released on 4 separate platforms in 2000 under an overlapping Venn diagram of publishers and developers. The Sega Dreamcast version is pretty much the same as the PlayStation release, only with smoother edges and better draw distance. The Windows port looks identical to the Dreamcast release, but with button mapping options. Both of these ports, for some reason, feature major chord variations of music in one of the levels that was written by French composer Camille Saint-Saëns. The PC version features the symphonic poem Danse Macabre, while the Dreamcast uses pieces from the suite The Carnival of the Animals, of which you may be familiar with the movement Aquarium. The Game Boy Color port was developed by Digital Eclipse, who we've covered before, as they were the developers that would go on to make 101 Dalmatians 2 Patch's London Adventure on PlayStation. The game is your typical handheld port of a licensed title from the time, with all of the two-dimensional platforming fare. Some of the animations are impressive, and overall I'd say it's slightly better than average. Oh, and fans of Doctor Who might recognize this robot dog. Today's focus, the PlayStation version of 102 Dalmatians, was published by Eidos, who has been mentioned multiple times in the series now, and developed by Crystal Dynamics, who outsourced much of the work to Toys for Bob. Crystal Dynamics was founded in 1992 in San Francisco, and has the distinction of being the first licensed developer for Panasonic's 3DO console, for which they developed and published the pack-in launch title Crash and Burn. They were responsible for developing the Gex series, whose titular gecko acted as the mascot for the company up until the year 2000 when today's game was released. I like seeing the differences between the regional releases for games like this. I think it's very telling of what marketing departments at the time felt might appeal to different cultures. Crystal Dynamics created both games in the Eclipse series. Total Eclipse was the first entry, and it was released on the 3DO before being ported to PlayStation as Total Eclipse Turbo. And then there was the Sega Saturn shooter Solar Eclipse, which was released in Japan and Europe as Titan Wars before being ported to the PlayStation. They did Pandemonium 2, released in Japan as Miracle Jumpers, Akuji the Heartless, Blazing Dragons, the 3DO port of Samurai Showdown, 2 Slam and Jam games, and 3D Baseball, which is coming up real soon on the channel now. They made all of the Legacy of Kain series besides the first entry, and I'm trying to just stretch this sentence out so that we can see all of the regional boxes for at least the PS2 ports. They did a number of Tomb Raider titles, notably the PS2 releases and the modern reboots. The company was acquired by Eidos in 1998 and then in 2009 by Square Enix, which is a company that used to be good. Toys for Bob was born in 1989 in Novato, California, which is just north of San Francisco on the San Pablo Bay. Their first release was Star Control on MS-DOS in 1990, which received ports to the Sega Genesis/Mega Drive, Amiga, and Commodore 64. In 1992, they would go on to create the sequel, Star Control 2, again for MS-DOS, as well as a port to 3DO. I've never played this game, but according to the countless accolades for it that can be found online, it is apparently amazing. In 1993, Toys for Bob would form somewhat of a relationship with Crystal Dynamics, treating them as a sort of parent company. Through Crystal Dynamics, Toys for Bob would develop Pandemonium, released in Japan as Magical Hoppers, The Unholy War, and The Horde, which starred Kirk Cameron, the dude from Growing Pains, and that's all that I will say about that complete moron. Oddly enough, they made a Japanese game called Majoko Daisakusen, or Operation Witch Girl, Little Witching Mischiefs. The story behind this is that Crystal Dynamics had helped Toys for Bob strike a deal with Bandai to develop a game for Japan. Apparently, Toys for Bob was overly excited about the prospect and had inquired about the license, hoping it would be a Gundam game. Bandai responded by saying that, actually, this would be an even bigger license. Well, what they got was Operation Witch Girl, which was based on an anime from the 60s and 70s. So that's kind of funny. I mean, I guess it was popular enough in Japan to eventually have a live-action parody on a game show or something, and even a crossover with Sailor Moon, but still. TFB ran into a lot of problems while developing this game, and supposedly they received so many faxes from Japan reporting translation errors and bugs that they unplugged the fax machine altogether. Bandai had the game finished through other means, and Toys for Bob never even learned how well the game performed in Japan. 102 Dalmatians Puppies to the Rescue was released to coincide with the live-action film in 2000, and despite a somewhat positive reception, Crystal Dynamics fired the entire Toys for Bob team after the game's release. In 2005, Activision would acquire Toys for Bob, who would go on to create the Skylander series that Disney and Nintendo would end up borrowing ideas from, as well as the Crash Bandicoot Insane trilogy, Spyro Reignited trilogy, Crash Bandicoot 4 It's About Time, and they co-developed Tony Hawk's Downhill Jam and Call of Duty Warzone of all things. In January of 2022, Microsoft bought Activision Blizzard, who owned Toys for Bob. So that is the current status of the company. Alright, let's check this game out. We're greeted with a barrage of splatting dots on screen as some very familiar music plays. That's right, a lot of the music in this game would end up getting recycled 3 years later for the other PS1 Disney Dalmatian game I've covered, PLA. That's Patch's London Adventure to you. But at least here, it isn't presented as brain-melting 4-second loops. So yeah, I'd say that here it's way more digestible, though I'm still not really a fan, to be honest. We get a cutscene with some creepy, slack-jawed animations and full voice work. I'm obligated to point out how ridiculous it looks, but seriously, the fact that they even tried here makes it miles better than PLA. In that game, we just got lazy stills and a disjointed plot from the movie. Domino and Oddball from the movie are the two playable characters in the game. They're voiced by Frankie Muniz.
That's just one of those crummy robot toys Cruella de Vil is making. Who would want such an ugly hunk of junk?
And this person. You might remember Frankie Muniz from Malcolm in the Middle, Agent Cody Banks, Big Fat Liar, you know, the one where Paul Giamatti gets covered in blue stuff and acts really angry, and My Dog Skip, which is one of those mediocre, overly sentimental films that is cruelly engineered solely to make people cry, and it totally worked on my little brother and me when we saw it in theaters. So the story boils down to, and don't let me lose you here, Cruella de Vil kidnaps all of the pets and puppies in the city, including our main character's siblings, with the intent to cover them all in glue and sell them as toys to save her failing toy business. She sends out an army of violent toys to attack and kidnap, and it's up to Oddball and Domino to save the day. As unexcited as I usually am about obligatory plots and things like this, I will admit that this one is at least a little bit weird. You know, with the glue and everything. So after the intro bit, we're sent to the hub screen, which is a living room with a television set, and I could very easily see this screen being something that might stick with me had I played this game in my childhood. It's just this little bit of detail found scattered throughout this one section of the room I get to see that can incite some of the Lideller magic. We jump into the first level, and boy oh boy you guys, it's a real video game. Look at this! Production! I'm very happy that I played the two games in this order. Had I done the opposite, I would have been way harsher on PLA. Looking back on it now, I was way too easy on it. That game sucks. This one has sprawling levels, beautiful colors, platforming that is actually fun, tons of weird characters with goofy voice acting. It's all here. Alright, so the controls are as follows. We have the analog stick support, X is jump, square is bark, which acts as an attack, Triangle lets you do a very long roll, which is also an attack against enemies, and I think it makes you go a little bit faster. Circle lets you sniff the ground, and by continuing to hold the button, arrows will appear to guide you to the nearest bone or level goal. And all of the shoulder buttons turn the camera. At any point in the game, you can pause and switch between both puppies, but I really don't see the point of this, as there's no difference between the both of them. Every level seems to have a different animal that you can talk to, who will instruct you on what needs to be done in order to progress to the next stage. As I mentioned earlier, the voice acting here is pretty silly in a good way, and it all feels very tongue-in-cheek. Each course features 100 bones to collect and 6 puppies and crates to save. The more you collect of these things, the more content you unlock on the main menu, and I will get to that in a bit. The game plays pretty much like you would expect a competent 3D platformer to. Jump around on things, collect stuff, kill enemies, etc. The combat doesn't really evolve throughout the whole game, though there is the occasional enemy that requires you to bark before you roll, stuff like that. The control isn't perfect, with things being a little slidey and the camera not always behaving, but really overall, it's perfectly fine. The first level in the park is a great introduction to the whole experience, with the vibrant greens, flowing fountains, and thumping music. If you wanted to, and you knew where you were going, you could just run straight to the exit and beat the level in seconds. Alternatively, you could collect everything strewn about the park. Most of the bones are placed in areas that you can explore, others are gained by defeating enemies, and some are buried underground and require you to dig them up. The crates are mostly pre-placed, but sometimes you have to accomplish certain tasks to reveal them. Rolling into one will smash it open, freeing a puppy, who will then thank you in one of several goofy-sounding voices.
Thanks for rescuing me.
There are food items that replenish your health, which is represented by this paw down here, and occasionally you can find 1-ups. A lot of levels, like this one, will have an optional mission that, upon completing, will reward the player with an item or two. They're usually very easy and only require you to move from one point to another. Here, you just have to get Jasper to follow you to a beehive, and then hee ha ha, he gets Joe Pesci Daniel Sterned. The second level is a toy store, and I'm telling you guys, this game is miles better than PLA, which came out 3 years after this. Just the sheer variety of colors and things to look at, the architecture of the rooms, and the platforms that are to be platformed upon within them. For the PLA video, I had touched on the necessity of having media like this that allows for mindless fun. You know, something that seemingly puts you into an autopilot as you traverse a digital landscape and connect all the dots in a very natural way. I'm talking about therapy here. Well, this, in my humble opinion, is a much better version of that. The next level has you running through the streets of London. Neon billboards are scattered throughout the place, which was a little fun to take in. If you can get a high vantage point, there's some sweet Ladeller to be had with the city backdrop. Also, there's this very weird, almost Lynchian Easter egg if you go in this phone booth near the end of the level and answer the call. I can't tell if any actual languages are being spoken here or not, so I played the audio in reverse and still couldn't get anything clear out of it. And what's up with the texture of the phone being behind the phone booth? It's all just a very strange, offsetting thing to be here. While on the topic of that last bit, I'll quickly mention the first of my 2 grievances with this game. The textures are off all over the place, and everything seems to be clipping through everything else. This is definitely not a game breaker, but it's very noticeable and worth pointing out. This also is possibly just an emulation thing on my end, so I can't really be sure. If you have an actual copy of this game, please let us know if this issue exists there as well. After this stage, you'll end up doing a lot of platforming inside of Big Ben to get to the top, where you'll face the first of 4 Cruella de Vil boss fights found in the game. And let me just tell you that it is delightful. Cruella is in a little helicopter firing tomatoes at you, and you have to launch pineapples at her using these little catapults. It's simple and stupid and adorable, and I loved it. This is exactly the type of boss fight that should be found in a children's game. So after this, we visit a museum with plenty of cool exhibits and things to look at. You can get a lift up on the head of an animatronic brontosaurus and ride around on a pterodactyl. You can explore an ancient pyramid. You can look at some flat medieval swords. You can give a dog a donut. Jean-Pierre Lepelt appears in this level, you know, that character from the movie. Somehow he looks even more ridiculous here than he did in the film. Fun fact, I played this game before I watched the movie, so I was confused by this guy, and I didn't understand what he was wearing or why his hair looked like that. The scene that plays with him is so campy and ridiculous. He tries to trap you in a sarcophagus, but there's a huge hole in it, so the puppy just gets out and pushes Jean-Pierre in. The next level has you traversing a huge network of sewer tunnels, and there's a funny rat.
I'm not sure, but I think we might be in an old abandoned subway station from the Victorian times. What a discovery!
There's a carnival level where you can play mini games, ride a roller coaster, and interact with a fortune teller machine that has a surprisingly large amount of recorded responses.
You will live to be a chubby watermelon.
I like the turtle in this level too.
My name is Shelby. Isn't that funny?
You'll do a lot of platforming in a sawmill before the second boss battle, which features Cruella in a little boat, firing tomatoes at you again while you knock into watermelons and fling them at her. I love that the little icon has a watermelon smashed over her head, and in the following cutscene she looks like this. The next level is my favorite one in the game. It's several connecting fields scattered with trees set to the purple-orange glow of dusk. A small blue stream zigzags throughout the area, occasionally plummeting into falls, and there are a few caves you can enter and explore. It's the first time we meet Manny the Beatnik Mole.
Ho-ho, Daddy-o, you look like one cool cat.
And even the Deku Tree makes an appearance. To top it off, the whole level ends with you smashing a piece of Stonehenge on one of the villains. It's a great level. Coincidentally, the next level is my least favorite in the whole game. Simply put, the farm is a confusing area to navigate. It just isn't well designed, as nothing really makes sense or resembles an actual farm. The biggest problem here, however, leads me to my second complaint about the game. The animal friend found in this level is this silly-voiced pig, and while I did find it endearing as a little character, I can't forgive the fetch quests that this thing sends you on.
Well, it's my birthday today, and no one remembered to get me a present. So if you want to leave now, go right ahead, the gate is open. What's a birthday without a present?
I've got an idea.
The entire level has you talk to pig, go do thing that pig told you to do, come back and talk to pig, go do another thing. Rinse, repeat ad nauseum, like, no joke, 8 times or something. The poor design of the level makes this all the more frustrating, and even if you use the sniffing ability when you get lost, odds are it's just going to take you to the nearest bone. So you'd have to be going for a 100% completion in order for that to be a viable solution, which I was not planning on doing for 102 Dalmatians Puppies to the Rescue, the PlayStation 1 children's game from the year 2000. Thankfully, this fetch quest format only appears twice in the entire game, with the first one being back in the museum level. But there, it was less egregious, as the level was well designed and the tasks were as simple as collecting an item and bringing it to the dog. One of the tasks in this level had you trying to corral chickens into this coop, and it really wasn't clear on how to do so. I ended up spending way too much time trying to figure it out before I finally understood the obtuse method that you're intended to use here. It just wasn't any fun. The level ends with this goofy cutscene of you riding a tractor and knocking over an outhouse. Somehow, the puppy is driving without touching the steering wheel, and we get to overhear a domestic quarrel involving alcohol.
Honey, there's a strange dog outside, and it's riding my tractor across the yard.
You better not be drinking this earlier, or so help me, I'm moving back to my mother's house, and you don't want to see that.
Never mind.
And I love this dismount here. Moving on, we get a well-made snow level with glaciers and ice fortresses and sledding. There's this fantastic castle level with a dynamic range of colors and environments, both exterior and interior. The third Cruella boss fight has her throwing water balloons down at you as you attempt to break away the wall using pumpkins on a catapult. This one was my least favorite, but it still maintains the charm. There's a spooky forest with Jean-Pierre creeping around trying to capture us. There's a hedge maze that is way more fun and far less annoying than it sounds like it would be, aside from having one of these stupid puzzles. But full disclosure, the pieces are already in place, you just have to spin them to be in their proper positions. So, it's easy, but it's kind of dumb. Next, we have Cruella de Vil's house, which was a pretty cool level overall. The pieces of furniture in each room are immersive. There's a wide array of paintings and smaller details that really help the whole experience to pop. You can interact with the TV for a split second by barking, and you can hop on the sleeping dude's belly. I don't like this busk though, it's unnerving. The Toy Factory is a proper final level, with the chaotic sounds and images of machinery sliding and crunching and smashing, all set to this tumultuous tune. This level understandably has the most emphasis on platforming as it leads up to the final boss. You're in a circular room where Cruella is centrally located and firing at you with a big glue gun. You have to control a turret and destroy these floating boxes while using a shield to block Cruella's assault. There's a diminishing energy bar for each turret, and it really isn't a big deal since another one will immediately drop after you run out. Shoot some things and shoot some more things until the battle is over and you've won the game. Oh yay. Both of Cruella's henchmen and Jean-Pierre get shipped to a deserted island, which I don't really see how that's a punishment, and Cruella falls into a vat of glue with the scientists and is stuck to him forever in jail. This image is horrifying. It's straight up out of The Thing. Ugh. There it is walking. Gross. Back to the main menu and we can see what things we've unlocked. There are stickers that you can get by collecting bones and saving puppies. Basically, getting all of them will complete an original image for each level. The experience so far I think is enough to warrant a full-priced video game, but just because they could, the developers threw in a bunch of minigames. There's an entire course of putt-putt golf that plays pretty well, there's a memory match game, there's a tilt maze, there's checkers, there's an animal race you can do with a whole unique level and different abilities you can perform depending on which animal you unlock and play as. But the creme de la creme, my friends, is the jam dance. That's right, everybody. Get up out of your chairs and your beds. It's time to jam. It's time to dance. Let's go. This is ridiculous. You press buttons. That's it. And the puppies dance around. Different noises happen and the puppy does different moves. This is awesome. And I need for you all to agree with me on that. I need you to do that. None of this had to be here, but they put it here anyways. Bravo. I would put 102 Dalmatians, Puppies to the Rescue in like a top 20 list of licensed video games. Maybe 30, I'm not sure, but up there. It's fun, it's well produced, it's chock full of goodies, and overall, it was made with care. I recommend that you scoop this one up if you see it. It was a pleasant surprise here. I really was not expecting this level of quality. Thank you so much to the wonderful patrons that make this possible. Thanks to you all, we only have one game left beginning with the number 1. Isn't that extreme? Get it? Okay. Be nice to everyone. Bye. "10101 Will the Starship" is a Japanese space voyage simulation shooter adventure RPG that was released on PlayStation in November of 1997. The numbers in the title are an obvious reference to binary, and Will, which is awkwardly in quotation marks, is the name of the cosmic vessel you'll be commanding. The back of the case boasts that the game will feature a full voice system with real sound and gorgeous voice actors. One of the people listed here, Ayumi-gumi, did the original Japanese voice of Misty, aka Kasumi, in Pokemon, amongst many other notable works. Also, there's an original song sung by Hiroko Shima. Sound Technology Japan got its start in the karaoke business, of all things, in the early 90s by putting music onto laserdiscs and outsourcing it to other companies. Initially located in Tokyo, the company was founded by Yumio Ozawa, who came from a family of talented people with an established playwright, scriptwriter, novelist for a father, and a well-known singer, actress, voice actress for a sister. Now, there is a person by the name of Yumio Ozawa that is credited as sound engineer on a large number of video games between 1988 and 1991, and given the time frame we have for this company, which starts somewhere around 1993, it is very possible that this could be the same person. But I can't confirm that, so I won't. Due to the success of his karaoke business, Ozawa got an itch to hop onto the latest trend. He decided to transition the focus of the company from karaoke to video games in 1996 with the first sound tech published and developed title, Satomi no Nazo, or The Mystery of Satomi. It's a 2D RPG about a boy and his dog that are trying to stop an evil cult from destroying the world. The theme song is performed by the same person that would later do the 10101 theme song, Hiroko Shima, and apparently there's a point in the game where you have to choose between 2 different characters for your team, which can change the story somewhat, so that's kind of neat. Otherwise, it seems pretty straightforward. 1 year later, Soundtech would develop its second and last video game, 10101 Will the Starship. Now, both of these games were publicly ridiculed in Japan, with players and critics pointing out that the inexperienced team behind these games clearly had no idea of what they were doing and should really have just stuck to karaoke. This was such the case that both titles were labeled as grade A ksoge, which is a term used in Japan to describe an embarrassingly bad game, or more accurately, a crappy game. 10101 in particular was lambasted by the public for a myriad of reasons, including poor graphics, control, and plot. The title was picked apart for the strange in-game choices that this team of people, mostly only familiar with musical equipment, had made. Standards that had been developed by video games up until this point were not utilized by this amateur would-be game company, And if you wanted to read some lists of grievances that people had with this, I'll put a few links in the video description. Everything is touched on and complained about here, like, for example, the small size of the manual, or the way that the game takes over 30 seconds after you save each time to congratulate you for saving. They're pretty funny, and you should really check them out if you want a good laugh. Feeling the embarrassment of defeat, Yumio Ozawa pulled sound technology out of the mainstream video game development market, and oddly enough, in 1999, he launched 2 adult game-oriented subsidiaries of Soundtech called Night and Studio Taco. I'm assuming that the K is silent, who would both develop games to be published by Sound Technology. This short list of gyaruge, or gal games, which refers to games that are focused on attractive women and oftentimes in an erotic manner, was mostly comprised of visual novels. Between 1999 and 2003, there was Goodbye Smile, Minto, Feel the Faintly Scented Wind, Goodbye Smile 2, Enchanted by the Wings of Memory, Mahjong All Night, Sisters, Tell Me Master, and Sunburn, Survival with Idols on a Deserted Island. In 2001, Sound Technology was renamed Suntech Japan, and aside from publishing the adult visual novels, most of the focus was on music production for karaoke as Suntech Records. The company was never really able to garner any respect in the video game industry, as even these low-budget titles they were putting out were plagued with bugs and defects. Players often complained of the games freezing and data being corrupted. With the decline of the karaoke boom, Suntech Japan was forced to file for bankruptcy in 2004, and most of their assets had been transferred over to Idea Factory, who was entirely responsible for the Spectral Force series, amongst many other titles. Alright, let's see if this game is as bad as they say. Jumping into the game, we're thrust into a dangerous situation that requires an immediate response from you, the captain. The enemy is attacking, and you have no choice but to engage it. The stabilizers are locked, combat mode engaged, and the gills are changed? I'm assuming that means life support. We get a radar display featuring a simple breakdown of the enemy. It appears that we're being attacked by something called an Elephagri. It has 4,500 health points, 900 attack power, and 65 defense power. The enemy appears and immediately begins firing as we quickly stumble through this apparent tutorial. 3 energy bars are displayed here on screen. On the top, we have what I believe is referred to as Veil Energy, which is essentially your ship's hit points. Then we have Main Energy, which is your overall fuel or power. And lastly, there's your Filling Energy, which refers to the charge and buildup of your current weapon. This meter fills alongside a corresponding timer on screen as you charge the weapon to fire. Fire too early, and you only do a little bit of damage. Fire too late, and the attack is cancelled altogether. You start the charge by pressing circle, and fire it again by pressing circle again. The goal is to get the charge as close to 0 in order to do the optimum amount of damage, but you have to make sure that the aiming reticle is locked onto the enemy when you fire. Otherwise, you miss the shot. This can be pretty tricky as the enemy likes to move quickly across the screen, and as we'll soon find out, that agility can vary greatly. Going over the interface options, I'll first just establish that everything you do here is going to pool from your main energy. The top left button toggles your main guns, which is going to take whatever amount from your main energy that is displayed on the charge at the time that you choose to fire. The top right is healing, which requires that you hold the circle button and pull from your main energy to fill your veil, aka hit points. Middle left is secondary weapon, which is always going to be different depending on what you have equipped. The manual mentions something about the second armament playing a major factor in short-range battles as opposed to long-range battles, but I don't really recall observing any difference between battle ranges during my playthrough, so yeah, I don't know. Middle right is escape, and the success or failure of your escape attempt relies on an unseen speed stat applied to both you and your enemy. Bottom left is specialty, which behaves as a stat altering pool. There are 4 options to choose from, all of which use a lot of energy. The first is haste, and it costs 1,000 units of energy. This raises your chances of a successful escape. The second is slow at 2,000 units of energy, and this one slows the enemy down on screen, making it easier to hit them. At a cost of 4,000 energy units, Flare lowers the enemy's hit rate success. And finally, at 8,000 units of energy, you can increase the size of your aiming reticle, apparently making it easier to hit the enemy. I wouldn't know though because I was never able to afford this. The final option on the bottom right is a sort of special escape that seems to always work, and full disclosure, I could not figure out the difference between both escape options, so I'm sorry to let you all down, everyone. Anyways, I should definitely mention that the music here is lifted directly from the orchestral suite The Planets by Gustav Holst. I got so excited when I heard it, since this outstanding piece of music has been one of my favorites for years. I put the record up there in my collection alongside my favorite albums about space. Each movement in the suite is based on a planet in our solar system and a corresponding astrological character, of which there are only 7, as this was written between 1914 and 1917. Mars, the bringer of war, is used perfectly here for the battle scenes. Through pulsating war drums, the scene is set to the anthem of destruction and chaos, as the main deck of the ship emits a red glow during battle mode, evocative of the Scarlet Planet and the inevitable bloodshed. The rest of the game features other planetary movements of the suite, and I'll play them as we go along. We fire the last successful shot and the enemy ship is vanquished. Combat mode is disengaged and we return to normal navigation. This guy informs us that we've acquired 666 VP, which acts as the currency as well as the experience points in this game, and I have no idea of what it stands for. We now finally get a bit of narrative as this guy gives us an expository dump. Yeah. Before moving on, I'll just address the elephant in the room. The hideously ugly elephant. This artwork is, not to my taste. Look, it's cool. Everyone has a different opinion. But, I'm gonna side with the critics on this one. That is a turd man. And I don't mean like 3 in Irish. No, that is a turd man and that is a turd boy. Like, they have 2 completely separate styles of illustration to represent the same character on one screen, and both of them manage to be awful in very unique ways, which is impressive. Just needed to get that out of the way so we can move on, and you won't be confused when you don't hear me address the obvious issue upon later, equally hilarious examples. So anyways, the year is 24-something, and these humans all belong to a space colony called Noah that was formed hundreds of years ago after planet Earth was either destroyed or just became inhospitable. The game doesn't make this clear. The main problems now facing this on-the-nose biblical reference of a space colony come in 2 major forms. 1, the population is rapidly growing, and resources as well as living spaces are quickly diminishing for the people of Noah. The individual space stations spread throughout Noah have all exceeded 200% intended capacity, and things are not looking good. 2, the people of Noah are all being terrorized by evil space creatures known as Chaos? Chaos? I'm thinking the translation is supposed to be chaos. Cue obligatory Sapfo reference.
My mission is to kill chaos. 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 Chaos.
Chaos.
Chaos. Chaos. Chaos.
These monstrous aliens attack without any reason or warning, and people are dying en masse. So the mission is to find a new planet for the people of Noah to live on, and locate and destroy the source of chaos. This is you, by the way. I really like what you've done with the back of your cabeza. Now, we get introduced to all the lovely people on board Will, the starship. This is Shinra. She's the deputy captain of the ship, and she likes to brag about her academic accomplishments. Sendo is the pilot of Will, and apparently he has tons of experience flying other ships. Martini is the ship's mechanic, who also mentions that he has lots of experience as an astronaut. Yu is the communications operator, and she has a lot of experience. She also feels the need to tell us that she is the oldest female here at the age of 21. Milka is the radar operator, and she's only 14 years old, but she asks that we don't treat her like a child. Dr. Hikuts is an old man at 76. He's a space archaeologist, but by his name I thought he'd be a space surgeon. He introduces himself with some empty pseudo-intellectualism. The past is the future that has already ended, and the future is the past that has not yet ended. And Tuesday comes after Monday, but before Wednesday? Saburo, which I guess translates to sustaining program, is the Dynamars S36000 computer, and it is here to help with any of our spaceship motherboard needs. Alright, so now that all the introductions and story setups and battle tutorials are over, we finally have a chance to take a look around the bridge and just dive into playing this game. What? Oh, a battle. Okay, I'm ready for it. Let's do this.
了解。スタビライザーをロック。戦闘モード技術チェンジ。
各乗組員持ち場につけ。レーダー表示します。敵タイプデータ表示。準備完了。
This guy is pretty fast, but I eventually take him down.
生解除。通常航行に戻ります。
VP が上昇しました。
Okay, now let's look around the bridge to see what we can... What now? Okay, so I guess Milka located an unidentified object on the radar that is quickly approaching the ship. Shinra asks if we want to use the ship's arm tool to grab the item, and I'm like, yeah. You get an aiming reticle and a few seconds to fire a sort of tractor beam at a floating container that's moving in a curveball fashion. If you miss, like I did here, you lose out on getting the mystery item. Just like using the main gun during battle, it's best to try to wait until the last 100th of a second to use the arm, if only because the item is closer and larger, which makes it easier to hit. If you successfully do so, Martini will tell you about the item you caught. It's always going to be one of many categories, which we'll get into in a bit, and the exact specifications are usually not immediately known and in need of being appraised. Alright, so let's try to explore around the bridge and see what we can do. Over here is... Are you kidding me? Another battle. Fine, okay. Alright, done. Now, let's... And an item. Okay. Let me do my thing. Dude, what the heck? Are you... Come on. This encounter rate is awful. Sometimes you do have the option to avoid the battle altogether, but it still happens way too much. So I'll just go ahead and tell you how to deal with this. Click on you and select this radar jamming option. It prevents the enemies from finding you as often and cuts the encounter rate way down. I had to figure this out on my own after a lot of trial and error, and it was really frustrating. By the way, any mode you enter like this will be displayed in the top left corner. Oh, also, you can see the ship's main energy in the middle on the top. Okay, with that out of the way, let's finally take a look at what can be done in the command center. Each person you click on will offer a set of options, and let's start with you, since you already know one of hers. The first one here is for conversation, and all of the characters on board will have this. Usually it comes in the form of something like this, with commentary on how vast and lonely space is. I think it definitely adds to the immersion, and I appreciate that. The next button, which is also available to all characters, has them give you a systems check regarding the aspect of the ship they look after. This takes you to an upgrade menu, which allows you to upgrade individual parts of the ship by spending an outrageous amount of VP. That's a major complaint that I have with the game. I mean, like, the price tags are just way too high, but I'll get into that in a bit. For now, I just want to admire this really cool digital wireframe model of Will. I like how it highlights each part of the ship in red as you select it. It just looks so cool. The categories for upgradable attachments are the main guns, secondary weapons, shields, or veil, as the game calls it, rudder, energy pack, engine, radar, arm, and chip. You know, like computer chip. I also like the dolphin emblem here. The design feels very Kojima. With you can also activate the radar jammer, as we know, and you can read emails sent from UHK. In this one, the Admiral was just like, yo, stop at space stations to refuel. See ya! Send to the pilot doesn't really have much to say. There's the check systems command. And something called Echo Drive, which allows you to lower the energy consumption of the ship while moving at a slower speed. The last thing you can do with him is pretty important. You can fill the veil energy of your ship by using the main energy. Moving over to Milka, who is currently very tired, you can have her activate an item search mode, which spends more of the ship's main energy to search for nearby floating items. You can have her put a map of sorts up on the screen, but I never really found any use for this. And you can initiate an enemy search mode, which is just going to raise the encounter rate, and I don't know why anyone would want to do that. Saburo just makes robot noises when you talk to it. And just like the others, a system check isn't really necessary, since all of the ship's health is allocated to the veil meter. Like, to my knowledge, the individual components of the ship don't have their own health bars or status changes. I think the system check option for all of the characters is really just for the immersion, so I guess that's cool. Saburo can appraise all of the items you find in space, depending on a percentage assigned to them, which determines the success rate. If it fails to appraise the item, you simply can't attach it to your ship. If it succeeds, you'll be able to compare the specs to your currently equipped attachment, and decide on whether or not you want to use the new one. You can also take a look at the equipment list and check out the details of each attachment of the ship, but I think this is a bit of a redundancy, as you're about to see, since you can also just do this with Martini, but with him you can actually make changes to the attachments. The last thing you can do with this computer is access the same options menu found on the main screen of the game, and it's represented by this adorable little PlayStation console. In the options, you can change the cursor to one of these neat things, and you can adjust the colors of the menu, which I always appreciate seeing in games like this. Martini posits that there are still many dreams in space, and that is why it is so interesting. Now, with this guy I was thrown for a loop. He shares some of the same options with Saburo and Yu, but there are a few differences. Just like Yu, Martini can upgrade individual parts of the ship, but the VP prices are all different from hers. Some are higher and some are lower, so I don't get that. And just like Saburo, Martini can appraise the items you find, but he seems to usually have a better chance of successfully doing so. I'm not sure why this is a thing, and it leads me to speculate that maybe you can potentially lose characters later in the game. I really don't think that's the case, though. Unfortunately, I think this might just be bad game design due to lofty ideas by a karaoke company. Sorry, Suntech. Most importantly, Martini can equip your new attachments should you want to. This menu lets you take a look at the specifications of the attachments in your inventory and gives you the opportunity to compare and contrast different stats like damage output, charge time, energy consumption, etc. Shinra, at 18 years old, is just now learning that if you stand for a long time while working, your back will hurt. Are you ready for more redundancies? With Shinra, you can look at the items with a slightly different interface from the item list that Saburo allows you to access. Cool! I'd like to speculate that this offers a visual of the upgrade tree for each item, showing what improvements are made at each level, but I honestly doubt that that's the case. Okay, so with Shinra, we can also access the ship's database, which lets you look at the items again. Only this time, you can look at the exact amount of time into your game that you found each item. Gee, what a stupendous idea!
I hate you, Shinra!
Okay, but here's a good one. With Shinra, you can self-destruct. I love that, but unfortunately it's pretty anticlimactic. Speaking of which, whenever you die, you get this same uneventful cut to the main screen. No explosions, no screams, no snack. Finally, we have Dr. Hikuts, who doesn't seem to want to be bothered. With him, you can click on this little coffee cup and put everything on the ship to sleep, which I believe just acts as an overglorified pause button, since no healing occurs during this. With the Doctor, you can pull up a list of the ship's components, but before you assume that I'm just going to complain about this, I will say that at least he gives well-spoken explanations of each part, so that actually helps. He can also appraise the attachments, just like Saburo and Martini, but let's just move on. I think it would be remiss of me to not mention the obvious Star Trek inspiration here. I get the sense that there is a genuine love and admiration for the series shown through imitation. The way all the individual characters on the bridge serve their purpose, the design of the projectiles and enemy ships, the shaking screen and red aura during combat mode. For all the complaining I might do about this game, this is something that I feel should be commended. It doesn't feel like a heartless plagiarism. Instead, I feel like the effort put into all of this, flawed as it may be, comes from a place of sincere passion. The president of Suntech, Yumio Ozawa, was one of the main writing forces behind this game, and his appreciation for Gene Roddenberry's love letter to space exploration is apparent. I just wanted to point that out. Alright, so let's take a look at a different screen for a change and observe the travel mode. Press X and you're taken to a top-down exterior view of Will the starship. The control is bad. The control is very, very bad, everyone. The ship is constantly moving forward and you can't stop it. In order to turn, you have to place the cursor in the direction that you want the ship to face and hold circle as you wait for it to very slowly rotate. Directional buttons? Psh, nah. Shoulder buttons? Heck no. Why would you ever utilize those smelly parts of the DualShock? This is the premier way to travel, baby. It doesn't help that you're often moving through narrow corridors of asteroids, and if you get stuck on one of them, you have to slowly turn away from them in the exact opposite direction while you watch your main energy deplete even faster. And now, because you're moving in the wrong direction, you're likely to get stuck on something else. See an item or an enemy? You're probably just going to have to miss it because you can't turn fast enough to get it. I'm thinking that maybe upgrading the rudder to the ship or getting a new one might change this, but I'm not sure about that, and either way, it shouldn't be this hard to control in the beginning of the game. Sometimes I would be low on the ship's main energy and in desperate need of stopping at a space station to refuel, but because of my trajectory, I just kept doing big circles around the station and I couldn't get to it. Speaking of which, yeah, space stations are scattered throughout the map, and you will need to stop at them. You get a static background image with varying degrees of Ladeller, and a welcoming agent that facilitates your visit. One of them is a stone cactuar, which I appreciated. Here, you'll replenish your ship's main energy using VP, appraise your items at 100% success rate, also using VP, and save, which honestly I'm surprised doesn't also cost VP. The save screen is pretty funny. It forces you to sit through this long musical bit, and then has the audacity to congratulate you at the end.
セーブ中です。セーブが終わるまでそのままの姿勢でお待ちください。おめでとうございます。セーブは無事完了しました。
The VP issue is, in my opinion, the largest flaw in the game. Even more so than the control during travel. It costs every penny you have to refuel the ship, and you'll never have enough to appraise anything at the space station. You'll certainly never have enough to upgrade any of your parts either. You might be thinking, oh, we'll just grind. That's the problem though. Any grinding that you do is going to cut way into your main energy due to the basic cost of movement, and way more so, the need to refill your hit points after each battle, no matter how good you think you are. So then you refuel your main energy at the space stations using VP, otherwise you die. Now, even after grinding, you see zero progression because you can't upgrade anything. To make matters worse, enemy placement is highly unbalanced, so even if you stick to the beginning area to try and grind, chances are high that you'll face some way overpowered enemy that can take you out with one hit. Shame on you, Suntech, shame! As far as the story is concerned, there really wasn't much to go on until I found this black hole and went through it. We came across this giant floating gate thing, and Dr. Hikutz rambled on and on about an ancient civilization that he had been researching for years and now believes that this is connected. It's an interesting direction to take, and I would have loved to have seen it through had I been able to get any further in the game during my several attempts. I found a few interesting looking stills that occur later in the story, so it looks like things do happen here and there, and I wouldn't mind watching someone that has actually taken the time to master these mechanics play through the whole thing. And if you're wondering whether or not these characters in the story ever feel fleshed out, I would lean on the side of no, but we do get just a few moments of personality nuance that color things in a bit. This scene where Dr. Hikutz falls asleep and Shinra wakes him up by tugging his ear made me laugh a lot. It goes on for so long. Despite the lack of sheer content, the overall narrative is strengthened by the caliber of voice acting. I think a lot of the budget for this title was spent there, especially considering it's one of the main things advertised on the back of the case. If you go through the list of voice actors in this game, you'll end up getting sucked into a rabbit hole of branching anime paths. For example, Akira Ishida did the voice of Yase in Outlaw Star. Gene Starwind has a lust and passion for outer space. He spends his whole life in the slums while he watches other people get the chance to take off and leave everything behind. And then one day, it happens for him. Many of you probably share the same memories I have of coming home from school and watching the series on Toonami, or staying up late and watching it on Adult Swim. Very simply put, it's a show about a small group of individuals traveling through space that has stuck with me for a long time. By no means am I suggesting that I'm referencing some obscure anime. If you want that, you can go to Kenny Lauderdale's channel, and I strongly suggest you do. But sometimes I feel that this show gets swept under the rug and labeled as a Cowboy Bebop knockoff, and while I love that as well, this one is actually very different. I'd go so far as to say that this series is largely responsible for my own fascination with space travel. It does such a good job of poking at the imagination and inciting fantasy. It's meditative, it's dreamy, it's daydreamy. I'm talking about it right now without having watched it for years, and now that's all I want to do. It's so easy to get caught up in all the frustrations that come with life, especially in regards to coexistence. Interacting with other people can be so exhausting and daunting and intimidating. It's more often than not that I feel like my words are just misunderstood and people don't ever see me for who I am. It's a relentless cycle that we're all stuck in, and we have no choice but to keep doing it and try to stay sane in the process. I start to lose it when I feel like everyone around me is content with the whole act. In a very broad, loosely constructed way that disregards things like oxygen, I look up at space and I see an escape. The thought of getting to leave this whole place and just float in isolation, To go beyond any of the celestial bodies we've discovered is just so enticing. And to even add to that, there's the potential of discovering new places and living beings. It would be a meditative journey with countless possibilities. Just what the doctor ordered. So, to touch on how I relate this all to 10101, I don't mean to say that space, as the subject matter, inherently makes this game good. I just mean that the wonderment is there. It can be felt behind the intent of the developers, and I have to acknowledge that. It's a deeply flawed game, but there is a magic to it, and for that, I think it's worth a look over. If this ever got fan translated and received some tweaks to the VP system, you better believe that I would revisit it. 10101, Will the Starship, was hated upon its release, but I still feel that it has a lot of good. It has great music, some cool visuals, especially when you put the ship into warp drive to escape battle, or how the bridge transforms in and out of battle. The voice acting is good. The weapons and attachments, as well as how they relate to the ship's performance, does offer deep RPG elements to the experience. The narrative has potential, and the overall attempt made by the developers proves to me that they wanted to make something that simply said, I want to go far. Thank you so much to all my wonderful Patreon friends that help to keep this channel going. I owe you my heart and soul. Be nice to people. Bye. ESPN Extreme Games is a racing game released in 1995 on PlayStation and a year later on MS-DOS that allows the player to choose between 4 different extreme sport modes of transportation, while incorporating melee combat similar to that of the Road Rash games. It's the first entry in the complete PlayStation series that was released in the iconic long box, which was typical at the time and commonly seen with games for other consoles like the Sega CD and Sega Saturn. After about 100 of these, Sony switched over to the regular-sized CD jewel cases, of which we are more familiar with today. Anyways, this title confuses people sometimes, since it was later released as One Extreme. Allow me to explain. I'm not going to go into great lengths to discuss the history of the Sony Corporation overall, which would tell the story of a gigantic conglomerate that started all the way back in 1946 with a small electronics store in Tokyo run by 8 employees. No, rather, this story is more closely aligned specifically with Sony Interactive Studios America, which is just one winding branch off of that huge tree. In 1989, Sony created an American-based subsidiary video game division in Los Angeles called CSG ImageSoft Incorporated, which stood for CBS Sony Group. Yes, an acronym within an acronym. Moving on. They published games by other developers for Nintendo's NES and Game Boy like Dragon's Lair, Soccer Mania, Hudson Hawk, and Solstice, the quest for the staff of Demnos. They also brought over Tecno's Neketsukoko Dodgeball Boo, or Hot-Blooded High School Dodgeball Club, from the Kunio-kun series and renamed it Super Dodgeball. In 1991, Sony set its game publishing feet more firmly in North American soil by establishing Sony Electronic Publishing. CSG ImageSoft Incorporated transitioned to Sony ImageSoft Incorporated, and for the next 4 years they would publish a large amount of games for Nintendo and Sega consoles, which, given that they didn't actually develop them, I'll just avoid listing all of that here. The very last game they published under this label was a game that I've never heard of before that looks really cool. It's a point-and-click adventure game released for Mac computers in August of 1994 called Eastern Mind: The Lost Souls of Tong Nu. It was directed, produced, art designed, music composed, and co-written by Japanese artist Osamu Sato, who was also behind LSD Dream Emulator on the PS1, as well as some lesser-known but equally interesting games like Tokyo Wakusei Planet Tokyo and Rhythm and Face, both also on PS1. On December 3rd, 1994, Sony gave birth in Japan to their first console, the PlayStation. Less than a year later, that beautiful gray rectangle would make its way to the rest of the world, but Sony would first do some major restructuring to their Western divisions in order to better facilitate the production of first-party games for the new system. SCEA, or Sony Computer Entertainment America, would be formed in May of 1995, and SCEE, Sony Computer Entertainment Europe, would be formed 2 months later in July, all in time for September release of the PlayStation console in both regions. Located in Foster City, California, SCEA absorbed Sony ImageSoft Incorporated and merged the group with their own development team to be retitled Sony Interactive Studios America, or SISA. Tired and confused of acronyms yet? Too bad! Moving forward. Games would be developed by SISA and published by SCEA. SISA would go on to develop/co-develop Twisted Metal and Twisted Metal 2, Blasto, Jet Moto, known as Jet Rider in Europe, and Jet Moto 2, known as Jet Rider 2 in Europe, and Jet Moto 98 in Japan, Rallycross, Warhawk, known as Airassault in Japan, Spawn the Eternal, Kart World Series, and Tenaris, which was a sci-fi multiplayer tank shooter PC game that required a monthly $10 fee to play back in 1997. Continuing with the acronymic nature of this company, SISA also did a whole slew of sports titles that would go on to fill up value bins in every game store across the planet. One of their very first titles, however, was today's game, ESPN Extreme Games. It was a PlayStation launch title in North America with a release date of September 9th, 1995. Europe got it nearly 3 months after their console release in December, and Japan didn't see it until May 24th of the next year, 1996. There, the name was changed to ESPN Street Games for whatever reason. Anyways, the game was meant to coincide with the very first Extreme Games event put on by ESPN in June of 1995. It took place in Newport, Rhode Island, and it included, to name a lot, BMX cycling, skateboarding, mountain biking, bungee jumping, whitewater rafting, mountain climbing, sky surfing, downhill/halfpipe/street inline skating, and street luge. Today, we know this ongoing competition to be called X Games. The video game sold well, and the reviews were mostly okay. There was also an MS-DOS port released in North America and Europe, and from what I can tell, it's basically the same game with a few cosmetic changes and faster load times. After this game was released, development for a sequel began very quickly, but there was one major issue. Sony didn't want to shell out the money to keep the ESPN license, which was now expiring. So what they decided to do was just call it Too Extreme, hoping that any fans of the first game would make that implied correlation without Sony technically breaking any licensing laws. It was released in North America in November of 1996 and in Europe in March of 1997. Japan also got it in 1997, where it was called Street Games 97. And it was in 1997 that Sony first initiated its Greatest Hits re-release program. This was the North American equivalent of Platinum in PAL regions, which later changed to Essentials, the Best in Japan as well as a few other countries, Favoritos in South America, and Big Hit in South Korea. I've heard that Australia had one called Most Wanted Games, but I can't find that anywhere online other than this super old commercial, so I'm not sure. At that time, the requirements for a title to be sold in the Greatest Hits series was that it had to have sold at least 150,000 copies and stayed on the market for at least 1 year. This green label, later changed to red, would be slapped onto the games to be resold at a retail price of $24.99, which would later be changed to $19.99. For the most part, these versions of the games were usually identical to their original releases. However, sometimes necessary changes or improvements were made. For example, when the previously mentioned Jet Moto 2 was given the Greatest Hits re-release treatment, it looks exactly the same on the outside apart from the addition of the green label. However, upon booting the game up, you might have been surprised to see that the home screen now displayed the subtitle of Championship Edition. This version features an increased frame rate, and all of the levels in the game are unlocked from the beginning. But changes weren't necessarily all good, since in this version only a total of 4 racers can compete in each level, as opposed to 10 in the original release. Apparently, this allowed the game to achieve a smoother 30 frames per second. Another example would be Silent Hill 2 on PS2. The Greatest Hits version was more like the Xbox release, which was called Silent Hill 2 Restless Dreams in North America and Silent Hill 2 Interferes in Europe, in that it included an extra playable scenario and a whole other optional ending to the game, among other things. In Japan, this version was released as Silent Hill 2 The Last Poem, and in PAL regions it was called Silent Hill 2 Director's Cut, which is how many people now refer to this iteration.
From Sony's PlayStation come the greatest hits, all your old favorites.
Like the soft sounds of swarming missiles.
And the gentle crack of Sophia's whip.
Even the hilarious antics of Sweet Tooth, that lovable clown.
All for just $24.99 each, but wait.
There's more? Oh.
That's right, the PlayStation is a mere $149, and you can also get leading titles.
Like Crash Bandicoot and Jet Moto.
For just $49.99 and less.
You are not ready.
So a year into the Greatest Hits program, in 1998, SCEA wanted to re-release ESPN Extreme Games with that divisive green label at a budget cost, but the ESPN licensing issue prevented them from doing so. However, will they handle this issue? Well, seeing as Too Extreme is the name of the sequel, what should the first entry in that apparent series be called? Obviously defying any manner of logic, it should be called 1 Extreme. So that's just what they did. They called it 1 Extreme. I mean, 2 Extreme at least made sense. You know, it's like TOO Extreme. It's too extreme to handle. It's way overused wordplay that you see in sequel titles all the time, but at least it works. 1 Extreme does not. And because Sony Interactive Studios America, or SISA, had just changed its name to 989 Studios, it was 989 Studios that was credited as the developer on the case of the game. Most of the info on the back of the case is the same except for this one part, and I really can't forgive them for removing it. Insane, rush, charge, gnarly, pure juice, rage, energy, stoked, radical, and epic. Just a few words to describe Extreme Games TM. But at least they kept the no kooks allowed part. What are kooks exactly? And why do they get capitalized? So just to recap, ESPN Extreme Games, 1995. 1 Extreme, 1998, which was 2 years after 2 Extreme. Everything I've just mentioned regarding the title of the game doesn't necessarily reach the Crazy Castle series levels of confusion, but it did throw me off a lot as a kid, and I've spoken to many others that have felt the same way. And it was kind of neat to clear all of that up while making this video. Along with the inevitable 3 Extreme, 989 Studios would go on to develop Twisted Metal 3 and 4, and EverQuest, which they co-developed. They published quite a few notable games during this period of 1998 through 2000, until the name was changed again to 989 Sports, and they were made to be the first-party development group for SCEA, focusing solely on, you guessed it, sports games. This is what that list looks like. Despite seeing the 989 Sports logo on these sports titles all the way up through at least 2005, I guess it was in 2001 that 989 was merged by Sony with a recently reacquired company called Red Zone Games, or Red Zone Interactive Incorporated. I don't know. Either way, they're all now a division of SCE called San Diego Studio, and they still make annual sports titles, and they're still deeply in love with freaking acronyms. The only exceptions are the Mark of Cree, which I fondly remember playing a demo disc of as a kid, and a few digital-only PS4 and PS3 games like Guns Up, Drawn to Death, and Pain, which did eventually get a physical release in PAL regions. Also, they made Little Big Planet Karting. Okay, let's play this game. Well, in case you had any doubts about this game coming out in 1990 smack dab in the middle of the 90s 5, all of that, all of what we just saw, that's your proof. But what are we looking at here? It's like a piece of ridged metal that's had a hole cut in it so we can look into this room full of shiny weirdos standing around under generic posters of countries, lakes, and continents. Not to get ahead of myself here, but there are only 5 levels in the game, and these posters of varying geographical locations represent all 5 of them, which I don't really think was a good idea, since it just kind of feels like the game is immediately broadcasting how short it is.
Hey there, welcome to the game. You're not gonna be here very long.
Navigating away from these creeps, we're taken to a very naive little menu screen that has yet to learn about an options menu. Awkwardly on display are 2 sliders for sound volume and music volume. Sound volume, huh? Not like sound effects or anything, that's what we're going to call that, sound volume. Okay. Here, you can switch between 1 and 2 players, you can play an exhibition, which is just like a casual playthrough, or you can start or continue a season, which is just 12 races back to back with a leaderboard. And since there are only 5 levels in the game, they're all just going to get repeated. You play 3 of them twice and 2 of them 3 times. You can choose between easy, medium, and hard difficulties, and lastly, you have the option of turning video on or off. What is this, you might ask? Well, let me show you.
So, you didn't even finish the race? A little too rough for you, maybe? You're all bruised up? Suck it up and get back out there.
Before every race, you'll get this super awesome 240p clip of this totally radical person amping you up while smelling like that Steve Buscemi meme.
Rome. Oh man, you're gonna need stamina for this one. And forget the scenery. Too many curves to test your handling.
After each race, she berates you for being a horrible waste of a human being. At least that was my experience, since I didn't win a single race during the multiple hours that I put into this game.
Some people would be embarrassed by a run like that. You probably won a freaking trophy. A little advice for next time, try finishing ahead of the other racers.
Here at Royal Palm for the Ultimate Powerline Classic. They'll have races and rentals, and maybe by then I'll have learned to stop.
Her name is Susie Colbert, and she was a sportscaster / anchor for ESPN in the mid-90s, and then she went on to do stuff with NASCAR and Fox Sports and whatever, who cares. But more interestingly, one time, famous New York Jets quarterback Joe Namath caused controversy when he showed up absolutely wasted on national television and hit on Susie Colbert during a football game, telling her that he wanted to kiss her.
Been drinking for several hours.
I believe everything that anyone else has watched Chad play impresses me. The same thing impresses them.
What does it mean to you now when the team is struggling?
I want to kiss you. I couldn't care less about the team struggling.
It was awful. We had been gone since 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and I did the wrong thing.
I want to kiss you.
Thanks, Joe. I'll take it as a huge compliment. You know Joe Namath, part of the 4-decade team.
Apparently she is technically featured in one other video game, since they use her audio in ESPN NFL Football on PS2 and Xbox. Regardless of whether you choose to do a season or just the exhibition, you'll be taken to this weird room with brick walls and boxes and Sony televisions. If you're playing the season, you can check out the leaderboard, and if you're doing exhibition, you can choose your next level. Click on the character selection screen and we're gifted with this sick guitar squeal. The stats for each character are as follows. You have their proficiency with bikes, rollerblades, luges, and skateboards. You also have what I think is handling and health or vitality. Really not much to say about the visuals here, other than that they aren't great. There were much better character models on PS1 in 1995, and I also feel like they could have been a little bit more creative here in terms of design. I find it strange that most of these people are motionless mannequins as they spin in circles, but for some reason they chose to add subtle animations to just a few. After settling on a shiny weirdo, you'll want to open this garage door to the equipment selection screen. Here you can choose between 4 modes of transportation, which, as I've mentioned, are bicycle, skateboard, street luge, and rollerblades. You can look here at your current inventory to see what gear you currently have equipped, goofy names and all. And with this Sony equipment catalog, you can purchase new vehicles. Don't let it fool you though, this really isn't a deep system of customization here. There are only 4 of each thing, so 16 in all. Money, as you would expect, is earned while racing, so theoretically, the goal is to purchase better sets of wheels while you progress. It's also on this screen that you can alter the AI a bit by prohibiting CPU opponents from using any of the 4 styles. Or you can turn off the opponents altogether if you want, but you can only do all this in exhibition mode, not the full season. This player hub area comes off as being a bit strange to me, mostly due to the whole Sony television motif. They spin around between screens, and no matter where you turn, there's always at least one in immediate view, silently broadcasting some unknown video at 8 frames a second. One difference that I did notice between this version of the game and the MS-DOS release is that in the MS-DOS version, the Susie Colbert TV room is done away with, and they just showed the video in full screen. Maybe it had something to do with that low resolution. Anyways, let's jump into the race. The controls and ability differ slightly with each mode of transportation, but holding X will always throttle you forward, albeit very slowly, and triangle always acts as your brakes. On the skateboard, you ollie with square, and you can punch on either side of your player with L1 and R1, and kick on either side with L2 and R2. You can get low on the board with circle, which helps a bit with turning and allows you to cruise if you have enough momentum, so that you don't eat away your stamina bar, which also acts as a health bar when you're getting punched and kicked and you're knocking into things. If it fully depletes, you bail out. It regenerates though, so it's not really a big deal. It just means you're going to lose the race, which, believe me, you always were. In my opinion, the skateboard is the most well-rounded of all 4 options in the game. The bicycle is similar in that X makes you pedal, square is a bunny hop, etc., but on the bike you can't punch for some reason, only kick. I would say it's because your hands need to stay on the handlebars, but I mean, the inspiration for this entire mechanic is a game where you're punching and wielding weapons while on a bike, so I don't know. It seems like the bike is able to handle obstacles the best, but it's kind of easy for other players to throw off balance. Otherwise, it feels somewhat well-rounded with a decent top speed. On the street luge, you can't jump at all, but you're low to the ground, which means you can squeeze under low-hanging things. But there really aren't many low-hanging things, so I don't really feel like this was a good trade-off. It seems like maybe the street luge can get the highest top speed, but has poor acceleration, and completely opposite to the bike, you can do a lying down punch, but you can't kick. With the rollerblades, which I just learned is actually a proprietary eponym for inline skates, and I've been saying rollerblades my whole life. Anyways, you can pretty much do everything you can on the skateboard, including both kicking and punching. This option has the best acceleration, but you slow down the most when kicking your opponents. As I stated before, there are 5 levels in all, and strangely, there's no consistency in the types of geographical locations. So you have San Francisco, Italy, South America, Utah, and Lake Tahoe. So that's a city, a country, a continent, a state, and a lake. In these levels, you experience many obstacles like falling rocks, chickens, tire stacks, rabbits, avalanches, tractors, wooden carts, and so much more. There are plenty of ramps for you to get that sweet air with, and every level will have a scattering of 3 different colored gates. Green gates give you more cash to buy things, yellow gates are season points for the leaderboard, and purplish blue gates alter the environment. If you go through all of the gates in a level during a season, you get this bonus cash course where you have to collect as much money as possible, so that's cool. I'll go ahead and get the main negatives out of the way. The game is way too hard. I tried so many different methods to get ahead, but no matter what, I always placed poorly. There are 15 other competitors in every race, and they are all just much faster than you, let alone the fact that there are horrible rubber banding issues here. At first I was playing the game on medium difficulty, and after repeated losses, I gave in and switched the difficulty to easy, thinking, oh, I'm sure that will fix the issue. Well, no, it doesn't. It didn't. The game is still impossible on easy. I've seen people complain about the frequency of obstacles and the poor draw distance, which makes it an unfair challenge to avoid them at the last second. Personally, I didn't find this to be an issue. After playing all the levels repeatedly, I felt like I had a good handle of certain areas and objects as they approached. That being said, there was absolutely nothing I could do about all of the other people in the race simply being faster than me. Purchasing new equipment doesn't seem to change anything either. It still just always felt like I was too slow. I even found some cheat codes on GameFAQs that give you all of the money and equipment, and I still couldn't hold a candle to the other racers. I just don't understand how you're supposed to compete like this. If you make a single slip up, you might as well just restart the whole race. To make matters worse, you get the Susie videos after each loss, but at least you can turn that off.
I didn't know these things had reverse. This is a race.
One half criticism I have for the game is that the music is totally unmemorable. But, you know, it's serviceable, and for a radical 1995 extreme sports game, that's really all you need. Another minor gripe is that after every race you get booted back to the main screen, forcing you to load up the season you're on in order to continue. Not a big deal, but annoying nonetheless. Regardless, the last 2 things I've mentioned don't come close to the broken difficulty of this game. That one is by far the biggest crime. Okay, now for good stuff. It feels great to punch and kick your enemies. There's such a satisfying oomph to it every time, and when you occasionally knock them into something, it's even better. While I don't appreciate the rubber banding, the game will sometimes have the player that's passing you hesitate within range of a melee attack for a moment before going forward, allowing you to knock the snot out of them. And again, there's that necessary weight to connecting a hit that starts to make the game somewhat addicting. Speaking of addicting, hitting the ramps and going through the gates to hear that chime is like tapping into early manipulative in-game monetization psychology. There's a great sense of reward when you hit every gate, and while the game is unfair overall, it's encouraging to see the direct results of getting those gates in the form of currency and potentially higher ranking on the board. You have to be mindful of your situation with these gates, however, as it's easy to jump short and not make it through an elevated gate, or adversely, you could overdo it and hit your head on the top. It just depends on what equipment you're using. And the visuals. Oh, Billy, Bobby, baby boy, the visuals, I love them. Yeah, there's plenty of that early 3D jank with a deceptive yet unconvincing overuse of 2D assets in a 3D environment. And yes, there are some strange red outlines that appear on certain models, but I don't care. I love the way the levels are put together. Microsoft Word Art eats your heart out. It's Lake Tahoe. This level is my favorite. Look at this. Just look at it. I don't care if you only see crap. I think it's gorgeous. All of the layers here make my heart flutter. So you've got your obvious flat background image of mountains and sky, but there's much more going on here. I love that we can see the water on the left there, and we can sense an incline up on the right. We have multiple tree models and telephone poles and upscale vacation cabins. I know this graphical style is all very outdated, but personally I think it comes together well here. But oh man, the best part is when you go through this beautiful mountainside tunnel that is fully modeled in 3D with a warm, late afternoon glow that was thoughtfully painted on. It's such a tender little moment that was put in a game that really wasn't asking for it. And later in the level, you can veer off the road and go through this secret tunnel where you have to blow up these crates of dynamite. You continue to speed along the winding mountainside road until suddenly you come to the edge of a city with modern buildings popping into view. According to the sign, you have entered Nevada. No particular city, just Nevada. But look at all the different models they use. It's such a stellar ending to an already imaginative level. Utah is in wood grain, and I just want to reach out and caress it. Ow! I got a splinter. Before a wasted, sandy mountain backdrop, we get another winding cliffside road that eventually settles into the vast desert. An archway welcomes you into long, narrow rows of rock formations that offer the player the opportunity to quickly choose which paths they will take. Eventually, a train will pass over you on a bridge, which is a bit of a foreshadowing. If you know how to get to it, there's a secret cave with a whole collection of stalactites and really nasty-looking stalagmites. Toward the end of the level, you'll come across a spooky ghost town, complete with abandoned wooden structures straight out of a Western film. And hey, there's that train again. You have to ramp over it, and if you're lucky, timing will allow that the car you jump over doesn't have cargo on it. Further along is a good example of what the purple gates do. So these little walls on wheels lined up here will all separate if you successfully go through the purple gate, and it's a lot of fun when it perfectly clears a path for you while your opponents crash face first into them. As far as the other 3 levels are concerned, I'll just leave it at that and let you experience them for yourself. Unfortunately, beyond this, there really isn't much more to be said about the game. It's very short, and frankly it doesn't really feel like a proper, fully priced game. 2-player is a thing, though I really don't see how giving up any of this screen real estate would be a good thing. I was curious to see the difference between the initial release and the re-release, so I booted up one Extreme and compared the two. The main differences are really just that all of the ESPN logos are gone throughout the game. The Suzy Colbert videos have been completely stripped, and the opening intro video is gone. Other than that, yeah, it's the exact same game. You'll enjoy ESPN Extreme games, aka ESPN Street Games, aka 1Xtreme, if you get rid of any notion that you might actually win a race, which I know is kind of a weird thing to do when playing a game, but it really just takes a slight adjustment of mind to enjoy it. If for nothing else, pick it up to appreciate the environments. Thank you so very much to all of my Patreon friends that keep this channel going. You guys are all pretty dang cool, you know? Oh, by the way, this is the last game that starts with 1, so moving on to the 2s. Okay, be nice to people. Bye. Hello. Welcome to the complete PlayStation Series episode on 2002 FIFA World Cup. This game is not 2002 FIFA World Cup. It's Personal Nightmare on the Amiga, and it's pretty good. I'd rather be playing this and talking about it than 2002 FIFA World Cup. This game is Beethoven, the Ultimate Canine Caper, on Super Nintendo. It's also not 2002 FIFA World Cup, but I'd also rather be playing and talking about this. The thing is, there are many people that enjoy playing annualized sports titles every year, and that's totally fine. I assume that they enjoy playing as their favorite celebrity athletes from each season, and perhaps they might get a lot of satisfaction out of customizing their fantasy team with deeply integrated player stats, but it's no secret that there are also many of us that don't enjoy these types of games. The type of sports games that appeal to me are the ones that play style and fun ahead of realistic simulation. Games like Golf Story, NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, Tecmo's Super Bowl, Super Punch-Out!, Kirby's Dream Course, some of the Mario Golf games developed by Camelot, 98 Koshien, Mario Tennis 64. These are all titles that I feel make their respective sports more approachable for a complete dweeb like me. I take one glance at the endless ocean of annualized, acronymic sports titles that fill the value bin and immediately feel that dreaded sense of childhood boredom. You know, the kind you feel when your parent drags you to do errands with them and you find yourself standing around in a lawnmower repair shop that smells like gasoline while your dad and some dude with holes in his shirt grunt at each other in a different language. It's torture. Believe me, I wish I was more excited about these type of games. With the current state of video game collecting, they're the only ones left on thrift store shelves, aside from like Wii shovelware. They sit around, sad and hopeless, wondering if they'll ever be adopted. I'd love to rescue them. I really would, but I can't be bothered to care. The main problem here is I did a stupid thing, and I signed myself up to review every PlayStation 1 game, alphanumerically, regardless of region. And that's just what I intend on doing. FIFAs, Maddens, NCAAs, NBAs, NHLs, MLBs, and all. That being said, given my limited understanding of each sport and game series, I don't really feel that I'm qualified to give deep analysis of them, let alone the fact that going into each of them and dissecting the unremarkable nuances that might slightly differentiate each yearly release would just create a dull video, in my opinion. So here's my plan. I'm gonna get in and get out. I'm gonna briefly tell you about the developer, and then I'm just gonna give a very quick presentation of my experience. Perhaps calling it a review isn't accurate here, but I'm doing my best. I'm setting all of this up for you because this is just how I intend to handle all of the rest of these types of games in the series, and I won't bring it up again. So let's get started. 2002 FIFA World Cup was released in 2002 for PlayStation, GameCube, Windows, PlayStation 2, and Xbox. It's the second title in EA's FIFA World Cup series, following World Cup 98, and it was based on the real-world 2002 FIFA World Cup, which took place in both South Korea and Japan in June of that year. Multiple companies are credited with developing the various ports of the game, but it's both EA Canada and Creations that were behind the PlayStation port. I don't think it's necessary for me to dive into EA, as we all know who they are, and the sooner we move on, the better. However, I will say that this specific branch, EA Canada, now known as EA Vancouver, started as Distinctive Software Incorporated, or DSI, in 1983, which was a company that ported arcade and console games to home computers throughout the 80s until they were acquired by EA in 1991. EA Vancouver is apparently the oldest and largest branch of EA, and they boast the world's biggest video game test operation. A quick glance at their games developed looks like this. Creations was founded originally as Software Creations in 1985, Manchester, England. They started out doing budget ports of popular games to the Commodore 64 and ZX Spectrum, among others, before they came into the good graces of Nintendo and began developing a whole slew of games that are fairly well known. So many, in fact, that I'm just going to have them scroll across the screen while I detail the more interesting bits of Software Creations. Apparently, the relationship with Nintendo started when Software Creations co-founder Mike Webb was able to successfully reverse engineer an NES in 1987, which earned the company a development contract. After Software Creations was placed on the shortlist for Nintendo's quote-unquote Dream Team, which was a collection of studios brought together to design tools and games for the upcoming Nintendo 64, they were tasked with developing sound tools for the Nintendo 64 dev kit. Additionally, between 1995 and 1999, this company worked on a game inspired by Mario Paint called Creator that would end up becoming the Japan-exclusive sequel to Mario Paint, Mario Artist Paint Studio, for the also Japan-exclusive Nintendo 64 DD. That's right, a British studio made this game, and I had no idea of that before. In 2002, they developed 4 games, including 2002 FIFA World Cup, under the name Creations, and later that same year they were acquired by Acclaim. Their name was changed to Acclaim Studios Manchester, and they developed Gladiator, Sword of Vengeance, and All-Star Baseball 2004 on Game Boy Advance. In 2004, Acclaim filed for bankruptcy and subsequently closed Acclaim Studios Manchester down. This caused the cancellation of 2 games being worked on by the company. Interview with a Made Man, which did end up getting picked up by another studio and released as Made Man Confessions of the Family Blood, and a sequel to ATV Quad Power Racing 2, which would have the same name, but, with a 3 instead of a 2. Okay, let's play this game.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
So the orchestra you saw in the opening there is the Vancouver Symphony Orchestra, which makes sense since EA Canada did this game, based in Vancouver. There you have the mascots, which whatever those things are, I don't know. Jelly bear guys, jester things. And when I went to the options here, it looks like you can turn fatigue on the players on and off. You can set it to day or night, which I think was neat. You can choose the stadium. And in team management, there's a lot going on here. Definitely over my head. But for those of you that might understand this more, it definitely gets deep. Yes, you have all the players, their positions. And at the bottom of the screen, you can see their different stats. This... again, over my head, obviously something to do with the setup of your players on the field. So I chose a regular match rather than the season, and I like that they had the ranking of each team displayed on the left there, because I went ahead and chose the number 1 ranked team, and I made my opponent the last ranked team. France is my team. And then I think I found the 42nd ranked team. Yeah, Senegal. Yes, you can use 2 multi-taps here. So you could have 8 people playing the game. And I imagine that would be pretty fun. I guess in a game like this, it would make sense because the screen wouldn't need to be split. So everyone can kind of see their players on screen at once. Yep, circle is conservative tackle, X is switch player, square is aggressive tackle, and triangle is sprint. And that is while you're defending. While you're on offense, circle is kick towards the goal. X and square are to pass. And so I noticed while defending, X is going to... select the player that is closest to the ball.
There's a light breeze, so it shouldn't be too hot for the players. We're underway then.
And then, yeah, it took me a little bit to get used to it. I definitely found that using the aggressive tackle, square, usually resulted in a foul. There's my... Totally not me doing it, the AI goalie doing a good job. But then I kicked it.
Sometimes an early test like that really...
Yeah, and in the middle of the game you can change the difficulty, which that's strange.
Zidane.
Still kind of getting my bearings.
Quality long ball forward.
And you have a little power meter that comes up when you kick it. And that actually really does make a big difference because there are many times, even just passing, that I would kick it way further than I needed to. And, no one would be there. You kind of have to be careful when you pass because I think that the game requires a little more accuracy on the player's part than I was expecting. At first, I just kind of assumed that it would auto-target, but it really didn't do that.
Penalty, says the referee, and they can't really argue there. Blatant tackle from behind. Well, I have to say, that's only just inside the box, John. It might only be 12 yards out, but this... Yeah. Oh, he's stopped.
I just mashed buttons for that.
To watch. The keeper is anticipating every little move they make.
And yeah, I want to highlight the announcers are great, too. I particularly love the Scottish dude. They're pretty good.
Cleared from the box. Henri.
Yeah, so anytime I tried to kick it from far away, they made fun of me, which was great.
And he finds the ball at his feet. Vieira. Read that well.
And then, yep, there you can see I got a foul because I was using the aggressive kick.
Not a fair one, says the referee. Free kick awarded.
And there was playing as Deiin for a second there. Final Fantasy IX, right?
Yes, good catch. Plenty of style there too, John.
So it took me, like, I definitely got several fouls using the aggressive tackle, and eventually I learned it's best to use the conservative tackle, circle. The only issue with that, and I ran into this a lot, is that when you're mashing circle to try to steal the ball from the other player, a lot of times you end up hitting circle like after you've gotten the ball, and then it results in you kicking the ball towards the goal, and usually way further out than you should be doing that. And then of course the announcer makes fun of me every time I do that. But we'll see if we can get to a part here where that happens. But it happens a lot. I'll steal the ball, and then as soon as I steal it, I accidentally kick it towards the goal.
Passed forward.
So that was one of the times the aggressive tackle actually worked. So the anthem that was written for the 2002 FIFA World Cup that year was by Vangelis. How do you say it? Hold on, let me see this. Vangelis. So it was used in this game as well. And unfortunately, he passed away recently. So yeah, there I did a really poor job of defense. And all their players just came in. So yeah, as you can see, it's like a pretty quick match. It's already halfway through.
Let's get ready to watch the second half. Here we go.
I do like the audience in the background. I think the imagery is great. Granted, this was 2002, you know, so it was late PS1 life. But regardless, I still like it. Kind of curious to see what the graphics are like in the other versions. Kind of, mildly, not really.
And that's easy for the keeper. Played away then by the keeper.
Yeah, see, there it is. That was one of the moments where I was like mashing circle, and then I kicked it towards the goal, and I'll do it a lot. Yep, see.
Nice header.
I keep doing it.
Henri.
That actually went for it there.
Well, not bad for his first effort.
So with these two, again, it's something where you actually, like, the game. I wasn't sure at first, but the game actually does require you to be accurate. It's like, even though you have the different, like, the square, X, and circle that you could choose, you still have to like aim properly.
And that's going to be a goal.
That was a bad shot. Yeah, and if I knew more about soccer, football, I really would be able to give you all more insight here, but I just don't. I think it's fun. You know, I played it when I was a kid. I did when I was a kid. I played for the YMCA. I played soccer, Little League soccer. I did a couple of seasons of that, but I don't remember anything about it, and I don't think I paid attention when I was a kid.
Or is he stupid? I'll let you decide that one. But he was never going to score from there. No trouble for the keeper. And the goalkeeper clears the ball.
Yeah, and so, like, right here I'm mashing X to try to... It really... there is a bit of a, like... I don't want to say learning curve, but, like, you do have to kind of get used to the buttons for a second, and it does require quick thinking. Like, I've played very few actual soccer... There I go, doing it again. I've played very few actual football for, you know, soccer games in my life, but, like, this one seems like it's well done. Like, I feel like this is a good one. Although I feel like at a certain point, somewhere around this generation of consoles, like, it really was hard to mess up. I feel like there was a lot of staples that had been set.
Trezeguet!
Like, past the 16-bit era, you know.
Back heel. The shot blocked.
Oh!
Blocks the shot. Danger averted.
And then, of course, probably like a downfall eventually would just be like all the ones now that incorporate a lot of, loot or like pay-to-play kind of mechanics.
Played up the park by the keeper. Nicely done with the volley.
Yay! There it is. All right. That's the one goal I get in the game. I like their animations. It's great.
You really got hold of that, and that was...
That's pretty cool, right? I did that. Me, I did that. I'm a big boy. I'm a big soccer boy.
Just a goal in it here then as we approach full time.
Yeah, so, yeah, circle every time. Circle for life. But then that happens. So it's like you really, really have to, like, pay attention. Like, I wish that circle wasn't shoot. I do. Or at least it wasn't the same button as that, like, conservative steel. I wish it was... I think that's the game. Is that the game?
Finish up 1-0.
Well, I think they've nicked it, John. It's a great feeling to win in the last few minutes of a game.
As ever, you've been a font of knowledge, Andy. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the game. Okay. All right. Well, I won the game. I told you that this was going to be casual. Obviously, it's unscripted. I'm sorry if I'm not super interesting speaking unscripted here. But I don't know. I'm gonna try going forward with sports games like this. Just like a brief like setup, and then just play a casual game and just kind of describe my experience, because I really don't know how else to approach this, and I really don't know enough about it. So thank you so much to all of my Patreon friends. I really, really appreciate you all. And for those of you that actually stuck around and watched this, thank you so much. And yeah, have a good one. Nissan Q199 Nenno Game Kids, or Game Kids in $29.99, is an interactive digital novel released in December of 1998 in Japan, and was part of a short series that Sony Computer Entertainment put out called PlayStation Comic. The title is simplified to $29.99 Game Kids on the cover, so that's what I'll be calling it. Simply put, it's a book written by Koji Watanabe, who goes by Cozy, that was adapted into an interactive story on PlayStation with added sounds and animations, allowing you to turn the page with the press of a button. I had the luxury of interviewing Cozy-san for this episode, and I'll link the transcript in the description if you'd like to read it. Koji Watanabe was born on October 4th in 1962 in Fukuoka City, Fukuoka Prefecture, Japan. As a child, he enjoyed playing with denshi blocks, which are experimental electronic kits that allow you to create circuits by connecting small pieces on an electrical board, resulting in a number of interesting outcomes. During this adolescent experimentation, Cozy would experience an overwhelming sense of the merging of body and machine. The symbiotic relationship between organic and artificial appealed to him in a lasting way. In 1978, Cozy was a 15-year-old freshman in high school that spent much of his time in coffee shops playing the table cabinet version of Space Invaders. He was fascinated by technology to such a degree that it permeated his dreams at night through reoccurring visions. While sleeping, he would visit a mysterious city that was inside of an enclosed, dome-shaped space. He would observe that everything and everyone within this infrastructure was mechanical. Furthermore, the city itself was like a perpetual motion machine, continuing its activities indefinitely. Because he would often forget this dream after waking up, he began keeping a notebook by his bed and immediately relaying his experiences upon waking through words and drawn images. Using this process, the images of the world he saw eventually became more and more clear, and he was even able to create a map. As you'll find out soon, all of this would go on to directly inspire the book that today's game is based on. He spent young adulthood traveling abroad and engaged in theater, music, and writing before graduating from Waseda University with a literary degree. Eventually, Cozy had the great opportunity of becoming an outsourced staff member for Toho, doing advertising, video planning, and script writing. In case you don't know who Toho is, They are a well-known film production giant in the industry, dating back to the 1930s, that is famous for the Godzilla and Kurosawa movies, amongst many, many others. He worked on much of the advertising for the physical releases that Toho was putting out of their older films in the Godzilla ethos, like Mothra, King Ghidorah, and of course Godzilla. During this time, Cozy was excited to visit film sets, interview filmmakers, and see some of the crazy special effects that were being used. Bridging the gap between film and video games, in 1986, Cozy was tasked with creating the 30-minute theatrically released Game King Takahashi Meijin vs. Mori Meijin, The Great Battle. It was part of a double feature paired with a 50-minute anime called Running Boy Star Soldier's Secret that was about a young boy that gets involved with video game development. Both of these films, distributed by Toho, were produced by Hudson Soft. You know, the company that Konami absorbed that's famous for the PC Engine / TurboGrafx 16, Bomberman, Star Soldier, and the Adventure Island series, which is also kind of connected to the Wonder Boy / Monster World / Monica's Gang series. Don't get me started on that whole thing. This was done in an effort to promote Hudson's game, Star Soldier, on the Famicom, and coincidentally, this double feature was released in theaters on the same day as Super Mario Bros. The Great Mission to Rescue Princess Peach. This Mario film, as well as Running Boy, which centered around Star Soldier, marks the first two films to be based on a specific video game, and they just happened to come out on the same day. Game King Master Takahashi vs. Master Mori The Great Battle features a video game showdown between two popular gaming heroes at the time who compete with each other by playing Star Soldier in front of an audience in this crazy contraption. Inspired by the epic battle between King Kong and Godzilla, Cozy begins the video with an excellent training montage as we see both players' skills put to the test. I had a lot of trouble finding information on Mori Meijin, whose real name is Kiminobu Mori, as he seems to be heavily overshadowed by his opponent. I was able to gather that he was famous for racing games, and he continued that reputation later on with high achievements in Gran Turismo, but yeah, it's really difficult to learn more about him.
いや、それにしてもすごいゲームだね。
Takahashi Meijin, or Master Takahashi, is actually who Master Higgins in the original Hudson's Adventure Island on NES was based on. In Japan, the game was called Takahashi Meijin no Bokenjima, or Master Takahashi's Adventure Island. Toshiyuki Takahashi, which is his real name, became famous when he showed off his outrageous 16-shot signature move. He can rapidly hit a button on the controller 16 times in a single second. And in the opening training segment of Game King, you can watch him destroy a watermelon using this technique. Cozy mentioned that at one point, Takahashi Meijin taught him the 16-shot, but the best he could do was 14. That's still really good. As of this video, Master Takahashi is 63 years old and still going strong with a 16-shot on a Nintendo Switch Joy-Con. When Cozy began appearing on episodes of O Take Makoto no Tadaima PC Land, which was a popular video game-themed variety show that was sponsored by NEC and Hudson, it marked a transition for him, giving him the opportunity to be a respected voice in media on the video game industry. In the late 80s, he took command of the monthly VHS-distributed video game magazine show GTV, or Game Tech Video, as president, editor-in-chief, and CEO.
といったわけで、今月こそ締めくくりはこの私が。いや、やめて、出てこないで。でへへへ、そうは問屋が下ろさない。やっぱ締めくくりはこの私がやるのさ。
Published by CBS Sony, who we've mentioned before in the series, these videos often featured information on and gameplay of Famicom and PC Engine games, as well as acted-out video game-related bits, interviews with people like eToy, and a masked roundtable discussion segment that Cozy himself would appear in. The videos featured a host character that was reminiscent of Max Headroom, and it often displayed strange visuals being broadcast from some unknown virtual world. Finally deciding to take a literary leap, Cozy wrote 1999 Game Kids, which was serialized weekly as short stories in Famitsu magazine between 1993 and 1995. Inspired by science fiction author Shinichi Hoshi, these stories dealt with the changing times in the lives of young kids. Technology, mobile phones, the internet, all of these were themes in 1999 Game Kids that Cozy chose to focus on, and it went on to become popular. He continued the Game Kids series with subsequent works titled 2000 Game Kids, 2999 Game Kids, 2013 Game Kids, and more. I would love to be able to read all of these, but unfortunately they haven't been translated to English. What I can tell you, however, is that Koji Watanabe places heavy emphasis on the merging of the real world with the virtual in his works. He's reflective and insightful as he describes the thin line between our realities, and I really hope these stories get translated at some point. He's also well known for some of his other works, like I Kill, Platonic Chain, Blackout, and Andromedia, which got a film adaptation directed by Takashi Miike, the same person that directed Ishi the Killer, Audition, and 13 Assassins. Today, when Koji isn't giving lectures at Waseda University, he runs and operates K-Cafe in Nagano Broadway, which is a large shopping mall in Tokyo that was originally intended to feature Americanized restaurants and stores. But after a majority of the businesses closed down in the 70s, used goods stores started occupying the spaces in the mall and made it what it is today. Described by Koji as a sacred place for otaku, Nagano Broadway is now famous for all of the resale shops that offer anime, manga, CDs, toys, video games, and cosplay gear. There are 27 separate mandarake locations within Nagano Broadway, which is a chain of used goods stores. Koji has spoken of Nagano Broadway to great lengths in many interviews, and I really hope to get to visit it someday. I asked Koji-san what his favorite restaurant there is, and he recommended Korinbo on the second floor, which is a Taiwanese vegetarian restaurant, and it looks really good. Anyways, K-Cafe specifically is on the 4th floor, and Koji is often found there hosting literary or video game related events. He usually shoots episodes there for the GTV YouTube channel that he runs, and he recommends ordering the UFO coffee, which according to him, it is said that if you drink it, you can meet aliens within 24 hours. You can actually visit K-Cafe and more of Nagano Broadway virtually in one of the segments of the 2017 game Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth Hacker's Memory. Koji helped to write that scenario, as well as a few others, and I love that he included K-Cafe in it. In January of 1998, GTV went through Sony Computer Entertainment Incorporated to begin publishing a short series of digital comics for the PlayStation console called PlayStation Comic. They were developed by a company called Arc Entertainment, not to be confused with Arc System Works, the company behind Guilty Gear and BlazBlue. Most famous for developing the Arc the Lad games on PS1, hence their name, Arc Entertainment was a development company within SCEI that made games for the PlayStation. All of their projects had co-developers, and it was G-Craft that teamed up with them to make the Arc the Lad games. With Inti Creates, they did Love and Destroy. With Watermarks, they did The Book of Watermarks. With Pandora Box, they did Soten no Shiroki Kami no Kora Great Peak, or The Throne of the White God in the Blue Sky Great Peak. Anyways, Space Adventure Cobra, The Psycho Gun Part 1, was the first installment in this collection, and it was taken from Weekly Shonen Jump's serialized story by manga author and artist Buichi Terasawa, who also did Black Knight Bat and Crow Tengu Kabuto. This was followed by a Part 2, and then Carol the Dark Angel by Siufo? Not sure how to say that. It's a pseudonym used by Shuho Itabashi. He did the artwork for 2 other PlayStation games, CyberOrg and Running High, as well as the PC Engine CD game Download 2, which I always kind of felt looked like the artwork from Akira. He also illustrated an adaptation of the pilot episode from the X-Files. The 4th release was $29.99 GameKids, and the 5th was another entry in the Cobra series called Space Adventure Cobra Galaxy Knights. The final 2 titles in the PlayStation Comics collection, I'm happy to say, are Buzzer Beater Part 1 and 2 by Inotake, the writer/artist behind Slam Dunk, Vagabond, and One-on-One, which I've reviewed on this channel. Ryu Meno was the artist for $29.99 GameKids on PlayStation. He worked on Psycholand, Lake Biwa Fortress 1997, Cosmos Pink Shock, Megazone 2-3, AD Police, which is a spin-off of Bubblegum Crisis, Detonator Organ, and he was an assistant character designer on Episode 6 of Neon Genesis Evangelion. Today he teaches courses in manga artistry at Kobe Design University. Alright, let's read this game. After that chaotic introductory video, which bombarded us with a collage of science fiction themes and visuals, we arrive at this menu showcasing what seems to be a part of some sort of aging machinery. It's all set to a delicate melody that slowly draws us into the world we'll be inhabiting. I love the boop boop beep boop sound effects that play as you make your selection, and the options menu really feels diegetic to the environment with these wires and screws and glowing indicators. Let's begin the story. Oh, and spoilers will obviously happen. A futuristic-looking telephone is ringing in some dark, nebulous space, and you pick it up. You ask for the caller to identify themselves, and a very familiar voice on the other side is repeating everything you say as if to mock you. The story starts with our main character named Deer writing in his journal about some of the strange dreams he's been having lately. They've been reoccurring to such a degree that it's compelled him to finally document what he's been experiencing. He mentions that in his dreams, he knows that he's dreaming and maintains an awareness of that throughout, but he still can't stop it from happening. He sees a city just like the one he lives in, and he describes it as being like a spider web with a tall cylindrical skyscraper in the center. From there, the area stretches out radially with small metal buildings populating the ground. Deer mentions that the color of every building is the same as his skin, and just like the joints on his own body, you can see rows of screws. He describes the buildings as rotund beings marching in linear progression, and the cars and trucks that occupy the gaps in between these processions are like hornworms and pillbugs. The citizens scattered in the streets are presented as eerie, shadowy figures that somewhat resemble people, but in shape only. They seem frozen and ambiguous in nature. In the next moment, Deer is running through alleyways of the city. Someone is chasing him, and he doesn't know who. He's exhausted, his limbs are aching, and his body is at the point of collapsing, but he knows he has to keep running. Deer talks about being terrified of the images and sensations that come to him, mostly because he knows that they come from within him, and the trauma that's caused leaves him feeling powerless, completely lacking any control. At one point, he's seemingly in his house, washing his face in the bathroom. But then his reflection in the mirror disappears. Appearing behind him is a ghastly version of himself, leering nefariously in the dark with unknown intent. Deer freaks out and runs outside to the city at night, where you get control of him running in first person, which is the only segment like this in the game. His heart is pounding as he frantically tries to find an escape from the horrifying doppelganger chasing him. It's useless. He corners Deer, grabs him by the neck, and begins choking him as everything comes to a grinding halt with the sound of an alarm clock. Deer is woken up to the world he lives in. This all sets up the motivating drive for a robot named Deer, living in a robot city, seeking truth in an otherwise domesticated, mundane existence. $29.99 Game Kids is a window into the life of this character, dealing with the daily normalcies that we all deal with. It's presented in a grim yet subtle way where tragedy can occur without any dramatic buildup, much like real life. The internal dialogue we get from Deer as the story progresses is poignant and endearing. Moment to moment, we see his basic reactions and hear his reflective thoughts that carry him through his existence, and on more than one occasion, I found myself relating wholeheartedly to him. When his wife Mary asks him basic questions like, what should they do for dinner? Or, in this moment, when she grills him to see if he's remembered their anniversary tomorrow, he gives a normal answer and then ponders for quite some time on the automated inclinations of his responses, which I felt was very cleverly done, as it manages to make commentary on both static complacency within a relationship and the nature of his being a robot. He also dwells heavily on the fact that he and Mary both come from different societal classes. She had a wealthy family and continues to have wealthy taste in jewelry and other things, which Deer cannot afford to buy her. This causes a class inferiority complex within him, and the weight of that is felt as he walks through the department store with Mary, while she gets excited over all of the expensive offerings on display. They're at the department store to purchase a child, which is how the birthing process works in this world. A salesman pressures them to purchase one of the babies that are more expensive, causing Deer to wonder what the quality differences between the baby options are and what those differences might entail. It also makes him question what kind of parent he might be if he were to choose the cheaper option. Would that be wrong? After making their purchases and going home, the next step is for Deer and Mary to download their DNA, which I guess robots have in this world, into the baby. Deer puts on these goggles and initiates the process before we get this terrifying but really cool video. Some time passes and Deer is now in love with being a father. Prior to this, it was Mary that wanted the child and Deer that was hesitant about it. In fact, when they were at the store to buy the baby, Deer suggested that they get a cat instead. But all of the apprehension is washed away as Deer lovingly interacts with his child. He clearly loves the baby, named Batty, and fatherhood seems to bring him new joy. There's this really enjoyable segment where Batty starts learning to grab things and throw them. So, when Deer picks him up, Batty rips off his eyepiece and throws it into a sink full of water. Deer has to go see his mechanically inclined friend Pow to get it fixed, and on the walk there, his vision is flowy and off-kilter. He describes a group of schoolgirls as looking like a school of fish. We get to see more of the metal decay in his city as he walks along, and he doesn't hold back on viewing the world around him in a very poetic manner. Pow is an odd character, with kabuki paint on his face and piles of junk to mess with all around him. He grabs different pieces to replace Deer's eyes with, and you get this interactive segment where you look through the eyes of different robotic creatures. It really took me by surprise, and I was grinning during the whole scene. Another scene I really liked was when Mary gets frustrated with parenthood and leaves the house at night, which at that point it seems she had been doing frequently. Deer decides to drink like 5 full glasses of whiskey in quick succession, and he gets wasted. He passes out and has this beautiful dream where he's soaring over the city at night as a firefly. In the next chapter, oh, that's right, I should have mentioned that this is broken up into chapters, 13 in all. Deir and Mary are walking down the street, and we see Deir's thoughts as he describes the emotional distance that is growing between he and his wife. There are many creative ways that the speech and thought bubbles are handled in this game, and I loved it here, where, at the end of an analytical rant about his failing marriage, he thinks to himself that all of it must be due to him misunderstanding the situation entirely. The word misunderstanding grows and grows each time you press the circle button until it eventually fills the screen. It really drives home that overwhelming feeling of confusion and frustration with all of the damage that miscommunication within a relationship can cause, despite knowing it's there. The two characters arrive at their destination, which is the same central tower we saw earlier in Deir's dream, and sadly, we come to realize that they're there to submit divorce papers to the city. And here's where it gets really dark. The officer handling the papers notifies the soon-to-not-be couple that any married citizens with children wishing to pursue a divorce must return said children to the original factory to be disassembled. The way that both characters handle this revelation is so odd. Mary is completely indifferent and cold. She just wants to move on, and she really doesn't care about what happens to Batty. Deir doesn't want it to happen, as he loves Batty and he enjoys being a father, but he really doesn't put up a fight, oddly. For a moment, I thought that the story was going to transition into Deir saving his son from a horrible fate, and maybe there would be some kind of happy ending, but he doesn't, and the baby gets destroyed. As if that wasn't messed up enough, in a later chapter, there's this part where Deir is working at his soulless factory job, quality checking bits of different mechanical items on a conveyor belt. When a music box passes on the belt in front of him, he recognizes that it's been made with the parts from his baby. It's made from pieces of Batty. Whew. Feeling aimless and unsure of himself, Deir gets inspired by an old neighbor named Oppen to travel to the unknown outskirts of his city. Oppen had theorized a concept to Deir that was a bit difficult for me to understand given the language barrier, but it seems to involve the central tower and entropy and kinetic energy and the cyclical nature of life. Ultimately, it made Deir question the world he lived within, and he found himself getting dropped off by a bus at the very last stop. The bus driver warns him that if he ventures too far, he'll lose battery life, or something. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems as though there is some kind of major deterrent that is used to prevent all citizens from leaving the city. He arrives at the outermost fence and squeezes through a hole. In the outer wilds, he experiences somewhat of a trip through catharsis during this colorful sandstorm. And then this character looks over him. She doesn't appear again, and there is no other reference to her in the game. So I'm wondering if it's a cameo from one of the characters in Cozy's other books. I don't know. Ultimately, the story comes to center around an annual event called Renewal Day that has all the robots line up to get renewed. According to Deir's work friend, this is a good process, as it simply gives you new, properly working parts, and it cleans out all of your negative energy from the past year. Deir is skeptical of the process while walking towards it in unison with all of the other citizens, and when he imagines what it will look like, we get this awesome live-action bit. In the operating room, Deir asks the device that has been communicating with him what the process will actually do. It reassures him by downplaying everything and reminds him that there's always the emergency stop button, which Deir tests out, and it does indeed work. Reluctantly, Deir finally allows the computer to start the operation, and he passes out for a moment, seeing the colors flow on the back of his eyelids, when he suddenly jerks awake and sees himself on another operating table. But then he realizes that there are two of him, and in a Hitchcockian moment of suspense, he struggles to press the red emergency button as his body is slowly carted towards what can only be assumed is some sort of disposal room or furnace. He then realizes that the red button is not next to him, but next to the other body. He panics and begs until, for some reason, the other body hits the red button at the last moment. The restraints come off of Deer and he jumps up. Here, the game gives the player an option. Am I the old me, or am I the new me? And it's here that I'll stop and let you potentially finish the story, which I strongly encourage you to do, as I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I know that it's going to stick with me for a long time. $29.99 Game Kids weaves its existential commentary into the daily nuances that occur in a relatable portrayal of society by means of science fiction. The themes are dense and full of layers and different interpretation. It would be a true injustice to this world if this game is never properly translated. And I realize the difficulty of that, as a lot of the text is embedded in individual assets of the game, but I'll still remain hopeful. Koji-san told me that Deer was a fairly strong projection of himself, but that he does exist within everyone. And as for the strange world that came from Koji Watanabe's dreams, he says that the reason he visualized it and made it three-dimensional is because he knows that he will live there after he dies. Though the narrative is really the majority of this experience, being a digital novel and all, there are certain decisions that were made that I feel added to the experience and properly utilized the new medium. Certain scenes play out in very creative ways, like when Mary is introduced, it starts with Deer's perspective as he's drawing her. At this point, you don't even know about her, or that he's married to anyone at all. You just press the circle button each time for him to draw a little bit more, until he finishes his sketch and lowers the notepad to reveal his subject, which is now introduced as his wife, Mary. It's thoughtful, interactive cinematography, and there are many other moments like this. The music is great too. It's creepy and ominous at times, and in other moments it's bouncy and bright in a very subdued way. I also really like the artwork. It feels very different from a lot of the animation you might see coming out of Japan in 1998. Not that I have anything against those things, but it's just nice to see someone doing something against the grain. I think Rei Umeno should be commended for his work here. I'd like to talk more about the director, Kenji Kitayama, but any info online about him and possibly his other works proved to be difficult to find. Either way, he did a stellar job of bringing this book to life, and he did it with such a small team. It was apparent to me as I went through the experience that he took pride in coming up with creative ways to convey the story digitally. There were 2 different demo, aka Taikenban discs, released for this game, as well as a not-for-sale promotional copy. Both of the demo discs included trailers of 2 of the other PlayStation Comics releases, Buzzer Beater and Space Adventure Cobra Galaxy Knights. What's really cool though, and it's the reason I brought these demo discs up, is on one of the demo discs, there are video interviews with each respective artist. So we get a video with Koji-san, and look, there's that toy robot of Deer that is broken in that crazy video when he's uploading his DNA to the baby. There's also a video with Buichi Terasawa that shows some behind-the-scenes footage. And look at that, we get to see Inotake with hair. He shows us some of the stuff up on his screen and goes into detail about his process. It's really cool. I was really happy to stumble on this, since I don't think this footage has even been uploaded. Also, one other thing I'd like to bring up is an article I found where someone made connections between all of the character names and the components of the PlayStation, which definitely seems intentional. So yeah, I thought that was interesting. I'll link that in the description, along with the interview. I want to give Koji Watanabe a huge thank you for allowing me to interview him for this episode. I had most of the script written before I spoke to him, and after the interview, I rewrote the whole thing because he gave me so much helpful information. Thank you also so much to my amazing and wonderful supporters on Patreon that keep this channel alive and well. I absolutely could not do this without you. Be nice to people. Bye.